Players are generally most nervous right before a game starts. Your mind is sort of racing, and your body isn't doing anything, so it's just sort of jittering.
I have like jitters, I'm like, oh crap.
It gets hot, I start sweating.
I get the jitters easily.
A little bit of shaking.
I feel really jittery, I'm shaking a little.
Definitely most nerve-wracking right at the beginning of the game.
All of them kind of know that their jobs and their livelihoods might be on the line.
That pressure is a contract, it's a job, it's the house they live in right now.
You gotta play, and that's why you're a professional.
I'm feeling it, because I can just think like, what happens if we lose again?
If you don't make it in the second half, then all of this was for nothing.
Even after 3 years of doing this, I still have like stage fright or, nervousness.
Now I just kind of shut out the pressure and just play my game.
Really, I can't be nervous for the sake of my team.
Yeah, I think we're all pretty, relaxed and we're cool, and we're just waiting to play our game, because if you don't treat it like such a big deal, it doesn't become one.
Welcome back, everyone, to Week 4 of the North American LCS. I'm Rivington Bislam III, along with Joshua Jat Leesman. What a day we had yesterday, Jat. 12 huge matches where we saw a lot of slow and steady strategies, along with a few major upsets.
Yeah, and the two big wins from Marn were a big surprise. No one really expected them. They were the surprise winners of this thing. Dignitas now has an 8-game winning streak. They ended Curse's 8-game winning streak as well yesterday, so they now have the longest win streak in the LCS. And also, earlier on in the day, everyone was just pushing towers. It was the 2v1, 1-2 turrets down at the start of the game, and by the end of the day, they're just like, yeah, I think we're just going to brawl. That's just cool.
Just a little bit, but here's a closer look at the craziness that went down on Super Wednesday.
Vulcan's first win of the LCS came in Week 3 against CLG. In the first game on Super Wednesday, they were looking to prove that victory was no fluke. But Vulcan got off on the wrong foot, giving up first blood to Doublelift's Vayne.
And he does get put out of place here. The flag toss is still to go down, but they just patiently take that one. First blood coming in for Counter Logic.
Doublelift's double kill would seal the deal. CLG gets the revenge victory to snap Vulcan's 3-game winning streak.
And it looks like Mandatory Cloud, the second shot, he doesn't even get the third bolt proc. Super Wednesday, Game 1 going to be going to Counter Logic, and they do get a rematch win versus Vulcan.
An undefeated Curse took on a Marn team who are known for their unconventional lineups, but it was Curse who surprised everyone in Champion Select.
I'm sure everybody's been watching the AOP Tryndamirs out there. It's just so frustrating to play against.
And it was Voyboy's AP Tryndamir securing first blood and a double kill.
It looks like Clicky D could go down. He does. Voyboy just swings on top of him, and they're now pushing Marn out of the Dragon Pit. A good few kills there. St. Vicious did go down earlier, but a 2-for-1 so far.
Curse completely dominated Marn, and the Fountain Laser was about the only thing to stop them all game.
He could be finished on the Fountain, but no, Voyboy goes down as well. And there is your 7-0 Curse in the LCS.
The two hottest teams of the LCS faced off in a super matchup on Super Wednesday. At 17 minutes, Curse captured their second dragon of the game, but Dignitas' aggressive initiation won them the ensuing teamfight, pushing their lead to 6-1.
It is Saint going down. Now Kopp is the center of attention. 2 more attacks to go. He's been revealed. One more. Oh, it's going to be Skara finding that one. They flashed over the wall as well. They stunned up Nijaki. He's not in a good place. Will it be enough from Skara? Dash them one more time. Oh. No, it's Kiwi Kid going to find it. He flashes in as well.
After taking Baron, Dignitas would push their way to the Nexus with little resistance. They became the first team in the LCS to defeat Curse, snapping their 8-game winning streak.
There we go. They killed the Nexus, and Dignitas have ended Curse's undefeated streak.
You guys smile so much. Like, you're such a happy team. Is that one of the reasons you've been able to come around with this, like, awesome win streak, because you guys get along so well? After going 2-0 earlier in the day, a 5-3 CLG took on the underdog Team Marn. The game started with chaos in the bottom lane. Heartbeat's Kog'Maw escaped a gank to secure first blood, and a counter gank from Clicky D's Vi allowed him to pick up a double kill.
Clicky D coming in for Doublelift. Can they find the damage? He flashes in. Doublelift punched in the face. Double kill for Heartbeat.
The underdog Team Marn was too much for CLG to handle, and after taking Baron, they won a huge team fight to complete the upset.
Doublelift dropped dangerously low. He gets a shield. He's still not dead. He actually flashes out and is alive, but they finally picked up the kill on Needly. Onto Oriana. Everyone on CLG is dead. Marn going to upset CLG.
44 minutes and 4 seconds is when the Nexus actually exploded. And in the last game of the night, Marn pulled off another upset, this time against Team Solo Mid. After 30 minutes of methodically farming, the game finally broke for Team Marn. After securing Baron, they immediately turn to catch TSM way out of position, and they obliterate Solo Mid in the resulting team
Did
fight.
he get it? Yes, and he's still got Zhonya's available. What's going to happen next? It's Dyrus. It's a double kill, though. Mega goes down without using Zhonya's.
From there, Marn, and more specifically Heartbeat, could not be stopped.
Alive, odd one, triple kill, Heartbeat, going forward, flashes in, finds Dyrus. Can he get one more quadra? You, really? You didn't go for the penta?
You gotta reset on your jump, dude. Come on.
TSM gets Marn to end an action-packed Super Wednesday.
This is going to be their second upset victory. The surrender comes in. Congratulations, Marn.
I believe it's time to bring back the verb Marn.
And after everything you just saw, this is where the teams stand now. Curse at the top at 8-0. Dignitas 8-2 now with their winning streak. 6-3 for Team Solo Mid. Counter Logic is 5-4. Marn 3-4. It's 4-7 Vulcun. Complexity 1-6. And GGU 1-9. And that was actually 8-1 for Curse.
Yeah, and these standings, now that we're 4 weeks in and Super Week is over half done by the number of games, you really start to see the differentiation in the standings. Curse and Dignitas starting to separate themselves, right? Looks like Marn is going to be in a battle to break into the top 4 pretty soon. I love how it's just building up and the amount of upsets we're actually able to see throughout the season.
Indeed. Now let's take a look at today's matches. First off, we have our second rematch for Team Solo Mid and Vulcun. TSM has won the previous 2 games, but that was before Vulcun started to hit their stride. After that, Dignitas looks to continue their winning streak against Complexity.
Then GGU takes on Super Wednesday's big surprise in Team Marn, and finally CLG battles Curse. Both of these teams want to redeem themselves after yesterday's losses.
Yeah, I'd say so, of course. But before we get into today's matches, we want to hear from you, so hop onto Twitter and tell us which player would you build an all-star team around? We're at LOL eSports. Use the hashtag LCS, and we'll read the best responses later in the show. Okay, guys, we're mere moments away from our first match of the day. When we return, it's Team Solo Mid versus Vulcun. Don't go anywhere.
TSM was like pretty much the best team in North America almost the entire Season 2. They won 5 or 6 North American LAN events in a row, and then they've kind of dropped off a little bit. They haven't really made their splash in Season 3 yet, but maybe Super Week will be the time for them.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time for our first match of the day, Team Solo Mid versus Vulcun. Yesterday, Vulcun gave up 2 games before taking a commanding lead over Complexity. Meanwhile, Team Solo Mid also racked up a couple of wins before giving up their final game to Marn.
And I wonder how TSM's going to respond to that loss, because they were winning every scrim they had against Marn. And TSM isn't a team that takes losses easily, so they may play really angry. But the good takeaway from yesterday for TSM is how well Reginald was playing, especially in the first few games, and especially on Xerath. It was the unknown pick that both COG and TSM brought out, but his harassment was awesome.
But Vulcun lost twice to TSM already.
And this will be a really super interesting thing, because Vulcun is the team that started the season 0-5, right? They played TSM twice during that stretch.
Yeah.
After that, they went on a 3-game winning streak. Yesterday, they fell back a little bit as well, but it's like, they are a team that warms up well.
Right.
They were a fresh team coming in. They hadn't gained their experience. So I think this is a completely different Vulcun team in Week 4 than we saw in Weeks 1 and 2 when they lost to TSM.
We'll have to see. Now let's take a closer look at Team Solo Mid. They finally found a house or a home in San Jose, and they're changing everything up for Season 3.
We're at the TSM gaming house. We picked San Jose mainly because it's my hometown where I grew up.
We decided to move here once Season 3 officially started.
We moved from Lindenhurst to San Fran, then San Fran to San Jose.
We lived in San Francisco for about 2 or 3 months. We lived about 2 blocks away from Haight, Ashbury, and that's where all the hippies are. And it was about 4 times smaller than this current location.
In San Fran, it was like really, really cold, and our heater wouldn't work, and the bathrooms wouldn't work.
It's really nice. Everyone has their own room. There's actually several bathrooms in this place.
About 4 to 5 bathrooms. I have my own bathroom without a shower in the back house.
I don't know. I'm still exploring the house. There might be like hidden rooms that like I don't even know what's in the cellar.
There's a lot of space here. Like, we have a backyard, and there's a gaming room where we go for work for about 8 or 9 hours a day. Sometimes we have something to practice, something we want to practice. Sometimes like we just practice a particular champion as a team, and then sometimes we just play. We're playing stuff that we're going to be playing in the LCS for sure, because otherwise, like, why practice?
In Season 2, we kind of got burnt out. We were going through a really difficult time after Worlds because we lost.
We were playing for almost non-stop for Season 2, and eventually we ran out of steam near the end.
People just wanted to take a break from each other, so I felt like it was really good for us to just take time off from everyone. I went back home, visited my parents, saw my siblings, visited my high school friends, haven't seen in a long time.
I went on vacation to Australia and back to Canada.
I went to Hawaii for a week and a half. In Hawaii, the weather is very moisturizing, and there's trade winds and all that, so when I go outside, my skin doesn't really get that dry. But over here or anywhere else, like, I have to put on lotion or my skin gets screwed over. It's just the small things that I learned to appreciate.
It just gave us a well-needed rest to just motivate us again to play for Season 3.
We didn't know what to expect of the competitive scene in NA. And then after playing against CLG, I think everyone found, like, it's like, oh, this is how good NA is, and we just need to be better than this.
It's just much more exciting to go in and you're not always on the top like we were last year. Like, right now, Curse is on the top, but now we have something in front of us to knock down.
It would be really nice to beat Curse, so we could just stop talking about them altogether. That'd be really nice.
Like, when we were winning all last year, like, we didn't, like, trash talk people into the ground or anything. It was like stating facts. But when teams like Curse and COG are like, oh, you guys aren't even worth our scrim time anymore, it's like, are you guys serious? How many tournaments have you guys won last year?
Every season the competition gets even more intense. Like, now it's even more intense than before. We hope to actually do really much better this time around for international teams and still maintain being very good in the NA scene.
We won Nations for the first season, we won Nations for the second season. There's no reason why we can't win it again.
Okay, so let's check out the lineups on the blue team. It's Team Solo Mid. Dyrus in the top lane, the Odd One in the jungle, Reginald in mid, Chaox on AD, and Xpecial at support.
And on the red team, we have Vulcun with Psycho Sid in the top lane, Xsmithy jungle, Mandatory Cloud in mid, Zuna the AD carry, and of course Muffin Cutie on support.
It's going to be quite interesting to see if Reginald can really bring about his play if they allow mandatory target Nidalee, because that's where his Xerath was lacking. It was a great first game, but against the Nidalee play, we actually heard a few of the other pro players say kind of doesn't really know how to play against that right now.
And the Xerath way that he was playing didn't work against it, because when Xerath was working, he was just burning his ultimate to harass, getting people low, and then TSM would pressure and take objectives. But against Nidalee, who rushed into Thene's Unholy Grail, had the mana regen and the magic resist to A, not get bursted out, and B, sustained through it. So Reginald really ran out of plays.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens here in Champion Select. Possibly some Elises, Nidalees for Psycho,
That's one way of
Sid,
dealing
or
with
Mandatory Cloud. Yeah, ban it right out, and then maybe you can get it. So we actually see, I think that's Muffin, Muffin Cutie right there. He's prepping for the game. He's ready.
Well,
He's got a little bit of morning eyes.
Everybody, especially even the viewers, had a
After
long
today.
day yesterday.
Oh, man. These
Super
guys.
Wednesday.
Indeed. And as we talked to the managers as well, we asked them who's more stressed out during the games, and they're like, we are, not the players. We are. They can handle the situation. So there's the Elise actually for Psycho Sid. Yes, Misfortune. So after they start to focus Kax a bit, they know that he only likes that as Misfortune. We'll see what he can pull out.
Well, in 2 of the 3 games they had yesterday, he did that Zephyr instead of Boots on Misfortune because he was taking advantage of the strut. But the damage output and the comfort that Kax had on that champion, it's like Misfortune is the thing he thinks is the best right now. So that's what he's been playing. And with taking that away, he's going to be forced on to something a little different.
Interesting they take away Kale, as Reginald didn't really and hasn't kind of tried to poke at Kale since that first week. He said his play was a little lackluster himself. So they lock in that Singed for first on Dyrus.
Even with the Misfortune and Jarvan bans, those are a little bit targeted, but when you ban something like Kale, at least now in the LCS, that does feel like a power ban. It's just kind of, you're playing Kale, if you get the good ultimates off like Skara has, it's just like, you have to first pick it. But the Singed, in my opinion, that TSM first picked, is going to be one of the new power picks that start sneaking up. They've done so well, especially Kiwi Kid. Dyrus is the Singed. Way back at Season 1 in DreamHack, he really innovated the spamming laugh on Singed and just running around. He's going to be doing a little bit of that this game.
We'll have to see what the odd one is forced onto here. We've seen him on Jarvan or Shin. He does have the Maokai left. We haven't seen him on Vi, so I was figuring the Maokai would come in. So we'll have to see him take that utility jungler position.
And it is really surprising not to see Vi, but that's just because Xmithy feels like Xin Zhao is a more powerful jungle for him, and the odd one is just going back to Maokai. He's going back to his roots, so to speak, on the tree, and it'll be good for them. Kaox on a hyper carry, Dyrus on a split pusher, and then because they have so much damage coming out from Kaox, the Maokai might work for odd one.
I'm interested. I'm not interested at all.
Intrigued?
Intrigued. There's the word. See, all of us.
In what?
Long day. For the fact that Hecarim's left open, but Xmithy took the Shin to even counter out that, the ban picks we were talking about, when you can, ban out what they want and then choose what they want as well to continue to threaten their champion pool. So he kind of forced him onto that, but I'm surprised Odd One then didn't take Hecarim, because him, again, would have been a little bit more aggressive.
One thing I could maybe justify from Vulcan's side is they like Xin Zhao against Singed specifically because he's a little bit better at chasing Singed. He can repeat his slow, whereas Hecarim really just has the initial ram and the fear based on the CC reduction that Dyrus is already popping out when he's in his Insanity Potion on Singed might not be enough.
I think this is the first time we see Dyrus on somebody that's not that Malphite Elise. And
his Malphite yesterday was real good.
Yeah, his Malphite's always
There was that one moment last game, in their first game of yesterday, when they had Xerath and Malphite, and Reginald flashed over wall into 5 people, and you're like, what is he doing?
Oh,
and
he's so in danger.
Dyrus came right back over there with his Malphite and was
all.
like, yeah, that was a 2v5. I think TSM just did that.
So we see the locks coming in. The Renekton there as well for that little bit of a dive comp from Shin and Renekton, and Zuna is going to take a safe AD carry on Ezreal.
And he's had a lot of success on Ezreal. When they over-gank his lane, it's been pretty good. They have the Alistar from Muffin Cutie. He had a bit of trouble with his headbutt pulverize yesterday when he was playing Alistar, so hopefully he can fix that a bit. And X Special really ramping over Thresh here. He's been saying he's practiced a whole bunch of it, but he's going to go for all reliable. Tarek, get the stun. Don't need to worry about any fancy dangle skill shots. Just click on a dude and he gets stunned.
But they do keep the Xerath, so Reginald feels like that's just something that can carry them. And like we heard Skara saying it as well towards the late game when TSM was losing to Marn, and we were sitting out on the couch, and he's like, if Reginald builds a Void Staff right now, they are back in this game and he can continue to melt the team. But Marn didn't let that happen, so Xerath late game still all there, and he's really starting to become a powerful pick.
And especially with the Nidalee ban out, the one thing that hurt Reginald Xerath yesterday, in an interview yesterday, the odd one said, I think Xerath might be overpowered right now, which is strange because honestly, pro players have been saying this since Xerath was released over a year ago, but now he's finally seeing some prevalence in these games. And for Vulcun, Lux would be a pretty good thing against Xerath. It's almost kind of a matching skill set. It's extremely long-range catch and burst potential, so they could try to match it. His skill shots on Lux have been successful when they were victorious, whether it be Nidalee or Lux. Those are the only two champions actually ManCloud has been on when Vulcun wins a game. So I expect to see a Lux here.
So with Xerath, besides, you know, indirect hits or the timing on his ultimate cast, has he had any huge changes or huge kit changes or pack?
The nice thing that players keep talking about in Season 3 with Xerath is because magic penetration is now percentage penetration and then flat penetration, and because Xerath gets 40% magic pen when he's in siege mode with a max W, it just multiplies your damage so much earlier than before.
And the Reddit threads coming up, we saw, it was actually quite funny last night. They're like, can't wait for Xerath 3 week to watch everybody go into siege mode and not realize they can pull themselves out of it.
Yeah, I think that's going to be pretty painful. But we look at TSM's team comp, and it is long-range siege with split push. So Dyrus will be off on the side. If they poke them long enough, Dyrus will be able to fly in there. TSM obviously looking to do well in the lane as well. You look at Vulcun, and the Renekton on Psycho Sid will be very interesting. He's looking to be able to duel Dyrus late game. I think it's going to be another situation, though, of Vulcun trying to overgank that bottom lane against a Taric Kog'Maw who doesn't have too many escapes.
That could work, yes. The
It might work.
escapes.
The escapes. Don't
But
have too many
I like
escapes.
coming out of the middle lane. We got lasers on both sides. Xerath and Lux coming out.
Yeah.
It's not a lane we have seen
laser
yet,
lane.
I believe. It's usually been the Xerath Nidalee or something else.
Mhm.
So Xerath has good push. Lux has good push. So they'll just kind of be back in each other's face there. I think actually they may have matched up in what yesterday was called like the push fest match.
I'm not sure. I mean, there were too many games yesterday to be able to narrow it down. I
don't know what you mean.
I think it was like a Xerath TF or something was one of the matchups.
Yeah, I think you're
but
right there.
It was a lot of stuff, and Reginald was really comfortable on Xerath. I really want to see if TSM comes back from this one because yesterday, all in all, was a pretty good day for TSM, right? They won 2 of their 3 games.
Right.
They only did have that one loss to Marn, and against Vulcun, a team they've beaten twice before. This is actually our first rematch of a rematch that we've had all season in the LCS. These teams should be getting pretty damn familiar with each other.
We'll see if they can switch the rematch up to end in a different way. Team Solo Mid versus Vulcun here as we are into week 4, your second day. It was Super Wednesday yesterday, but it's just a super week. Let's see if everybody can keep that bar up there in the gameplay as we see Vulcun now trying to come out here. A little trick from them in the champion picks and bans. They did ban out that Jarvan for odd one and then choose that Xin Zhao. Jat says because they're going up against that Dyrus on Singed, but they also have the Hecarim open, so we'll see if that really formulates here throughout the early parts of the game.
And in Vulcan's big win yesterday against Complexity, Xin Zhao was very key. Xmithy got very, very farmed, and immediately they're looking to invade. Alistair's level 1 is extremely strong, so they're bullying them around a little bit. They may just be looking to get some deep wards again, though.
Chaos taking a little harass there, so Zuna knows where the AD carry is. They have a little bit of a split, so if they get in that engagement, Jat, they know what the numbers are.
And Vulcun looks like they just looped through, and then they did the smart thing of warding everywhere they've ran, so that if TSM decides to come back through their red buff, they should be able to know exactly where they are. The only danger of this is they haven't actually spotted anybody on TSM yet. They pinged the one ward that TSM placed down in the same brush that Vulcun had warded, but other than that, they have to kind of stick together here, because for all they know, TSM snuck by them and got into their jungle.
It's been a while since we've seen, not a while, but a good time since we've seen the odd one on Maokai, and it's surprising that they don't choose to try to counter on this jungle, being so mana dependent. We saw them do it on the odd one, I'm sorry, Nintendo the other day when he was on Elise. They were able to steal it. He got himself around with that Spirit Stone pretty early, but it would hurt the odd one quite a bit. We see help on the Smithy's Wraiths, and then to the red. Let's see where the junglers head from there. Golems for Kaox and Xpecial down in the bottom lane. It's going to be Wolves, actually, for Zuna and Muffin Cutie. No swaps to the lanes.
But Xmithy is starting with the red buff, so he might be looking to make a big early play somewhere. Finally, a 2v2 straight-up lane for TSM. So the first game, we didn't see them do an early game tower dive. Yesterday was against Marn because Marn counter-swapped. And this game, TSM's not even doing the swap in the first place, so they might not be able to do that early tower dive.
Real aggression coming out from Reginald there in mid. We can see the mid's already taking a bit of damage as he pumps the flask already, and he's just trying to push that minion wave into the tower. A few auto attacks going back and forth as they trade shots for CS down in the bottom lane. Looks like Muffin Cutie takes up position in the brush, already warded up by Xpecial, so we'll see if he can get any free shots here and start to poke down for some aggression.
And it was a rush to level 2 that neither of them really ended up winning in the bottom lane. They both hit level 2, so neither team got a big advantage. And for the first time, even though it's a very aggressive bottom lane, I don't know if we're going to see much coming out from TSM down bot.
It looks like Reginald has his boots. He goes all the way through those flasks, and he wants to go back so he can keep the chase on. He wants to go really aggressive here to go back already at 3 minutes. The red buff, or rather blue buff for Xmithy was grabbed quite some time ago, just being grabbed by the odd one, and it looks like it's going to be a head top initiation here.
And there were no wards up top for Dyrus, so this is a surprise success gank if they want. They know Dyrus started with cloth and pots, but he's running away now because he sensed it.
He is out of mana. There's the slow on him, but he activates the Summoner Ghost. He's going to be all right here, and he throws out the laugh.
He's going to be doing a lot of laughing here. And Oddone flashing in, he gets the Twisted Advance.
Great initiation there. They are not in beautiful positioning there, but it was the flash by Mandatory Cloud. I like how TSM positioned to not be double light behind there.
And that was a gank that the Odd One knew he wouldn't get counter ganked on because he knew that Xmithy had just flew mid. The last time he played Maokai, they say they lost the game because the Odd One got counter ganked when he went mid, but Maokai burning a flash in the mid lane is huge amounts of trouble. He closes better than almost any of the junglers, so now that he doesn't have the fear of getting pulled into the tower by a Twisted Advance, Reginald and the Odd One are probably going to look to punish Mandatory Cloud quite a bit.
Wow, Reginald going back again 1 minute and 12 seconds later after pressuring that mid lane. He knows with that flash gone, there's an advantage. He wants the wards. He wants to be even more aggressive in that mid lane.
And here's the cute thing. He went back and bought a Vision Ward.
Oh, Dyrus.
As Dyrus is actually still in trouble. Are they going to go? They're going.
The Ignite goes on. The last hit comes in. And a little hesitation, but Psycho Sid picking up first blood.
So the junglers have picked their lanes that they're going to bully.
Yep.
Vulcun, in previous victories, picked bottom lane, but this time it looks like they're going for Dyrus at least early, and TSM is going for mid.
And that was really the strategy when the Odd One picked Maokai against Dignitas' Kiwi Kid Singed. Focus Singed down. He's going to be such a trouble in this late game. They have Kog'Maw down in the bottom lane. It's weird why they wouldn't focus out that, but we'll have to see what they have in mind, chat. A little harass down in the bottom. Zuna's just kind of more than happy to keep this farm on. These guys not too aggressive.
And you talk about where they're going to focus. I mean, I think it's a good call for them to go up against Dyrus just because Singed can become such a threat. But I want to point out the pink ward that Reginald had placed in that brush. That cleared out Mandatory Cloud's ward right there. So that means the Odd One can approach from that side, but because he only had one pink ward, Mandatory Cloud just warded the other side, and he's going to hug that side of the map because that's going to be the only way he can be safe from Maokai ganks.
So is that simple homework that these guys can do? Say Mandatory Cloud, I watched 4 out of 5 games, and he regularly wards the bottom side. Do you guys take that into consideration, that he's going to pink that every time? And
well, I haven't seen Reginald pink ward that. If anything, he knows that because they got the repeat gank on ManCloud, because they burned his flash, that they want to make the next Maokai gank easier. So he bought the pink ward because he knew that Mandatory Cloud was going toward that brush since he had to play defensive. So he's just trying to take away his safety reactively.
Right on. Xmithy looks for something here, walking through a ward into the bottom lane. You can see Muffin Cutie kind of getting aggressive there. Next special read it out with the ward as well. Put on the early dazzle as they can go back to farming here. 6 minutes in, 500 gold lead from that first blood and the assist coming in for Vulcun, as TSM doesn't look to give them any more of those advantages. They're playing pretty careful here. Psycho Sid looks like he's pretty demanding, or pretty dominating in this top lane.
And this is why a lot of people do pick Renekton up in the top lane. He can start so strong. He's got a Giant's belt already, right? He's a beefy crocodile up there, and Dyrus, once he hits level 6, might be able to make a bit of a comeback in that lane.
So it looks like Muffin Cutie not wanting to back, maybe drawing something in. They don't have the jungler down there. Reginald forced to flash. The wards proving useful so far, and it keeps it only at 1-0.
So the mid lane for Reginald is a bit of a farm fest like we thought it would be. Bottom lane is farming pretty well as well without much action. Taric and Alistar are kind of negating each other's aggression right now, right? Like, if either one of them goes in, Alistar can just be the offensive lineman, or Taric can just stun them once they go in, and they are able to just trade farm back and forth. With the shopping happening soon, it's going to be an interesting thing to see who shops first, because that person will have an advantage coming back to lane. But if the other guy waits long enough, you get back, and it's going to be basically an item battle down bottom.
We just saw in that bottom lane the dazzles being thrown out towards Zuna. Props to him, keeping himself 5 CS ahead as well in that lane, where you just see him forced off. Specials just being a menace right now in the bush. They continue that off. The blue buff is given to Reginald in mid, so we'll see a little bit less backing from him and more of that coined aggression that he brings out from the mid-champions. Coming over to Mandatory Cloud. They're 51-54 in CS right now. They've gotten the Doran's Ring to a Chalice, so they're kind of just getting the regen for more farming.
And the Chalice is good for Lux because he needs to worry about the spike, but he's in trouble now.
Wow, the beautiful binding. Kobe talked about it yesterday from the fog of war right there, and they almost pulled it off for another kill.
Mandatory Cloud had previously used his ultimate to clear the wave when he went back to buy Chalice, so when he landed that light binding, he wasn't able to spike out Reginald. It's just off cooldown now. Reginald also landed a very clutch stun on xMithi as he came in. When that binding landed, I thought Reginald was dead, and he probably felt the same.
It was quite close. They got good attacks. They tried to layer the crowd control, but the laser burst would have been the amount needed. Kaox going quite low, but he's staying in the fight there, knowing X Special would help him and keep him alive. Very sound play in the bottom lane. As they get a bit aggressive, some summoner spells are wasted.
So just the Ignite for Muffin Cutie, but that could put TSM in a bit of a comfort zone, even though Kaox is a bit low, because Jin Zhao is coming down bottom as well. They might get something here.
One last living artillery could do it, but xSpecial finds xMithi right on the back side of this, and xMithi has been doing this a whole lot, and that counter gank is just beautiful.
Muffin Cutie just smacked him around. That was an over-aggression by TSM. It was just a 2v2 in lane, but xMithi came in at just the right moment. I have to say, Zuna did a tremendous job taking enough damage to make xSpecial feel like he could chase him through, and now because of that kill, TSM is looking to pull for Dragon. Or Vulcun is looking to go for Dragon.
Well, they do have the teleport on Dyrus. They may pull him down. It doesn't look like Reginald's moving. The odd one is heading over there, but it doesn't look like it's in smite range anymore. But he does actually stop the Dragon just from warding and not really having vision of the rest of TSM.
Could have been because Zuna wasn't there and the fact that Kaox may have still been in lane and they knew that Reginald's ult was up to siege. Like, someone with the long-range siege of Reginald does make grouping up in the Dragon Pit a little bit dangerous. I think if Vulcun was feeling a little more bold, they would have been confident enough to do that, but Dyrus trying to be a bit of a singed right now.
Dyrus actually was just farming back behind the first turret and thought he'd take a detour through the jungle.
This is what Singe does. He tries to create as much map pressure as possible. If he can't lane against Smithy, he's just going to jungle against xMithi, and he stole the big Wraith away.
Well, his lane is back to being even out, so he'll probably head back up there if he can't wreak some havoc mid. And it looks like he'll do just that. Try not to walk through the ward in the top lane. And still, the push coming from Reginald in middle. Looks like he actually might be going for a Haunting Guys next.
Who's that going for the Haunting Guys?
Reginald.
Reginald would probably go for the Haunting Guys, actually, because we talked about the spell pen combinations that you're able to pull off on Xerath, and if he gets the Sork Shoes and Haunting Guys, he's going to be getting a whole bunch of magic pen anyway. A lot of these Xeraths are maxing the W second, because the cooldown actually goes from 20 seconds to 4 seconds when you max it, and it's free, so in lane he just essentially turns himself into the long-term siege turret all the time.
He looks like to go right under the turret. The wave got lost. He sieged up right in front of Mandatory Cloud there. Lucky he didn't have the light binding up. Little few pings coming down in that mid lane on the odd one to tell the pressure is coming into the bottom lane.
And it looks like the odd one might be coming around the back. This would be a 3-on-3 if Vulcun tries to go in on the odd one. Jin Zhao is a little far away though. Can he get over the wall?
Oh, Zuna gets himself back over, just leaving Muffin Cutie by himself. But you were right, a little too far away. Well played there by TSM to close in on that fast.
They got all the damage while it was still a 2v3, so they will be able to safely go in here. And the brawl mid.
Oh, Mandatory Cloud taking a few ultimates from Reginald. He doesn't have that spike in damage yet, but you can see the potential just in the early game here.
Well, the double luck shield as well as the Chalice of Harmony actually made Reginald's spike not very big. He popped a health potion and it almost feels like Reginald didn't just burn his ultimate on it.
Looks like TSM may be able to take the Dragon on this one. Interesting, because it was stopped by Reginald's ultimate last time they baited this out. So with that down, they still feel they can go with it this time.
TSM's got to get out of there.
On some attacks. They're right inside, a full pulverize on everybody in there. A true shot barrage as well, doubling up on them. And Vulcun takes a huge advantage. They might even get the Dragon here. Dyrus is going to be able to wreak some havoc, causing all the chaos as he comes in. It looks like they're going to be able to turn this one back in their favor, but the mana bars are low here, Jack. Beautiful job, great job coming in by Psycho Sid. The Dragon is taken down, and TSM is left to run here. Dyrus trying to pick up kills, but he realizes he cannot do this alone. It's in and out for him, and Reginald are both deciding whether to go in or not.
That fight for TSM was pretty much a disaster. They got caught on a Dragon by a huge Final Spark plus Ezreal ultimate right at the start, and then they're like, okay, we got this. Dyrus is going to teleport in, and at least we're going to salvage the Dragon off of this fight. But X-Smith or Psycho Sid had spent so long running down, he actually flashed in at the last second, dashed in, used his Renekton Q, and stole the Dragon away from Reginald and Dyrus, making it a complete loss for TSM in that engage.
Completely amazing. Psycho Sid really taking things into his own hands here, buying Boots of Lucidity on Renekton to just keep the pressure on in his lane and not let Dyrus have any chance.
You see that occasionally on Renekton because he's so Fury-based. No real cost on his spells, so with more CDR you get more stuns, more dashes, more Qs. It's just going to help him sustain with Sin's ridiculousness in lane.
All right, so we're getting to that point here. I think TSM feels like they did take a hit there. That last buy, after losing a few, they pick up a lot of wards. They're going to get the map lit back up, and they're going to try to grab some lanes here, get a few more kills. 4-2 in favor of Vulcun. Remember, Vulcun was able to upset TSM in their last meeting, so TSM is really looking for revenge here.
Nope. TSM has beaten Vulcun twice.
Oh, yep. Totally thinking
There's Marn,
of Marn,
who had the upset.
Yeah. Thanks, Brain.
No problem, buddy. I'm your brain. That's why I'm
Yes.
saying no problem. Don't worry about it.
Had to process. Slow in the morning. 14 minutes in, we do see the odd one actually going to grab this for himself, so we may see a gank coming into that bottom lane. They have it pushed up a bit, so he would be able to pressure the bush. But Xmithy, once again, if it comes in, he's ready for the counter.
And Xmithy seems to be back to basics right now. He had the one gank in the top lane at the start of the game. He's been mid a few unsuccessful times against Reginald, but mainly Xmithy has been camping bottom lane looking to make something happen. Taric goes aggressive for a stun, and here comes Xmithy.
The cleanse comes out right away, and they turn onto Xpecial. Can they get the burst damage out to kill him down? We can see the armor just keeping him alive right now, especially with the ultimate going down, but he's not able to turn around and do any damage for himself besides that. And it looks like Chaos may be able to turn this around with the Living Artillery. He doesn't have enough mana to continue, and the odd one's just a little too late.
His name was too close to himself. He had to kill off his fake clone over there. So the second time he's been able to come down and really bait Xpecial into going for stuns. He's got to be careful where he goes aggressive because it's backfiring on him a little bit.
There's Muffin Cutie going, and very nice. Xmithy still there to help out the odd one. Not taking turret damage just yet. He did get that arcane smash in, so the aggro goes on. I don't think they're going to pressure this. Very back and forth. It seems like nobody really wants to commit fully to these fights. The Void Ooze almost takes him out the rest of the way.
That was just a bit of overconfidence by Xmithy. I feel like he felt invincible, maybe didn't realize he was so low health when he went in. He was trying to isolate the odd one and throw him back behind the tower where they'd focus him down, but he forgot that Chaos had a BF sword and he was going to be able to kill him when he went in, so he kind of threw away some of the positive ganks he'd done in the past and fed a few kills back to TSM.
So we're at just about 16 minutes. TSM still holding with that gold. Can it hit? No, the Lucent Singularity just missing for probably what would have been the last bit of Reginald's health. Dyrus going on to Psycho Sid in this top lane here, and it seems like it's kind of starting to turn in Dyrus's favor just in that damage trade. Psycho Sid seems a little fearful of what hit that damage can do now.
Well, Singe has made a bit of a comeback, and he's going to continue once he gets that Sunfire Cape.
Oh, the Mystic Shot at full range. And we're just going to see Kax waddle around until he explodes in that bottom lane. Zuna, you could hear him in the background. Actually, after yesterday's games here, as Vulcun takes mid-turret as well after that kill in the bottom lane, we heard another engagement in top, rather, so I guess this won't come out. Nope. All right, they stopped. And here it comes. Xmithy going down the twisted advance on. They get the crowd control, one on top of the other perfectly, and come up with a kill there.
Yeah, we're just going to fight in all three lanes at the same time. Don't even worry about it. We got this. So Zuna got the kill on Chaos.
Yeah.
Top lane, Psycho Sid pushed Dyrus out. I think that was a net negative or net zero for all those guys. And then the odd one made the positive play in the mid lane to try to just bring them back. This game is going to be close, but one thing I need to point out is every game where Zuna has been getting fed, Vulcun seems to win, and he's 3-0-2 on Ezreal down in bottom lane right now, so that is a very good sign for Vulcun.
And that leads back to the point perfectly, because as Zuna was leaving yesterday, a little aggression on him now, so you know what? I'm going to give up the point. Zuna's being a lot louder. He wasn't yesterday. He said he was very quiet, and right now, like you said, when they can get him on that carry spot, he's doing well, playing safe here, gets himself out of a sticky situation as Muffin Cutie comes in from the side for a little help. We do have the Bloodthirster already finished in for Zuna, 119 CS to 133 of Chaos with that burst from Infinity Edge. If he goes for that first, which he probably will, and this Kog'Maw is going to be detrimental with the amount of crowd control they have as well on the team.
Yeah, Chaos is definitely going for the long build on Kog'Maw, which will be Infinity Edge and a Phantom Dancer, but he's kind of building them both up at the same time. For Kog, that is a pretty good way of maximizing your damage because he needs the attack speed to take more advantage of his W, but at the same time, he is about being a late game carry, so he wants the Infinity Edge. And again, X Smithy is down here. I wonder if X Special will get a bit aggressive.
Looks like Odd One is just on the other side of this, but they will have the ward there. Muffin Cutie going in for the pound. Headbutt backwards after the flash, and it looks like they may be able to get a kill on this. It goes down again for Chaos. He pretty much just returned to lane, and it looks like they're going to get some good damage here. Smithy says he wants to go in. The Odd One could be forced to save here. The ultimate's enough, and then the Twisted advance. They do get X Special out safely. The Odd One's going to stay here and think he can do a lot. They're pinging for Reginald to come down, Jat. He might be able to go in. The Dyrus TP coming in. He is from behind. The laser comes out as Reginald's taking a huge amount of front-end damage here. He goes down to Ignite. Vulcun is turning this one around again. It looked like the Odd One had them on the bait, but Vulcun said, no way, we still have control. Dyrus will be able to take down one here if Muffin Cutie takes one more breath. The shield goes down. He's got the mana for the flip, but he's not in the range. The cow keeps running, and Dyrus goes down.
Dyrus tried to 1v3. That's the second failed teleport he has done. He's came down, looked like he was going to make something happen, but the shields, the heals, the kites, and the stuns all stopped him from getting through. And 10-5 lead now for Vulcun. Zuna still unkillable, and that was another big, close exchange that Vulcun comes out on top of.
Oh my gosh, Dyrus was half a pixel away from getting that poison back into the lungs of Muffin Cutie. And Muffin Cutie actually has 20 less movement speed, so I don't know how the hell he stayed in front of that, but that was just amazing down to the last second. 20 minutes in here, Vulcun just making strides in this game. Great momentum for them. 10-5 here, 27,800, so we'll say 28,000 to 24.5. A good lead for them right now. This is where they need to hold it. They got to keep warding up. The core items are coming in. We have that Warmogs finished. Actually, Ezreal now starting to build a little bit of armor for himself. Zuna picks up the chain vest.
And Vulcun, it's time for them to start taking some of the game-winning action here. They've gotten the pink ward supremacy over the dragon, or at least they're trying to get it. They're grouped up as 5 very soon when Zuna gets down there. TSM wants to stop this dragon as well. A lot of the ultimates are back up again, and Dyrus starts it with a flip.
He's going to go in. They put down that slow. It looks like Vulcan's able to get out of the slow. They go right onto Chaos. The laser hits as well. He doesn't even get a chance in this fight. He keeps going down. That's the third time in the past like 5 minutes. Zuna taking damage as well. He's able to get himself safely, and it looks like Vulcun may be able to disengage here, but they will try to chase. TSM is blood hungry right now. They have not gotten a lot in the past few minutes, and you can just see how much they want this kill. Muffin Cutie even putting himself up for defense here with a sliver of health, and he knows he can get out with helping Mandatory Cloud. Great play by Vulcun.
Well, they did lose the fight, but they were barely able to escape. I have to say the initiation by TSM was good. Muffin Cutie did get caught out of position. They didn't get the right initiation in, but Vulcun is still trying to stay in it with poke. The blue buff on Mandatory Cloud is most likely going to prevent TSM from getting this dragon. It's going to be funny, Rev. I think everyone's going to shop, come back, and replay the same fight again.
They just might, but with this damage they've done to TSM, it looks like it might be Vulcan's. The tower gets dropped, though, so it wouldn't really hurt TSM if they do lose the dragon.
But they don't want to. They want to stop this from happening entirely. Vulcun straight on the dragon again. TSM was a little late to shop because Mandatory Cloud held them back with his laser. But again, Dyrus is in here trying to harass. He needs a few more seconds for his ult. There's the dragon, but we might see a fight.
And they could go back at it again, Jay. You called it. Dyrus does not have any summoner spells up here that's going to get him out safely, so he's just kind of deterred in the back of this right now. A great final spark crosses the Odd One and Chaos. They're trying to get back onto this. Good damage to Psycho Sid. He's really the one that's going to dive Chaos on the back line. If they can get that out, no, they can't. Zuna now puts himself in the front, trying to get the Mystic damage poke in as Reginald still off in the fog of war. We haven't really seen him able to get into these fights for that full Xerath damage.
Yeah, his ultimates haven't quite been poking out the targets he needs, right? Like, they're in the fight. He's kind of just doing random AoE damage instead of really singling out a guy and taking him out of the fight, like we saw when he was successfully playing Xerath yesterday in their first game.
Right.
That hasn't happened yet. And for Vulcun, they have been outplaying TSM, it seems like, for a lot. But all of that has just given them the 3,000 gold lead. They've taken the dragons they've needed. The turrets are even. They're up a lot in kills, but the gold is actually not that dominating of a lead for them.
And for what we saw yesterday, it's 22 minutes and there's only one turret on each side drop. Dyrus can't even be singed right now. He can't even really farm out different lane and split push. His Psycho Sid has held that lane great in the top. Dyrus definitely holding the CS though, 160 to 163, but 4 kills for Psycho Sid, having a great game right now. Actually picks up the Hex Drinker as well, knowing that magic damage in this fight, in these fights, is probably going to be the thing to kill him.
And Dyrus's build is a little curious for a lot of Singed. I mean, Kiwi Kid Singed is an example that you can bring up. He went like the Tear of the Goddess into a Rylai's.
Right.
And a lot of people don't realize that Singed's flip is on a 1.0 AP ratio. So like, Singes accidentally get like 200 or 300 AP sometimes if they're going the Rylai's or the Roa build, or if they get a Seraph's Embrace off of the tier. But Dyrus has none of that. He's really just a pure tank, which has hurt them a little bit in some of these fights, because it's not that Dyrus is taking too much damage, it's that he's not doing any, and they're able to kite him around a bit too much. Looks like he's still going full tank, but we have to watch how that develops.
Iceborne Gauntlet coming out for Zuna. So it looks like they're just trying to keep these fights in their favor. They not much super disengaged. You have the Voidoos coming in from Chaos and an Arcane Smash, which is kind of close range, but really Zuna and the crew just want to keep these fights continuously going, and that's what they're going to get out of that buy.
Well, the Renekton Xin Zhao kind of dive combination is something we've seen so many teams pick up. This is the combination that Gambit Gaming, who used to be Moscow 5, used to beat both a Zubu Blaze and a Zubu Frost at IEM Katowice. So it's a proven competition in worldwide play. It's proven to work in the LCS, and Renekton and Xin Zhao get to the things they want to get to, which does not make it easy for Chaos on Kog'Maw.
So as you do a quick comparison here, just from lane to lane, it does look like that gold lead goes to Zuna right now. He has 8,100 to himself. The closest on the other team is going to be Reginald in mid. So we can just see how much of an impact Zuna is having on this game. Psycho Sid in that top lane just behind him at 8 grand himself as well.
And the lead that Zuna has, I think, is the most important lead for them in this game. The fact that he hasn't died yet, the fact that he actually went for that Iceborne Gauntlet and he's looking to kite around Dyrus even more, tells us kind of how Vulcun wants to play these fights. It's going to be Psycho Sid next Smithy way in the dive, but then Alistair, Lux, and Ezreal are really going to be looking to play the kite game against Dyrus. So we may see some extremely stretched out fights that probably won't even fit onto the same screen at some point. Good luck, right? Like he is on the camera following these all, but it could be pretty crazy when they start team fighting.
So we don't see any oracles, not a lack of pink wards coming from Vulcun, but not many pink wards, as many as we've seen from the teams coming in here. The top laners usually buying quite a bit, 15, 18 minutes in here. We do see one Onyx special right now, but I actually don't even see any on the map. So it's all just about the vision. Nobody wants to really try and clear an advantage out just yet. Oh, there's an Oracle's on odd one. There he is. All right, so there we go.
But there are way more Vulcun wards than there are TSM wards. If you just look at the approach towards the Baron, there's 5 in that jungle alone. Vulcun actually has 10 wards currently down on the map. So that tells me they should look to do something right now, because they definitely don't want the odd one going around and getting 25 gold for all 10 wards just because he's walking around. Vulcun should look to fight next time odd one goes to clear.
I'd hope so. You put down 2.5 kills worth of ward money. You better get something out of it.
Yep.
12-7 here, 26 minutes in. Psycho Sid just clearing out this top lane happily. He's becoming quite a fed croc. Let's see, hasn't really built too much. He actually went for the Vamp Scepter right after his defensive build.
Yeah. That probably has to do with him battling Singed. He wants a little bit of added sustain because Singed wears people down, and he's not worried about getting spiked up.
Oh, great double flash from both of them, but you can't flash twice unless you're Ezreal. Maokai is a tree. Shut down there by Zuna, and they're going to keep the pressure on.
That was a lot of knockups onto the odd one, chained right after him. He thought he'd escaped with the flash, but when Dyrus was split pushing, the presence was lost. Vulcun initiated hard. And that was a good one.
So it looks like they are going to keep this pressure on. Dyrus in the top lane, finally able to split push that Sunfire Cape coming in now, synergizing with the poison, and they are just going to be able to kind of trade back and forth here. If he can get that top turtle, it'll be great. They did lose the odd one here, so a turret for a turtle still kind of even things out. But they're still going for pressure. We see Zuna trying to get the Essence Flux down. He's like, guys, stay in here. Oh my gosh, just going down so fast. Not even directed camera knew what was going on. So we do see that. Zuna getting crushed out.
Reginald got the catch that he was supposed to be getting on Xerath. Zuna didn't burn his cleanse during that. I don't think he was expecting the level of burst that reached him. Reginald had just finished his Rabadon's death cap, so he was really bursting him hard in that situation. And you could see the look on Zuna's face right after that happened. He was like, I just screwed that one up, guys. Sorry. And it might result in a TSM Dragon.
And I took it into consideration a little bit, but I didn't realize how much it would look like it hurt, is the Xerath alt living artillery. Xerath alt living artillery. Who's going to be able to touch that? You're so much range away. And yeah, that's going to count for a dragon here. Lux Laser, a little too early, but they're just going to be able to take the fight.
And because of that huge initiation range by TSM, it puts the onus on Vulcun to make things happen, because if they infinitely let Reggie wait for a catch, he will catch a guy, and they will probably kill him. So Vulcun has to go in fast.
And that was their safest, right? That's the guy that can, you know, advance in or out with Arcane Shift. So if they can catch him, it's not going to be good for anybody else that just has to walk out of the situation. Kaox grabbing golems in the bottom here. We're getting up to that 30-minute mark in the game. We see Xpecial pick up an Aegis for the team. And actually 2 Wardens coming out for both Dyrus and the Odd One.
Yeah, they know there's a lot of auto attackers
up,
reliant on the damage from Vulcun, so they're just making sure to get that attack speed reduction fitting in there. Vulcun stealing the blue buff. They're looking to pick something right here, smites it away, and we might see the fight.
They have good ward coverage if they stayed in that bush. The pink cleared it out. The Odd One puts himself in the middle. He was the first to go down in the last fight. Great damage from Kaox on the outside here. The Odd One gets himself out. Xmithy has not dropped yet. A great shield coming out from Mandatory Cloud, keeping everybody alive so far.
And that was the strange fight. No one ended up dying, but everybody tried to peel back for Dyrus. That was not the stretch team fight I thought that would happen. Psycho Sid and Xmithy were just trying to kill the Odd One and Dyrus. It was tanks battling tanks. And Vulcun is really low to be trying this Baron, but they're going to try to sneak it off because they don't think TSM will check.
And this is where teams like Team Solo Mid can take the upper hand. They've been in this situation multiple times. Not that Vulcun hasn't, but if you've seen this 100 times to somebody who's seen it 50, you definitely have those mistakes in your head, and you can play off of them. Looks like nobody's going to go for it this time, and they just used a smart mindset on both sides.
But TSM's probably taking a tower off this one because they know that everyone on Vulcun was in the Baron pit while a couple people on TSM had just chopped. So Dyrus, for instance, went back and just bought a bunch of belts, and they're pushing up mid.
And this is where the small advantage comes off of that, of TSM's experience. It's like they may try to get some damage on this or head towards the top. Oh no, they know where Zuna is. There's a ward on the red. Zuna's forced out of this. Looks like they're just going to give him pressure, but having control of Team Solo or Vulcan's jungle right now, it doesn't look like they have control. At least Vulcun says. Muffin Cutie's taking quite a bit of damage. Zuna's on the outside by red, but he can't get too much damage on. He hits Kaox. Kaox is completely out of mana. Vulcun could definitely turn this one around. They're all very low right now. A great job as Kaox flies over the wall, Reginald style from yesterday, and takes out Zuna. And it looks like they're going to back off of this one finally.
TSM is just team fighting so well right now. They're controlling the fights within the Odd One's ultimate. All of that happened in the damage reduction that Maokai was providing. Also, since they've stolen the red buff away from Zuna, no, Kaox, you died to Fan Cloud. But Kaox had done so well that entire fight. It was a shame he got caught out by ManCloud at the end.
That was ManCloud throws out the Lucent Singularity and then's like, oh, nobody's in the bush, I'll throw a laser. And then he walked right into the Lucent Singularity before it popped. That's so unfortunate. One way to go down, I guess. Mandatory Cloud picking up some extra gold now, 2-0-7. Bringing up that KDA, the Rabadons, the Athene's Unholy Grail with the Blasting Wand as well. Possibly, what would that be, Jap? Void Staff next?
For Lux, he's probably going for a Void Staff next. He needs the magic penetration just because it multiplies so well. Not necessarily because people are stacking magic resist, but just because like Xpecial has an Aegis to the Legion, he's working on a Runic Bulwark, means that you're going to need that Void Staff late game to get through it.
And it looks like, unlike yesterday, AD carries are going for the Bloodthirsters once again, or at least the Scepter build, and not leaving it at the Longsword. And we saw the Bloodthirster coming in for Zuna, the Infinity Edge for Kaox on Kog'Maw as respectively. The gold lead now only about 2,000, a little bit less than 2,000 actually. So TSM doing a good job of inching back in this one as Vulcun is slowly letting them gain control. They're not pushing any advantages.
And a really important thing to notice with TSM's kind of mini comeback here is the fact that Kaox has actually surpassed Zuna in gold. Despite him being 3 to 5 in kills versus 5 to 2 for kills, he has more gold than him. He's also more damaging of a build. Zuna went for the utility build, and also there is a Randwin's Omen and a Warden's Mail on TSM, which will be slowing Zuna's attack speed when he's trying to hit the tank line. There are no such items on Vulcun, so when Vulcun dives into Kaox, Kaox is essentially hitting them back at full strength. So all of these things combined, even though the gold lead is 1,000, makes TSM be in a pretty good spot.
Oh my gosh, and there you see Xerath almost coming to full fruition on his damage. Just needs to finish that Void Staff himself. That Haunting Guy's helping a little bit more as that was not in Mandatory Cloud's build. We'll have to see if these two face off one-on-one against each other at any point here. I don't think that's going to happen. Everybody's moving power and numbers right now as we're about 33 minutes in the game. And as I say that, Dyrus is all in his lonesome, pushing the bottom lane.
And Dyrus has got his teleport up.
Yep.
He has went the full tank, but it was very effective in the last fight because everyone's actually peeling back and starting to hit Singed. They're considering him actually a bit more of a threat than he is, so it's trapping Vulcun into hitting the wrong targets and they're not diving through. I think a lot of this game will have to do on catching the right things at the right time. Mandatory Cloud, if he gets the right bind plus laser combination, or Reginald, if he gets the right Xerath combinations, may end up deciding this game as Reginald sieges up.
Oh, he does siege up, but that puts him in the right spot for them to completely take him down. They're going to clear these wards, and it looks like they're going to pressure the Baron.
Well, there's the break that Vulcun needed. I mean, now they're 5v4. They will want to peel and fight TSM because a lot of their damage was in Reginald's burst, and it is completely off the map right now. Here comes TSM.
They're not doing too much straight damage to Baron right now. Dyrus could really put them on tilt. If they go into this, a good pounce up. It was only on Dyrus. Chaos got absolutely taken out. Special on the outside, can't even help his team. Pops the ult in an area where it doesn't even do any damage. TSM can't even get in to help each other, and Vulcun continues to clean up this fight. Nobody's really even that close to going down. Muffin Cutie looks slow, but he's still got a lot of health.
Twice in a row, Mandatory Cloud landed lasers on the two most important targets of TSM. Reginald to start the engagement, and then they bursted Chaos down right at the start of that fight. TSM is continuing to try, and he catches X Special with another one.
There's X Special. Ult is down. We saw him use it. The Dazzle doesn't even come out to help. They're going to take down Reginald. He's really just trying to stall this, or trying Dyrus rather, as Reginald coming up now from blue is what I wanted to say. And he could try to siege up and poke something out here. They have wards for it, though.
This one's actually gotten a little interesting. They've done so much work peeling that Reginald's trying to flash in and get them.
Oh, no. Reginald could go down once again. The laser comes out. He gets taken out. They are all so low right now. Mandatory Cloud needs to get out of there. There's shield saving a few of them. They finally take Baron after a third contest from TSM.
Every objective battle this game seems to have gone Vulcun's way just barely from the very start during the Dragon fights. They're escaping with slivers and getting the buffs. That was a crazy barrage of final sparks from Mandatory Cloud's Lux. He hit all of them during all of that engagement, and it really clutched the Baron for them.
So Psycho Sid looking to push that top lane as he now goes back. You see TSM picking up a dragon, scraping back a little bit of that gold that went to Baron for Vulcun here. 51,000 to 47,000, getting a good gold lead back in for Vulcun as we are now 35 minutes into your first game of the day here, Jat. What does it look like to you? What needs to be done? The bulwark has just been finished on Vulcun. Where can TSM find their way back in now?
It's pretty crazy that 35 minutes in, when you're down 10 kills, what seems like a lot of dragons, and a Baron, and towers, how are they only down by 3,500 gold, right? They are not that far behind in the grand scheme of things for this game. They have Cogbot, too, who just completed the Blade of the Ruined King to slice through Psycho Sid and X-Smithy when they fly in there. So it's like, if TSM avoids getting caught out by Mandatory Cloud's lasers, like that whole set of poor plays really started when Reginald got sniped by Mandatory Cloud. TSM stops that, they're still in a pretty good spot. If the tables are turned and Reginald does to Mandatory Cloud what Mandatory Cloud did to Reginald before the fights, I can easily see TSM still coming out on top, despite all the leads that Vulcun has accumulated.
Well, they very much think that they are in this still. There's the Oracles for X Special that he is holding on to for when they actually break this Baron buff and they are able to get back outside the base. They want to be able to gain as much ground as possible in those first early seconds because Vulcun is not going to let up here. We've seen them become a team that is so focused on objectives. They're able to grab so many. There it is again, one-on-one. Reginald going down to Mandatory Cloud, and I guess we did get to see that.
Reginald used his spike on X-Smithy. Mandatory Cloud finished off Reginald, and now they're going for the turret.
It's just under their turret, Jat. They don't even care it's there. They're taking pictures of it. Dyrus could be going down here. X-Smithy tanking the turret one more time. He goes down. Didn't have spiders that time. It looks like they do get the 150 gold there. They lose X-Smithy, but they take out the odd one. Reginald just a bit before. They're waiting on 30 and 40 seconds. This base is open.
The siege battle is what keeps granting this to Vulcun, because you watch the actual fights, and Vulcun isn't able to do too much in them. It really is so much about Zuna's just slow utility during the fights, but mainly Mandatory Cloud snipes pre-fight has granted them everything in the last 4 minutes.
Seems like somebody goes down for Team Solo Mid, they come back in and they try so hard in the fight, and then they're instantly back down. We saw it happen to Chaox 3 times in the bottom lane. Zuna was able to grab him with that max range Mystic shot, and then he comes back to a Smithy gank, and then we just see, you know, it happening to Reginald over and over at that Baron attempt. The odd one's been going down. These guys need to have all 5 on the map for the next fight. They're kind of going in one-on-one, or one by one.
He's got Chaox!
Oh, the flash out. He knew he had to cleanse everything off of that. Still takes the true shot damage. But yeah, that's so game-changing off little things like that. It's scary to be playing against.
It is just being the superior sniper right now for Mandatory Cloud. Reginald is not able to catch out Vulcun. Mandatory Cloud is able to catch out TSM. They have about 30 seconds left on this Baron buff. And because they've just harassed down Chaox, they may get a free turret out of this one with the last few bits of their Baron.
Be it a spear, be it a laser, you give Mandatory Cloud skill shots, and he's going to wreak some havoc on your team. 5-0-12. For him, 7-1-4 for Psycho Sid, 7-2-11 right now. Everybody, there really isn't just like an all-one person. Vulcun is playing as a team right now.
They are doing the right stuff. I mean, their 3rd match against TSM this season. The first time we've had teams play this many times, and they have not beat them.
They have not beat them.
They're 0-2 against them. They started the season 0-5, but now they're 4-7, right? Like, they're still coming back. Vulcan's played more games this season in the LCS than any other team in North America. This is their 12th game of the season, and they've gotten the practice, right? This has been a steadily improving team throughout, and they're showing why here against TSM. We'll see if they can close this one out, because they keep landing the Lux bindings, but how many lasers in a row does Mandatory Cloud have to land? What happens when he misses one? What happens when TSM gets a full 5v5 fight, or is that even going to occur?
Oh, I don't know. They're able to take down Chaox so fast in these. He obliterated the Baron fight, forced to use his cleanse just a bit ago. So that is down. As we look, his flash is down as well, and only Ignite is down for Muffin Cutie and flash for Xmithy, but he's only looking to go in right now. He doesn't probably care to flash out. This is going to be a final fight for them. So many wards coming out as TSM tries to just gain a bit of advantage on the outside of their base, and that cooldown be up in about 24 seconds. Mandatory Cloud be good to do it again. The harass now to come out as the base to be sieged.
Every wave, Mandatory Cloud's going to get a shot to win the game.
Yep.
So every 24 seconds when that laser's up, if he lands it on either Reginald or Chaox, I think that'll be enough to do it. So right now, Vulcun is literally just going fishing with light bindings. If he gets one, if he gets a bite, they're going to go in. If they don't get a bite, they're not going to pull the reel, and I don't think Vulcan's going to fight.
Mandatory Cloud has 502 ability power right now to Reginald's. I think that was 373, so they are quite a disparity there. There it is, Dyrus. Even Dyrus taking so much damage from that burst. Looks like they could get a few pokes onto the turret. Zuna, he's playing very careful here. Usually he's the one to go in with Kog'Maw and get the W shots on the turret, but they're not getting any damage on that right now.
I really do think they're waiting for Mandatory Cloud to get the touch. They're a little bit too worried of Reginald. They know what he can do to Zuna, and it is this waiting game. They're going to probably do this until either Reginald or ManCloud lands one on the right target, or Reginald does, and TSM might go off this. No.
Oh man, there's one of them. Vulcun knows. You get caught by a Dazzle, you get caught by Reginald, you're flipped, you're twisted advanced. This is tough. That for them to engage on this, they got to find the exact hole to get in here. TSM's not letting it happen, and this is the experience. I think it was MIA or somebody in the interviews that said, this is where the teams know to turtle it out and bring it to an even later game where we just have trouble in an all-out core item 5-on-5 fight.
And Baron will be up in about 25 seconds. The siege battle is, holy crap, going to continue. Because he had the QSS, the extra magic resistance is actually the only thing that dealt with him here. And the interesting change between ManCloud and Reginald, how they're trying to spike each other out. You watch when Reginald hit on to Vulcun, the Lux shield hit and the Locker of the Iron Solari shield hit, because that damage comes out over a couple seconds. But the Lux damage hits all at once, which makes it much more difficult to shield or reactively stop, as now Vulcun going for this Baron and Mandatory Cloud going fishing.
Oh wow, the odd one. We'll see how much burst he takes from this. Actually receiving a heal from Xpecial, so he doesn't take too much. And it looks like they could try to go in here. This is dangerous, Jab. Vulcun is risking the lead they have right now for this fight. Muffin Cutie could go down fast. He flashes out. The Baron hits him, but he gets the heal off Xmithy. This could be it for TSM to pull it back. There was no reason for Vulcun to want this Baron fully, and they could be going down. They've disengaged really well here. Dyrus, the last tick of Ignite, and Leandres, he does not go down. Mandatory Cloud going very aggressive. He's now in a position that he cannot do that again without Flash. These guys, I can't believe nobody just died right there.
They were so close to dying. Odd One got the home guard boots when he went back to go for it. Dyrus also with home guard. He's going back. This fight could actually go on for a really long time, Riv.
Really long time, and the health bars being low as well. They're microing each other perfectly. The damage in and out. A shot there from Chaos actually didn't even really hurt Sid. The teleport in from Dyrus. They're going for Cloud. They want to shut down the spike. The flip is in. That's what they didn't want. They've locked up Chaos, but they're just hanging out. They want to know if Vulcan's coming back in, Jet, because it looks like the Baron once again.
Pings actually went down to TSM's base where Nectin is on the run for the inhibitor.
Oh,
they're
my
going to make TSM peel back for it, I think.
Oh, they're totally dictating this fight with one person. Psycho Sid is that big that he can just crush on these turrets, and they know they can't just send one back. He'll slice and dice out of it. He may get this turret. The caster minions and the siege pick it up for him. Some gold there, but they stop the Baron attempt, and I think they know it may have been the wrong choice.
43 minutes in, and this game is still super back and forth. Vulcun has dumped so much money into these wards. Look at the wards around the Baron area. It has been a Christmas tree over there for the entire game, it seems. So that is not money they're getting back. Look at Muffin Cutie's items. 43 minutes in. He's got a Kindle Gem and a Vamp Scepter. He's trying to get a Zeke's Herald, but compared to the Runic Bulwark that X Special has completed, it's not even comparable as far as item strength. But the kiting from Vulcun is completely evident right here. The Iceborne Gauntlet from Zuna is extending these fights very well. They're just sieging so well with Mandatory Cloud, and TSM trying desperately to make something happen now, cornering themselves up against a Baron. TSM trying to make a big play.
The thing that's happening, Jazz, Team Solo Mid has been in that position to guard their base. They're set up with home guards. If they can get a good push on Vulcun, they haven't prepared for any of that defensive setup. So if they're in the death chamber, once they come up, it's kind of just fighting barehanded. We'll have to see this push just kind of back off once again. The ward's being cleared. It's all about the mistake right now. Who is going to make the first one? Who is going to be caught out?
Are we still in our first game in the day? Because I feel like this game has been going on forever. Like the amount of plays that Vulcun has made that seemed like TSM would not be able to recover from. Disasters at Dragon 1 and 2. The disaster at Baron where they took the Baron and took an inhibitor. It's like that stuff hasn't mattered for TSM. They keep coming back. They're only 5,000 gold down. They're down 10 kills and 5 turrets, but they seem to keep pressing. They're still putting pressure on. They still have the presence to disrupt Vulcan's Baron. Vulcun is close to taking this one, but TSM is really fighting for it.
Just going back and forth with the AD carries. Zuna now about 500 gold, 700 gold up above Chaos, as Chaos had that lead just a little bit ago. We see the items coming in here, extra 15,200 to that 14,950. And we can see just along the top lane's pretty even. Mid lane, we can see where Mandatory Cloud coming in big there, almost 3,000 gold up on Reginald right now.
It's a pretty big difference. It's pretty much a full Athene's Unholy Grail on him. So it's 502 AP to 361, right? So considering they both, I mean, Reginald is even more glass cannon than Mandatory Cloud. At least Mandatory Cloud has the 40 magic resistance coming in from his Unholy Grail. But TSM on Vulcan's side of the map right now, and they're hoping that Vulcun goes for something. They got to be so careful, though. If any of them get caught by a Bind, they're going to die.
Yeah, we haven't seen the ball on this side of the court in quite some time. The burst onto Xmithy. He actually takes that quite well. I feel like he'd be all right to engage with Muffin Cutie after something like that. So Reginald ulti being down. That cooldown, we're looking at about 58 seconds right now, so just under a minute. He'll be able to come back up with that, but it's not a 24-second final spark. It is not the siege and the pushback that Vulcun has. TSM continues to push on here. I know that Baron has still yet to be taken, and they did a great job at, you know, pausing that 4 minutes out. That Vulcun had it. They really didn't give him too much.
Yeah, and I need to highlight again the siege from Reginald not being super effective against Vulcun because of the Runic Bulwark, because of Locket of the Iron Solar, and because of the reactive shielding from Mandatory Cloud, just based on how slow Reginald's damage comes out. It's a relative spike in the fact that it's about 3 seconds, but Mandatory Cloud gets full effect from both sides of his shield during that spike, which is shielding for about 700 damage if you take it all into account, which is really limiting Reginald's threat.
So we have more ward clearing going out. Yeah, that Oracle's fizzling out for X Special there, so they don't have as much vision as they had before. No pink wards in the inventory. So for the next few minutes, or until they lose X Special in the group, They're not going to have as much vision as they want in that area.
And Zuna did just land a slow onto Dyrus in the mid lane, which made him pop his Singed ultimate, his Insanity Potion, so Vulcun might look to press a little bit up. There are 2 exposed inhibitors for TSM, so if Vulcun gets any kind of lead, any kind of fight, any kind of surprise peel, they should be able to take them out. But for now, they're just waiting. They're going on and halt this Dyrus.
Max range light binding. Psycho Sid, I believe, just flashed in onto Dyrus. That's quite interesting. He's going to have to be forced out of the fight. Good shield coming in, keeps him alive. The siege from Reginald able to take down Psycho Sid. And a very strong engage there to be going in on Dyrus like that.
Vulcan's got to be a little careful here. They haven't been able to end this game despite having a lot of advantages, and TSM is crawling back. Chaos is very close to being completely maxed items. The only thing he could do now is upgrade his QSS to a Mercurial Scimitar and get even more attack damage. He is shredding down Psycho Sid and X-Smithy when they try to go in, and I think Dyrus' full tank Singed, although it seemed kind of questionable at the start, is doing enough distraction that as long as Reginald avoids getting picked off by Mandatory Cloud, TSM might be in a position to take this game.
If they can get Vulcun down low enough here, you can get an special and an odd one, a Chaos Baron going down quite easy. Chaos is going to shred that thing out. Looks like they're all going to get in the den, though. They're quite deep here. Smithy, again, look, doing a little dance there with his suede shoes on, but he gets hit with a few living artilleries as well. That gives him full vision of the area, and it looks like Reginald's going to be able to snipe him out as he comes around a ward. They continue to do Baron. Looks like Team Solo Mid may be able to put Vulcun on tilt here. The Dazzle comes out. The instant clear off by Mandatory Cloud as he gets himself out of there. And it looks like they continue to go on to this fight, chat. Looks like TSM stopped in their tracks there. Dyrus just throwing out a little bit of harass.
Reginald's slow damage finally took out X-Smithy. That deleted the smite threat from their Baron Force. Then Mandatory Cloud threw in his Lux Ultimate Blind, which made the smite from Odd One quite safe. Odd One is always very cognizant of the potential smite steal opportunities, so he made sure that the threats were out of the way so they could secure that Baron. And that's exactly what TSM has been waiting for. There's the break and window that they finally gotten. Now with the Baron, they could look to push for inhibitors.
See what they're doing. Dyrus is going to take top lane. They're actually spreading out the work right now. And it looks like it's going to be Chaos in the bottom lane. Back to the items. We see actually Special picking up a mana pot there. They know these fights are going to be for the long haul.
Yeah.
And even with, let me see, actually, he has 1,100 mana, he still needs the mana pot. He knows it's going to go on forever.
Some of those fights stretch, and Tarek's heal's not cheap. It's 140 mana every time he tries to throw a heal out, so he's going to need it. You know, it's actually, if he's got the extra gold, why not just pick up that extra mana potion? I like how Reginald has finally picked up a giant spell as well.
Up, yep.
So he's not as vulnerable to Mandatory Cloud's lasers. And also, from a carrying the game perspective, you look at Chaos's Kog'Maw's at 17,500 gold. Zuna's Ezreal's at 16.8k gold. So they're both like super fed right now. But you look at Chaos and he has much more attack speed. He's got the Phantom Dancer in there, so just straight up hitting, he's much stronger. Zuna has went a slight bit of utility build. He doesn't have any crit in his build at all, and he doesn't have much attack speed aside from his Berserker's Grief. So his attack, his AD carry multipliers just aren't there. He's hitting Dyrus, he's tickling Dyrus actually, because Dyrus is too tanky at this point based on the build that Zuna went. So Chaos much stronger from an AD carry perspective right now.
He's kind of just relying really on Zuna for the Essence Flux, but for Kog'Maw to have that built in is a little bit more effective. Zuna has to get ramped up in that fight. 50 minutes now, 22-14 here. A very close game for day one here, your second day of week 4 in the LCS. And look at this gold, almost 70,000 apiece. It's so absolutely close to be this high in the game. 8-4 in turrets, global objectives really keeping Team Solo Mid in this one. And it comes down to the more experienced teams know how to turtle out that late game right now.
Yeah, and these games just keep getting better. I mean, 50 minutes, 50 seconds in, but it's like there has actually been action the whole time.
Yeah,
there's no way this is a slow game. 422 minion kills for Chaos. He's going to go back and buy the Mercurial Scimitar. He will be a full 6-item Kog'Maw.
Get these boots out of here.
Crush people with pretty much all damage items. Now he's going to upgrade that QSS. Maybe he could go for Zephyr, actually. He did say his endgame build on all AD carries is to sell his boots and get his Zephyr, so that could be the thing he goes for when he goes back to buy. And holy crap, Vulcun must be sweating right now because they had such a big gold lead and they were not able to close.
It's got to be a nail biter, though. How, to play knowing you're down, knowing, guys, for 10 or 15 minutes, we're going to let them beat on us, and then we'll be all right. Like, that just in general is hard to, accept in itself.
It's something they've managed to pull off. Like, the amount of times Reginald got caught by a binding for his team not to be just like, all right, guys, let's just give up here. You can't stay alive versus Lux. We need to stop trying this game. It's like, well, eventually he stopped getting hit by Mandatory Cloud's Final Sparks, and they have been able to turn this game completely around. I mean, the goal's even, but it does feel like TSM has a big advantage here.
Indeed, they now pick up the buffs. The next fight quite imminent here. Baron is where on TSM right now? Let's see. Looks like actually just about to wear off, so we have Baron buff coming up in 3 minutes. That'll be around 55, right on the dot, ladies and gentlemen. And our first game of the day, absolutely setting the bar. I hope we get to see more action like this. See if Vulcun can carry a win over TSM.
And those last 4 minutes of TSM's Baron were essentially just them trying to catch up on farm. They wanted to equalize the gold, which it is exact right now at 52.5 minutes. So crazy to say. They were picking up dragons. They got the 1 turret. They got the initial kills from the fight. But other than that, Vulcun was like, oh crap, we better not throw this one. They stayed in their base. TSM took all the farm. They just gobbled it up, trying to get max items. And now they're prepared for the next stage of the game.
Everybody's picking up Leandries now. Reginald has one. Mandatory Cloud. Dyrus has one. The Giants belts are coming out. The Randuins have been completed. The defensive fight items really coming into play here now as all the offensive has been put together by these teams. The recipe is completed as well. Probably, what will we see? Will that just be more damage for Lux? You think he'll build that into a Rylas? You think he'll just go for something defensive?
Ooh, that's a tough one. It's probably a Rylas, but Lux, considering he's just been bursting people out, I don't think he's going to get the benefit from that. He's looking for the straight defensive spike right now from the 380 health that the Giants belt is giving him.
Right.
I got to say, these fights, now that Chaox is at 6-item Kog'Maw, we have to watch. If he dodges Mandatory Cloud's Final Spark, the battle between him and Psycho Sid is going to decide so much. Whether Chaox can completely shred down Renekton, or whether Renekton and Nexsmithy can just beat on Chaox. I think that's going to decide it. We saw this way more in Season 2, but it takes a lot longer for AD carries to reach this form now in Season 3. He's just as strong as AD carries have ever been, and he is a monstrous threat right now. So much of this is literally just about protecting Chaox and letting him kill everything.
Odd One and Dyrus doing a great job at leaving only themselves to be in that light bind right now. We see Mandatory Cloud is just trying to snipe out Chaox, like you said, but they can't get him to the back line. He knows he is the complete focus right now. It's really towards the end of yesterday and coming into today, it's a focus on the AD carries once again. We've seen a lot of the top laners coming to fruition with the League of Warmogs, but these guys really making an impact back in the game, and the team knows it's all about protecting them. Zuna for Vulcun right now, and Chaox for Team Solo Mid, both red hot in this game and almost at full build. This next fight could absolutely decide the game.
And TSM is seemingly hoping that Vulcun gets panicky, or they're just waiting to siege around the next Baron because they feel like that's a safer position for them to fight in. If TSM wins a fight in their base, it's going to take them a really long time to go over to Vulcan's base to do something, but if they want to fight a Baron, it would be much better for them. But Vulcun seeming to have a bit of a upper hand in positioning here, trying to poke down to TSM's inhibitor, and TSM is forced to just protect it. They're not looking to initiate, it seems.
Pushing back a few shots on the turret when they can get it. Chaox still in the back line. Special. Oh, he came in with Home Guard. I thought he was looking for a quick dazzle. A little damage coming out from Mandatory Cloud as he knows he can get that pressure on. And look, they've all been poked, you know, about 10% of their health bar out.
Still, though, the Lux damage is not nearly as potent as it was about 20 or 30 minutes ago when ManCloud was obliterating people. TSM's gotten enough resiliency in their items, especially with the Runic Bulwark and the maxed heal now on X Special, so they're withstanding that a lot better as they get a stun on
Make it over the wall. There's a twisted advance after the cleanse. He's able to finally flash out of that. It looks like this is a pretty good engagement for both teams, rather. Smithy's thrown in. Oh, wow, he gets bursted down. Vulcun loses one very fast there after it was kind of just a tit for tat and damage. They find the burst they want. Chaox flashes in. They find Chaox, though. They try to dive onto him, but they're trying to split themselves a little too much here. Like you said, Jat, this fight is not going to stay on the screen. We go back up to Psycho Sid, and he goes down as they chase Vulcun out to the bottom right.
And now the Baron buff is up. There's an Ezreal ultimate. Is it going to get singed? Oh, my God, it did.
Oh, wow. Coming out just on the backside. Zuna does it again.
He sniped him through, but that's still a 2-for-1. The Baron is still up, and that was still a teamfight win for Team Solo Mid. So what are they going to pull off after this one? We got a really fast replay of that clip so we can see it before they get back to Baron.
Oh, man. You can see Dyrus' reaction, too.
Look at this. Zuna was just screaming out from here. He threw it. This is another one. I know where you are. You're in a ward. You're dead.
Dyrus' reaction. Hands overhead. Behind chair. Unfortunate.
Thought it was safe over there, guys.
Nobody told me it was coming. So we do have A complete objective-controlled map now. Baron is live. Dragon is live. We are coming up on 60 minutes of our first game of the day at 23-16. Quite a bloodbath between these two teams. Team Solo Mid finds a bit of a gold lead there at 77,000 now to 75. Let's say 76,000, so it's still close. Still anybody's game. We're getting to that complete core item build, and now they're just figuring out what else they can stuff in their inventory.
Yeah, and the only man who's losing out on this is Muffin Cutie, because he spent the whole game building wards. He's got nothing. He's got a Kittle Gem. He actually sold his Vamp Scepter for more wards because he realized it was a hopeless exchange to try to wait for Zeke's Herald. That may have been a bit of a disadvantage because the auras are actually leading a little bit. And finally, Chaox has reached his final form. He sold his boots for a Zephyr. That is the ultimate damaging Kog'Maw. I don't think you can fit more damage in your build than that.
There it is. Take a picture of it and put it on Reddit. Chaox has met the full build. It might be the first one we've seen in the LCS this season.
Probably. I don't think we've seen 80 carries approach 20,000 gold. That's what Chaox is
Lord.
Right now. Yeah.
20,000 for himself. He's still holding over on Zuna there. Nobody's really even close. Even Reginald is 3,000 gold behind Chaox himself. Like we said, the closest one is going to be Zuna. Those 80 carries, it's all about them right now. But everything built is also focusing on them. All the Randuins, all these Aegis coming out, the Locket of the Iron, Solari, they're just trying to make this job hard for Zuna and Chaox.
And here comes Baron Fight Exchange Super Battle number 3, and it's all about trying to pick out the right targets. There's a big slow onto Zuna.
Odd one.
Odd one wanted to go in on that, but Vulcun on the run a little bit. TSM definitely showing enough threat this game to push them back, and there's still no exposed inhibitor turrets for Vulcun. It might still be about the catches, but I wonder if TSM is too tanky for the Lux damage, and if Chaox is just too powerful on Kog'Maw right now for Vulcun to take this one.
Moving slow, that's for sure, chat. Vulcun slowly, all 4 of them taking out like 5 minions there. Like, stay together. This could be bad. Reginald is anywhere. They have some wards more on TSM side right now, but they really aren't covering their side too much. So if they get a deep invade here from TSM, we saw what just the odd one walking at them with Dyrus on one side in the lane did. They completely walked away, and it showed TSM, like you said, their aggression is becoming dangerous.
And I really like how the last item that Dyrus built was the Liandry's Torment. He was full tank Singe the entire game, but now that everyone is super tanky on the other side, there's 4,000 health on Psycho Sid's Renekton and 3,500 health on X-Smithy's Shinzao, that the percentage health from the Liandry's Torment is going to be really important as he's just trying to troll through them with Singe.
So we kind of see somewhat of a stall here between the teams. I know I would. The one wrong move here is definitely going to spell game for one of these teams. Team Solo Mid not too happy with their loss versus Marn yesterday. They really thought they were going to come out with a win. If they have it happen again, really going to put them on edge, and they're going to have to figure out a way to stop those losses and stop the bleeding. Reginald taking a bit of damage there. The Rylus does finally come out, actually on Mandatory Cloud.
Here it comes!
The odd one coming in here. Cleanse out from Mandatory Cloud. His ult is down for the next 20 seconds. They won't get that front end burst, but the odd one getting a lot of damage to him as they turn onto Psycho Sid. They drop the tankiest one first. Dyrus just wreaking havoc on the back line as Muffin Cutie tries to protect the team. A beautiful slow by Dyrus, and then the Pulverize actually just as nice from Muffin Cutie. Could disengage this, and it looks like they may try to keep themselves alive for a little bit longer. One more shot from Chaox would have spelled defeat for Zuna there.
Chaox made Psycho Sid look like a squishy. He destroyed him with a couple shots from that 6-item Kog'Maw, and then Vulcun had to be on the run. That was really a fight about Dyrus not getting killed by Zuna and Chaox destroying Psycho Sid. After that, there was a lot of poke and disengage that came through, so no one was really dying, but that was a landslide victory for TSM just from who took the presence and who pushed the other team back, because now they have a window to approach Baron.
With that Chaox there, like I said, they might just take an odd one and special into Chaox. The laser comes out. The True Shot Barrage was really early. They had vision on that.
They got it, though.
They were going to bust out more damage. Looks like Odd One is going to be able to grab that up for his team. Mandatory Cloud just gets the shield on. Oh my gosh, no, it's not enough. The Living Artillery is there at the full damage now. This does not look good, Jat. They get 2 huge kills. Psycho Sid is not even up to help his team yet. He'll be there for the base, but TSM takes out 2 on the Baron.
With the 255 armor that Dyrus has and the fact that his ultimate's up, TSM is going to look to end on this push before Mandatory Cloud and Muffin Cutie get up. It's going to be so hard for Vulcun to hold off after that Baron.
TSM says minions? What minions? We are going to face tank this. Moving on, it looks like they haven't even had a turret to tank those health bars. Look at Dyrus's health. It's turning into just a gradient of colors, and it looks like they go on the first Nexus turret. Vulcun is going to throw everything they have at this. Psycho Sid once again melting under the power of Chaos and the rest of the team. Chaos actually picking up the kill on that as well, and they just try to continue to tear the base into shambles here. Zuna forced to use all the summoners as the base is going down. The second Nexus turret. The Nexus is open, and Team Solo Mid coming back on this one in an hour-long game to take down Vulcun.
Wow, 88,000 to 81,000 gold, 62 minutes. They are exhausted after that one, but they came out on top. They're like, oh my God, did we really just win a 62-minute game? They're so relieved to be winning that one.
Oh my, that one of the longest games, if not, it is the longest game we've seen in the LCS, and really provided us with a whole lot of action. Great plays back and forth, the snipe coming in from Zuna, the back and forth Barons, and we see, again, experience bringing one of the top tier teams again to the W.
Team Solo Mid earned their way back into that game. They put in the hard work. That is a tough loss for Vulcun to take. The third time they've lost to TSM. Vulcun really must have felt like they had that one in the bag. Mandatory Cloud landed so many final sparks in a row, but it wasn't enough. TSM eventually just stayed far enough away that he couldn't reach them with light bindings, or at least the priority targets. And that was maybe just experience coming through for TSM, brute forcing a win out of that one.
And really, not to harp on Reginald, but Chaos that time just absolutely came out huge. Reginald still kind of missing the Xerath ults, and I think it's somewhat what slowed him down in that game because he was getting taken out quite a bit.
Yeah, and we have a replay of that last team fight just so we can see where it really finally came to an end. This was all the ultimates being burned to not get the Baron, and then once they realized they got the Baron, TSM like just turned immediately on them. Watch this. Reginald got them so low, and at this point, they're just chasing them down. They couldn't even reach them with all the long-range poke. They land the stun on a Muffin Cutie, and once they had 2 kills this late into the game, that's a 67 and a 64-second clock on Muffin Cutie and Mandatory Cloud to come up. TSM's able to just roll through the rest of the Nexus here.
Pretty much just the supports without 6 items, and really at this point it's so hard to watch. You've put so much into the game, and we saw what Vulcun did. They threw all 3 on top of that last turret in a last-ditch effort.
Yeah, and pay attention to Chaos here. Whoop, never mind. We're going away from it.
Don't pay attention. But yeah, he melts
Chaos
down
Psycho Sid
twice in a row.
The 6 items of power for Chaos right at the end. I mean,
what boots?
All the fights they also put right on top of the Odd One's ultimate really allowed them to stay in the game while they were down, but that was the craziest comeback I've seen so far in the LCS.
Yeah, very well played. A hard-fought match by both teams, everybody. But coming up next, we will have an interview with the Odd One from Team Solo Mid, and then it's time for our second match of the day, Dignitas versus Complexity. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. Joining us here right now is the odd one from Team Solo Mid. And Bryant, take us through the beginning a little bit. You kind of let Vulcun take control, and you guys seem to be on tilt.
Early game, I told my team if we stayed even, we'd win the game. We had Kog'Maw, we had Xerath, and Singe, so we knew if we stayed even early, we'd win the game. I tried to mostly just outscale Xin Zhao, because if I meet Xin Zhao in the river, Xin Zhao wins automatically, because he's a really good 1v1 champion. So I just mostly tried to farm, just counter gank a lot. Around 7 minutes, we're doing pretty good. I was ahead of Xin Zhao, everything was going right. Then people just started getting caught over and over for the next 20 minutes, and I got so disappointed. But then from there, we just had to stall the game, because we knew if
the super stall.
Yeah, we knew if we got to late game, we'd automatically win.
Yeah, so when you guys are stalling the game right that, once they killed 2 of your inhibitor turrets and took a Baron, how do you stall? So many teams just get split pushed out and finish the game. They get too far behind a goal and they lose. How did you guys pull that one off?
We mostly just started giving a lot of farm to Kog'Maw. We knew if we just kite back every fight, Renekton isn't that great late game. Once Kog'Maw gets really, really farmed, he'll actually be able to deal with them. We mostly just cleared waves and made sure they couldn't really dive on us unless Lux got another laser or bind on us, which happened several times.
15 times in the game.
Yeah, so if that didn't happen, they can't actually push our tower, because we just cleared a wave just as fast, and whoever goes up to hit the tower gets Xerath ulted. That's another thing, since Xerath has so much range, they can't actually hit the tower with Ezreal, because one time Ezreal did do that in mid lane, he got killed by Xerath, and we counter pushed.
Right.
So in Champion Select, they took out Jarvan, then they took Xin Zhao. Did you feel kind of out of your comfort zone? You've played Maokai in the past few games, but we've seen a lot more aggressive junglers just from everybody. Did you kind of feel like that threw off your guys' composition?
It basically meant we'd probably just try to stay even mid or early game, because the way in a Maokai matchup works is he can't really cross the river unless he knows where Xin is on the map, or else he gets killed. So with Maokai, you just have to just outscale them, because I know I'm going to be more useful than Xin Zhao for the rest of the game if I can survive the early game because of my ultimate. I'm just way tankier. You saw that game, Xin Zhao usually blew up every fight.
Right.
Because once it got to late game, I was going to be much more useful. So with jungles like that, you just have to play much more passive, because you can't meet them in the river. Vi, Hecarim, Jarvan, and Zhao all can walk across the river without dying, but Maokai can't really do that against a stronger jungle.
During a lot of those team fights, when you guys were making your comeback, I noticed you managed to get them to fight in your Maokai ultimate so much. Is that something that you actively communicate to your team, the ultimate's down here, try to fight around here, or are you just trying to place it in the right spot, reacting to the fight?
Usually I just try to put it in the right spot. Our entire objective was kill tanks, because we knew Kog'Maw would eventually completely out DPS Ezreal, so we'd kill Renekton almost every fight. I'd just snare him and then put an R down, because Lux can't get close because Xerath's too busy ulting him, and then Kog'Maw just cuts down Renekton, and then Sin just runs around doing whatever. I don't know what he was doing, but he eventually tosses someone good. But they have to fight in our ult, because we have so much CC. It's really hard for them to get away, and eventually we'd pick one off at a time over and over.
So coming into where you guys had to turtle for quite some time, you even yourself said you were quite disappointed. Just for teams in general, what can you do to keep from getting at each other's throats and kind of keep the communication going? Because we know that can just create silence in a team.
Yeah, that usually happens a lot, even to us. Usually you just have to try to focus on the next objective or try to regain your composure, because usually it's really sad when your team just starts randomly feeding. It's really sad, but usually you just have to keep talking. If no one's talking, you have to say what the next objective is, or say what you have to do. Like that game, we're saying we can still win this because we outscale them. Just get cog farmed or kite back. After they got Baron the first time, I was pretty disappointed, but we knew we would win late game if Kog'Maw got farmed.
So just going outside the game a little bit, I know you guys have the Game Crib show that's coming on every week now. Are you guys watching that show, or I heard you might be avoiding it?
We're not allowed to watch it. Because it allows us to speak our mind about other players or something, so it keeps it more real. So we just don't watch it at all. We made a pact, everyone on the team, you're not supposed to watch this, because mean things might be said, good things might be said, who knows, but it just makes it better. We all guess. Like we're probably all gonna watch it like after the season's over, so we can all make fun of each
Big
other.
old sit down.
Yeah.
All right, well, congratulations on the win. Coming up again with the win over Vulcun, and best of luck in the rest of the LCS. Before we get into this next match, everyone, you might not know this, but Dignitas and Complexity aren't just fierce competitors. They're also roommates.
It's going to be a lot of fun playing Dignitas because we're really good friends with them. A couple of them are living at our house currently, and they will be going into the game.
They've been housing Cutie Pie and Crumbs right now while we're settling into our house.
I'm going to look to crush them like every other team, but it'll be more friendly, like, hey, you guys got destroyed instead of you suck.
If they beat us, we won't kick them out of the house, but maybe we won't cook for them.
Maybe we'll just try to starve them out so that they'll be underfed and they won't be able to play.
They don't feed me much, but they're cool guys.
They're great players, and it's going to be a good game.
And now it's time for the red-hot Dignitas to take on the struggling Complexity.
And Dignitas is on an absolute tear right now. They are crushing people. They have what is tied for the longest win streak in the LCS, and Skara yesterday was dominating. 7-0-3 against Curse. He just wasn't really stopped. He was ganking so many lanes. No, he wasn't ganking lanes. He was farming so much because they had map presence everywhere.
Ganks.
Like, Scar's team, just in general right now, is doing so well. It's not just victories. They're just destroying people.
But Complexity's also having trouble here coming in, so it's going to be even harder for them.
Yeah, and it's a strange thing for Complexity. Loud Mortis has been pressing, it feels like. There's so much expected of him because all we do, it seems, is talk about Loud Mortis when we talk about Complexity.
Right.
And he does come out with really poor scores in a lot of his games because once things start going awry for Complexity, it's always Loud Mortis who just tries to go in and make the big plays. So it's like the rest of the team, I feel like, does need to react a bit more for him, so it's not always him trying to make the plays because teams are attacking him really hard.
Super focused down on him. All right, everyone, so let's check out the lineups. On the blue side, it's them. It's Dignitas. Kiwi Kid in the top lane, Crumbs in the jungle, Scar in mid, I'm a Cutie Pie on AD, and Patoy at support.
And in the red corner, we have Complexity. Nick Wu in the top lane, Loud Mortis, of course, their jungler, Trooper in the mid lane, Brunch U on AD, and MIA as the support.
And everyone, this game's jungle is home to our featured matchup today. It's Crumbs versus Loud Mortis, as we were just talking about him.
And Crumbs is so comfortable in the jungle, it seems. He was, I think, always a better jungler than he was a top laner. When he first joined Dignitas, he was a top laner because he was Voyboy's replacement. But then there was the shifting of I will dominate, having to leave, Crumbs moving to the jungle for the team synergy. He really feels like he's back at home. He is so good at counter ganking, like probably one of the best. He will always just sit around in an area, really patient, but patiently farming, right? Like he doesn't camp, he camps in his own jungle, and he always makes it to the right point. And of course, Loud Mortis needs to get back to just taking it easy. He needs to let the game come to him instead of trying to force, because he is respected by everyone as one of the top junglers. It's just a matter of getting there.
One of the pioneers coming in, one of the early junglers, and you're right, he is the one being focused out so hard right now, and especially going up against Crumbs in the jungle, who Crumbs is just, like we said it before, you think of him and you think of the other lanes as well, and the impact he has on them. Right now, you said you think of Loud Mortis, and we put how much pressure they're putting on him, so it's really hard for him to start now coming out. We'll have to see what he can do for his team. There he is on your screen now, and there is the team Complexity.
Because if we think back to yesterday when Dignitas went 3-0, and even their entire winning streak, it's been a lot of Kiwi Kid does great in his lane. Scar does great in his lane, right? Kiwi Kid or I'm a Cutie Pie and Patoy are just crushing with Draven and Alistair and stuff. So the pressure is like off Crumbs. He can just play the game. He can let the other team react because his lanes are creating so much pressure for him that he's able to get into the right positions and counteract the other team's moves. But for Loud Mortis, if his lanes aren't putting him in the position to be threatening to the other people, then he has to go make a threat, which allows the other junglers to sit and wait on him. Loud Mortis would love to sit back and wait for counter ganks, but if he's not able to do that, he's put into positions to have to make unsafe plays.
I would really like to see Complexity kind of not focus on the top lane. Nick Wu, although Complexity lost their matches yesterday, will always fare just as well as the winning top lane team. He had just the amount of CS, the amount of items. They actually let him play Zed, and he played very well. But again, the team couldn't come up behind him. They were focusing Loud Mortis, so the lane control wasn't as much. So if they leave him on an island, then you have two lanes to focus there with mid and bottom. Much more controllable, and I think Nick Wu can handle himself.
Yeah, Nick Wu loves his ninjas. It's Zed or Shen is seemingly like the two big things that he likes to pick. And you're right. He does do very well in that lane by himself. Like, it's just, for Complexity, MIA and Brunch U are really good, but they have been underperforming. They're making like kind of little bit mistakes. Sometimes, I think it was in week 3, they burned against Vulcun. It could have been week 2 or 3, but they burned Flash and Cleanse at like level 1, then stayed in range of the Pulverize and got double killed at level 1. And it was just like, you guys have to be more patient. Like, don't greed this out and then let the game come to you. I think all of Complexity will be much better if they just play more patient.
And I think that play alone kind of turned Complexity off of the choice of Soraka just because of what happened in that early fight. I think it might have just been a pressure take on the Star Call, because that's what he had when they were getting pulverized. And it's like, oh, wait a minute. That's not helpful.
This is, you know, funnily enough, Star Call is the highest like damaging level 1 ability in the game for team fights because it hits everyone and it's on a low cooldown. But that doesn't matter when you're getting spiked out, right? So it was more of a positional error that they made way back in week 2 or 3 that hurt them with that. But now we're into Champion Select, so let's see what Complexity is going to do to counteract Dignitas, because we were talking earlier, Dignitas has like 7 or 8 main picks.
I expect to see the Diana coming out at some point. Kiwi Kid, Singe, the Kale, Diana might be the picks for Complexity here, or the bans, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at Kiwi Kid, it's like, he's Singed, you have to get rid of that. He played top lane Diana. You look at Skara, it's Kale you have to get rid of. He also loves mid lane Diana and Gragas. I'm a Cutie Pie, you have to ban Draven. Crumbs, you have to ban Vi or Xin Zhao. It's like there is so much threat. Pator, you have to ban Alistair. It's like so many things that have been working so well for Dignitas. It's quite a tall task preparing your bans for them, because it's like, all right, we're going to ban on half your stuff and you're still going to get your favorite champions, unless somehow Complexity has learned all of Dignitas' favorites.
I really think Diana would be a good ban here since it's a double pickup for them, and aggressive has just been so Skara on it.
You got the Diana ban right off the bat.
Aggressive,
That leaves Vi up though, right? Or even Xin Zhao. If they think Xin Zhao's higher priority than Vi, they're going to let Loud Immortus have it if he wants it. Tarek Jarvan is also still available.
I think he super wants it.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing that everyone picks after Xin Zhao.
Oh, there you go. There's one of them. Loud Immortus locking that one in for MIA. We'll have to see what Nick Wu picks in. They are kind of discussing this one out. There's Nick talking to his team.
Yeah, I don't think Complexity should fall for this one. I think Dignitas is trying to bait them into a Tarek Jarvan pick. Dignitas loves running double AP. They still have Elise up. There's still Gragas up. They could do almost whatever they want. So if Complexity goes too all in the armor auras, I think Dignitas is just going to ignore it.
Nick Wu takes Shen. Complexity did find their first win when he was on that champion. And we'll see if Dignitas does go for the double AP. They aren't looking at the armor aura stack right now, so they may not want to show that AP hand just yet.
They still got Alistair available.
Yeah, right. They can pick that out, not show too much.
They could still be Draven, right? And like last time against double AP, they did go for the Kog'Maw because it was just a really good pick for I'm a Cutie Pie. Like everything is available for Dignitas right now. I feel like they're going to want to pick safe though, so it's like a support and maybe a top laner like Elise to go against Shen. I don't think they expect Loud Immortus to be up top lane or in the jungle with Shen. They're pretty sure he's going straight up against Nick Wu. And yesterday, we saw Kiwi Kid obliterate Boy with Elise, so he's very comfortable on the Spider.
And the pickup will be Zyra. So they do keep it kind of ambiguous. They don't really tell too much there.
I think that's support for Patoy, though.
Like, if it's going to be.
For a lot of teams, like if you're going over to Fnatic,
you don't know him,
where Expeke plays a whole bunch of Zyra, but these guys have done enough research that they're like, yeah, Patoy's got the support Zyra now. And that's a pretty good pick against Tarek. Tarek needs to run straight at you to get the stun. If Patoy plays it right, it's a dangerous pick, but if you play it right, you're going to root him every time that he tries to come up, get the slow plants out, and just stop him from being aggressive.
Trooper has enjoyed a bit of Lux throughout the LCS. We'll have to see what he decides to pick here. We'll keep him safe against a good amount of long-range stun up and gap closer that they have going on. The Draven actually pulled off for Complexity. Trooper had a smile on his face there. So they're hovering it, messing with the heads of Scar, or Dignitas rather, right now if they decide to lock it in.
And I feel like Trooper doesn't want to pick his mid lane champion here. He wants to be able to counter pick Scar. So there's going to be like the jungler and the AD carry probably coming in from this one. Yeah, there we go. Boom. They got the Maokai and the Kog'Maw.
It's like somebody picks something, it gets played in the next games. Happened with Xerath yesterday. We got some Maokais coming in today. I like it. I like everybody.
It's still one of my favorite League of Legends videos is Donkey's That's the Best right now. Every time you die to something, you're like, Talon is the best right now. So clearly he's just so overpowered. And, Karthus is, and it's just over and over. Pro players unintentionally mimic this all the time because as soon as they lose to something else, a lot of times the more mature teams stay away from it because they can understand their own mistakes, but a lot of teams are just like, man, we lost to that because it's overpowered, and they just pick it themselves.
It's so good. Oh, man. I actually played Cho'Gath for the opposite reason. I saw him play, somebody play him, and I was like, I think I can play that better.
He's like, he's just not using him to his full potential.
Exactly. So we see Caitlyn in here for a little bit more range coming in for not really a poke comp, but definitely a damaging composition from that range. And they could really just solidify that with a new. Oh, nope, they solidify it with more poke comp.
Oh, baby. So that's probably a mid lane Nidalee for Scarra. And if they go with the Caitlyn, it's probably a Caitlyn or an Ezreal, but that's a cool lane. Whoa, Draven. That's not a poke comp. That's just a Draven comp.
No, it's a Draven comp.
Yeah.
Let's switch
Cool.
it back.
I was going to make a nice, cool point about, like, that's the highest auto attack range on a support and an AD carry in the same lane, but now it's a Draven lane, so.
Hold the facts.
Everything is gone.
For another day. We have MIA here to round out the picks. Will it be Lux for Chuper in mid? Kind of goes along with the pick that they have with that Kog'Maw, but everybody else is going to be jumping into that fight right now, so we'll see what they decide to go with. Lux would be great because you can shield the whole team on that jump in.
It can, but since it's like a spiky poke team that Dignitas has, I don't like Lux as a pick against a mid Nidalee because you can land your combo on Nidalee and she will heal it up fairly substantially. It's like when the Xerath was picked against a Nidalee and that didn't work out.
Chalice,
He's got to get something with like more of a hard initiate to kind of stop their kite or either more sustained damage. Like if he plays something like Rise,
I was going to say
I'd
Rise,
expect that to be a pick. I don't know if he does though, and they need some kind of hard initiate high damage champion. They're taking their time.
Orianna could definitely be in for a choice. They have 1 second left to lock this in. And I think I don't know. We see MIA giggling it out here. Yeah, I did choose that, and they switch it up to Chuper.
All right,
it's going to be a Kassadin.
So at least Kassadin can get in for the initiations, right?
Yeah,
but it will be healed up. That's going to be a very interesting lane. You look at Complexity's team comp, and it's going to be needing Brunchu to get very farmed and fed. Just like Chaos in the last game, he's a huge damage source, and they have great defensive line for him. Taric, Shen, and Maokai. Aside from 2 picks, that's a fairly similar comp to what TSM had last game, so they might be looking to stall this one out. You look at Dignitas, of course, it's the lane, right? It's the poke from Scarra. I'm a Cutie Pie's on his favorite Draven. Kiwi Kid's on a very comfortable Elise, right? Crumbs is going to be looking to counter gank the lanes. He puts a lot of pressure on. It looks like business as usual for Dignitas from this team comp.
And I feel like Complexity kind of put themselves in a hole to start here. It's been Loudamorta's focus. We just had an interview with the Odd One that said if you're Maokai, you can't cross the river against a Xin Zhao. That's what he's against. If they put any pressure on him, it's right off the bat again for Loudamortis. He's going to have trouble.
He's going to have to be patient because if he tries to press too hard on Maokai, Crumbs would be there for the counter gank, right? That's what we've seen time and time again. Loudamortis is an extremely experienced Maokai player, though, so I'm pretty sure he has this stuff under control. We'll have to see how he's able to do that because Dignitas has been punishing almost everyone who tries to just gank them, and they're keeping the pressure up.
Yeah, Crumbs has been there for everybody. We're going to have this coming in now. So the Nidalee versus Kassadin lane, obviously he's not going to want to step out from behind those minions at any point in time.
That's going to be a very interesting lane before level 6.
Yeah.
Because once they hit level 6, it's just they can just like fly away from each other at any moment. But before then, they would be vulnerable to ganks. So maybe the early ganks will be focused in the mid lane while they're both without their blinks and ridiculous armor MR pouncy auras.
All right. We are into the game here. Dignitas versus Complexity as we are in the second game of the day. Continuing on to see who can take this matchup in their favor. Complexity coming off a little bit of a rot here. They are trying to find their stride. They go with a Kassadin in mid. We'll have to see what this composition can do for them. Like we said, Nick Wu found a win on Shen with Complexity for that game that he played it. So he puts himself on a comfortable character in that top lane. Like Jat said, loving the ninjas, but he is up against that experienced Kiwi Kid. We saw how well he could play Elise. We'll have to see what he can do if they do decide to go 1v1 in these lanes. Right now they're going power and numbers as they roam around the map. Cutie Pie, I think, got a glimpse there.
Yeah, he's getting the hell out of there, and they're hot on his tail, right? He's having to get away here. Complexity burning a lot of wards running through this jungle. That's the second one MIA has placed. I feel like he's going to want to place a third as well, so Dignitas will know that down in their red jungle, there's a lot of vision available for Complexity.
So Loudamortis may get a lot of aggression early, but he's going to know exactly where it's coming from. They're trying to stave it off right from the beginning.
And from here, Complexity now has to move in, but like when they started invading bottom, just because I'm a Cutie Pie was putting himself up as a human ward, Dignitas got off the wards that they wanted. So 3 wards down from each team. Now the barrage of ping starts coming up, but it does look like Crumbs wants to start it as red just so that he gets out of the warded area as quickly as possible so he can become unpredictable.
So Kiwi Kid not forced to use the ward. What's that?
There's something happening up top. This is something that Legion used to do. They stack 3 people in the top lane, and they just go for the bush kill at level 1.
The bushwhack is...
Kiwi Kid's trying to get the early experience. He's kind of expecting a 2v1 lane. This has not been a strategy that has been used for quite a while, but like Legion actually did this fairly often, and it actually had a very high success rate, so Kiwi Kid might be in a bit of trouble up top here.
If they get it, they have 2 perfect stuns coming up for themselves, so it would be quite easy if they were able to do it. Looks like they're going to get some help on the jungle. I figured there would be a little bit more counter here, but they do go back.
Oh no, don't go back, Nick Wu. He's just coming.
Middle. Cutie Pie's in mid right now. They're going to go for the double AD support in mid. It's going to be Kiwi Kid up top. Brunchy will show, and they got to know they're going to stack these. There's one. No, the repel goes out. He doesn't get hit there, but they're going to stay in the middle. The taunt goes down. Kiwi Kid goes for the flash. He played that perfectly. The ignite will not kill him.
He hit level 2 at such a fortunate moment. He got the full experience from his own jungle, so when he threw that volatile spider at the creeps, it killed enough that he could immediately scale his repel and use that to avoid the stun. That's the only reason he lived. That was such a narrow escape, but awesome play by Kiwi Kid, leveling up that spell so quickly and getting the escape.
So what happens here, Jat? We usually don't see the AD carry in mid with the support, but it's an easier transfer in the lane. Would they want to do it now? You're not losing as much experience, or you think they still want to pressure Kiwi Kid now that the flash and summoners are down?
They're probably going to keep that 2v1 lane, but this is something Dignitas did yesterday. They're doing the double mid with Scar bottom strat, because Nidalee is actually a pretty good solo laner, whereas they're forcing Chuper into an uncomfortable situation, so they're just out-gaming them a little bit to give them their small edge.
I remember seeing the Twitter answers. What am I watch or Twitter tweets? Oh,
Whoa.
First blood actually coming out. What is this dive behind the mid turret coming in? We're going to get a replay of that most likely as they continue to pressure this turret. And what we've seen in the top and the bottom turrets dropping, they're going to drop the most important turret in the game, or at least put a ton of pressure on it.
And that mid lane pressure is much more than Complexity expected. Nick Wu just kind of meandered back into that lane and got Draven right afterwards. So can't wait to see how that happens, because I was not expecting a gank that early. I don't think anybody was.
Not at all. Cutie Pie double buffs in mid now. He is going to be able to wreak havoc there, especially with Chuper coming back, or not Chuper coming back on this, rather, them coming back to the lane. And we are going to check out a replay on that last kill as they continue to farm up the early game.
Yeah, and here was the dive. I mean, Laudamortis, here's what happened. Crumbs invaded Laudamortis, got him in the jungle, and then Draven runs through post-flash and just crushes Laudamortis. That makes perfect sense. So again, the early aggression from Crumbs, the mismatch of Xin Zhao versus Maokai, and he's already put the punishment on.
And that was a huge amount of communication that came in from that too, because both Patoy and Cutie Pie flashed at the same exact time for the root, the grasping root, and Patoy's attack, or rather Cutie Pie's attack. So they were absolutely on point for that coming in behind the turret. Still a quick pressure on this, and we can see Nick Wu now in mid, just trying to stave off the damage on his turret, but they are relentless, Jab.
Yeah, apologies, I did not follow that one very well, but afterwards Cutie Pie came out with the double buffs and Crumbs behind Chuper for a dive.
Oh, the spear hits perfectly. One last hit. The ignite will not be enough. He's going to get some damage or health off of this and keep himself up.
Are you kidding me? 2 ganks behind a turret for Crumbs before level 4 for a 2-0 kills? Like, that's not counter ganking anymore. That's just ganking really aggressively because he knows he has Laudamortis on his back foot.
And that's what we said about Crumbs earlier. When you think about Crumbs and the great ganks, you think about the lane as well. Cutie Pie Batoy flashing in. That was great for first blood, double buff pickup. In the bottom lane, an awesome spear coming in. These guys are completely on point. And Crumbs, they are the dude that gets fed the information. We heard it from him before, and he is using it to its maximum potential right now.
Yeah, and I remember our This Is Super Week trailer before this when we had Cutie Pie in there. He was like, with 5 games, if you win the first couple, it's awesome. But if you lose the first few, it's just the most miserable time ever. And I think we're seeing both of those happen right now with Dignitas, who's way up after going 3-0 yesterday, and Complexity, who's still struggling hard.
You see Cutie Pie taking some tower. Wow, he gets actually quite low there. Laudamortis from the outside. His flash is down, though, and he was low on mana.
And look at what Patoy is doing to Laudamortis right now. Like, they're just picking on his jungle Maokai right now. They're not letting him even do his own wolves in the jungle. He's having to try to steal them away. This is not a pleasant thing for him to be doing.
Chat, we said it in the beginning, focus Laudamortis, or they are going to focus Laudamortis. The kill coming in from Crumbs is he knew he could get the cross river counter or engagement in on their red buff, and now down towards the bottom because they have vision of Laudamortis in mid.
And with the mid turret being Dao, Patoy's free to roam, so Chuper in a lot of trouble. No flash, and he's slow.
Just pre-6 as well. How unfortunate. He was almost at 6.
every little advantage Dignitas is jumping on top of, right? Like, they forced Chuper into a soul lane to begin with, which allowed Scar to burn Chuper's flash early, which allowed Crumbs to then gank him. And then because they ganked him, they realized Scar would hit level 6 before him, so they made sure they could get another gank down bottom. They're just working so well together right now, Riv.
Absolutely amazing. Another turret going in their favor here as they look to drop down the bottom one. Another 150 gold for everybody around the den. And it looks to be 11,000 to 7.5 thousand gold right now. And look at this, they're just going right into the jungle. They feel completely confident to continue countering.
Well, here's the great thing. They pink ward.
Oh my gosh.
They pink warded Laudomortis' pink ward. So like Laudomortis really wanted to get a pink ward so he could control his own blue buff, but Dignitas was another step ahead of him still, stealing that away, and they are making sure to keep Laudomortis down here.
So Laudomortis didn't have double buffs for too long. They don't get the second blue buff coming in. Just everything going against Complexity right now, and Dignitas is not letting up at all. The attacks come in. Chuper tries to slow them off of the engage here, but everybody is there for Dignitas. They're kind of piling into that funnel, which was a little scary for them, but with the strength in their power, or the strength in their numbers right now, they were able to take that, and they still look aggressive.
Crumbs is not using his own jungle. He's just invading.
Laudomortis taking so much to stand aside, hits the dive in, the last shield from Shen keeps Laudomortis alive with a sliver. The ultimate coming in takes him down. Cutie Pie picks up another one, 2-0-1 already.
This is brutal by Dignitas right now. They are just not giving Complexity an inch to breathe. Like, all of Dignitas' jungle is up right now. They are in Complexity's side. We were worried about Laudomortis not being able to cross the river. He can't cross out of his base without getting killed right now, and another buff steal coming for Dignitas.
That can affect the game a bit.
That's going to be a bad thing.
They can rep the red. It looks like they are going to give that over to Cutie Pie, so he stays buffed up as well as the double buffs wore off a little bit ago. He's refreshed with the red.
No, Brunchy's
they
in trouble
could
now
go
too?
in for a brunch. They go in for the execution. He gets some good damage. A great cocoon causing the cleanse summoner to come out. Kiwi Kid doing what he can with a sliver of health for himself. Patoy looking to grasping root right over the edge.
And they're going to look to pressure down this turret. It's a 3-on-2 with a very low health. No cleanse, no flash Brunch U. So they might not get the turret in this push, but they're well on their way to the third turret of the game with almost no pressure coming back in any way, shape, or form from Complexity.
Cutie Pie's ultimate still pretty far from coming back up. They got to be careful how much mana they have. But with the wards, they're not seeing any pressure. So they're saying we don't have to be careful at all. 5-0 right now as they're not letting Complexity gain any ground in this matchup. At 10 minutes in, they look to push this top lane, and they've dropped the other two turrets on the outer tier. They just look to keep poking. Really, I'm a Cutie Pie and Patoy, the AD carry and support, as they would, putting themselves back in the farm lane for now.
Yeah, it's really funny, as you mentioned, the wards. Like, Dignitas has 3 wards on the map, but none on their own side of the map.
Yeah.
Like, they are living in Complexity's stuff. Because they're rooming together, so they're just taking over their house.
There you go. So we have a little bit of damage there. Kiwi Kid Q's coming out all over the place to harass Nick Wu. Nick Wu in that lane, though, like we said, it looks like he's having some trouble. They've been pressuring that bottom lane a little bit here and there. Oh, he was in mid previously. We should announce that. But he does have the Giant's Belt. He was 2v1 against the AD support. He has the red elixir that he didn't have to use, or has picked up another one if he did decide to within those engagements. So he's still playing well for his team. Laudomortis, we'll see if the team can really start to get around him as well. Again, like we said, start to help out from everywhere.
Yeah, and Complexity trying to stay in this one. They're finally able to clear some of their own jungle, but like, ouch. They're losing the dragon right here. This is what's about to become a greater than 50% gold lead 10 minutes into the game, and it's not only a gold lead, but it's a level advantage for Dignitas as well, right? Even Kiwi Kid has a level on Nick Wu, and Nick Wu has been the one doing the best of the people on Complexity so far this game. They have all the buff control. Crumbs is coming in behind Complexity right now, and Laudomortis is again in trouble.
Looks like they're pushing out Laudomortis. Oh, the ultimate keeps a lot of that damage away. Chuper comes in to give him the assist, but he may have caused himself to go down here. He gets the rift. There's not going to be enough for one more. He tries to burst down Skara. The barrier is there, and they continue to press down mid.
And that was actually a really nice escape by Laudomortis. He put his arcane smash, knocked them back at just the right point, and was able to get away, but it wasn't enough. Dignitas kept chasing, and they finished off Chuper.
Patoy getting a little aggressive here. All he wanted to do was ward, but look what he's done. He kind of took away a few attacks there. I don't think they used the summoner. He may have used Ignite. I don't believe so, though. It was just the Dazzle and the Zyra ultimate. So good engage there. Didn't really get what he wanted.
Complexity trying to fight back, but at 18.3k to 11.8k, it's a little tricky. And I think the top tower is going to be going down pretty shortly for Dignitas here in the top lane because Crumbs is pressuring around the back and Cutie Pie is too fierce.
They are pushing back Brunch U right now. We can see it showing in the inventory, 85 to 68 in minions, 2-0-1 for Cutie Pie. And he is just loving that KDA increase right now. We'll see a big smile on his face if they can make it to the Nexus at the end of this game. But Complexity has a different thing on their mind. They want to try to stave this off. We saw what TSM did, so they're probably taking notes from that as well. How to kind of turtle it out somewhat. Nick Wu just trying to dodge spears coming out of the fog of war. That's how much harassment they're getting. He can't even be in lane to just farm minions.
And they need to find ways to kind of stop turret pushes, but they don't have the same tools that TSM had, right? Like Xerath was able to harass AD carries while they're hitting turrets with his super long range, but Trooper is going to have to kind of dash in if he wants to create the same kind of action, so I don't know if Complexity has the same stalling tools that TSM had there, and Loutamortis tried to save his own blue buff, but Crumbs still got the smite.
The Crumbs getting dazzled out. They have good vision of what's coming at him right here, but it may not be enough. Kiwi Kid with a great cocoon. The pop back from Crumbs and the forced flash out. Not there. Cutie Pie tries to throw his ultimate in. It looks like they're going to drop MIA here, and they could get initiated on. They just got the exhaust to waste. Trooper coming in. He is actually quite squishy, so he does not choose to go in for the fight.
21,000 to 13,000, 13 minutes in. So 3 turrets to 0, 7 kills to 0. This is trouble, and the stuns just continue. This game is...
Oh my gosh. Trooper getting taken out right there. He had a great rift over the spear, but it put himself in a terrible position where he was completely zeroed out, and it looks like they're going to be able to get this turret. They're not letting up. A relentless push in the bottom lane from Dignitas. We haven't even seen Brunch U in this fight. He's been farming top lane.
Last game was over an hour. We might be making up for it with this one. This game could be over really quickly with the power that Dignitas has accumulated early. If it keeps going like this, they're going to be double gold of Complexity at some point. They are destroying them right now.
The positioning for Scar to walk back in front of the base steps without any mana, they know they have control. They feel very confident. And just in the movements they're making, that's telling that story. 8-0, 14 minutes in. 5 turrets, a shutout on turrets right now for Dignitas as Complexity looks to start making some moves. The Dragons really haven't even been a focus. Complexity hasn't had a chance to dictate anything of their own.
And I mean, it's not even a matter of Complexity pressing in this one, right? Like before the game, we were saying that they've been trying a little bit too hard. This game, they've just been punched in the face from the start of it and haven't been able to get back up.
And you just see Cutie Pie, 3 attacks taken out, and he was able to pretty much push them off there with just a grasping root from Zyra. They know he is scary. He goes actually for the fast Bloodthirster to keep just pounding on that damage as he charges up the stacks, continues to go around. You see him picking up the red buff right now. They are getting ready for that next engage. The boots of mobility on Crumbs. He loves that. The Locket of the Iron Solari coming out. They're fight ready.
Morellonomicon on Scar as well. That's his favorite item. I mean, he was filming that every game. On Gragas as well. He tried to go in by himself for the red steal, and instead of Complexity turning on him 2v1, they just decided they're running the other direction because, like, you added up the gold really between Tarek and Kog'Maw, it's about 6,000. Scar is at 5,500, so he's almost 2 people right now of Complexity.
See what he can do. Those spears are going to hit like 2 people. Half of your health bar, there's a good chunk of it going on to Brunch U, and they're just forcing rifts away from Chuber, simple attacks and basic attacks here. Complexity is using everything defensively at this point.
And they have to. They are so far behind at this point that they need an experience swing in the first place. Like if they can kill anybody on Dignitas who is multiple levels ahead of them, they will get almost a full level of experience. Like a Tarek at level 6 being in range of a level 11 will get almost a full level worth of experience with the way it scales up, but they just can't get themselves into a situation to do that.
Going down, take a look at Complexity's items here. You can see the recipes being pieced together. And Dignitas can see this. Pit tab, they open it up. That shows them a gigantic gold lead right now. Even the Sightstone upgraded on Dignitas' side with an Oracle's ready right after that. And a red elixir even for Skara for the engagement.
It's really funny how you look at Complexity's items and it's like, okay, we're going to build this item. And you look at Dignitas and they have all completed their items. They're just that far ahead.
Yep. Crumbs now pressuring that middle a little bit with Patoy as they continue to get a split push going. They are just trying to cause so much trouble for Complexity right now. Loutamortis doing what he can to just grab that, and they can't even do it without losing almost half of their health for both of them. They wanted a golem, Jat.
Did they get it? I
think they got him.
I think
Loutamortis got the big guy.
Yeah, it was probably worth it.
So, that wasn't. Brunch U going down under the turret. Crumbs and Cutie Pie rather coming up big there. 3-0-1 for him. great scores on the side of Dignitas right now, as they are not letting Complexity breathe. That stranglehold tactic, rather. Crumbs going a little too deep here. They may find that first death. Block of the Iron Solari comes out and he forces the flash over the side. They go to engage, and Cutie Pie, he has used that speed steroid, so he's right in range, huffs his ultimate off the side of the map, and it looks like they're going to continue in on this fight. Actually, he gets one down. Patoy actually picks up the kill on support, giving himself a kill. Cutie Pie follows in with the flash. Nick Wu is going to be the last one there, and it looks like they're able to take him down. Crumbs, the ignite does not tick, and he gets away with a little bit of everything.
I bet you Complexity really just wanted that one kill. Like, could you give him one kill, Crumbs? You're living with the guys. Give him a kill. But no, it's 12-0.
Not going to have it. Said they don't feed Cutie Pie, so they're trying to get them in now. He's getting as much as he can. Cutie Pie getting himself nice and big. 4-0-3 after that fight. It looks like they almost took down Crumbs, as we saw there, but he continued to engage. He actually has that emblem of valor now. I don't think he had it for the last fight, but could have helped him stay alive. We'll just say it did.
Yeah, 2 inhibitors down at 17 minutes, 45 seconds. They're working on the third inner turret. Complexity does not have a play here that I think works.
It's going to be tough. Where do you go in? That Orianna pick, something else than Kassadin in mid would give you such a better utility for the rest of your team. They could really put the ball onto Lauda Mortis to jump in and get something going. Nick Wood jumps, get something going. Right now, that's all they have, and Lauda Mortis is going down very fast. Dignitas focused where the initiation was coming from right off the bat, so it couldn't happen.
And the big thing for Complexity in this game, to like the big takeaway, is they have to make sure they don't turn on themselves too much and that they don't get down on themselves and that they're not raging at each other now, because like anything that happens at this point is out of their control. Everything has already happened. So like another death or another score that comes through, they have to make sure that they don't turn on themselves for any kills or deaths, because like this kind of stuff is really painful for a team. I know like the last game that was kind of this one-sided I remember seeing was SK Gaming versus Eclipsia in Tales of Lane over in Paris, and that was Eclipsia actually beating SK Gaming, so it was a big upset. This one was a favorite kind of beating an underdog really badly, but these kind of losses are not super easy for most teams to come back from.
16,000 gold, forcing the flash on Scar there. 2v1s can still be in their favor. It's not been a lot of health built up here. Dignitas is just building that pure power. You can see Scar still looks a little squishy. He's taking some damage there. But what he is going to trade back is really what is turning Complexity away. So if they can find the 2v1s, if they can catch somebody out, they can start to get that bounty back that they're looking for.
The biggest issue though now is that 2 inhibitors were cleared on Dignitas' last push, so they got 2 waves of super minions coming into the base, and Complexity is not ready to deal with super minions. Their items have not reached a point yet. They still don't have a tier 3 item in any situation, and here comes Dignitas.
The dive in, look how low Lauda Mortis is. He only gets to use his ult here. They know he can't dive back in. He almost goes down to the fountain. Actually, the spiders follow from Kiwi Kid. They are wreaking havoc right outside the steps of the fountain. Eyes all on the Nexus turret, chat. Dignitas looks to continue their win streak here to 9 games in a row, and it looks like eyes on the turret or the Nexus. It's going to go down, and they will be able to thwart Complexity on a win.
They didn't even give them a chance to surrender. They ended the game before 20 minutes. Dignitas keeps getting better and better. That is the highest percentage gold lead anyone has had versus any team in any of the LCS matches. That was really impressive by Dignitas.
You were right, chat. The first match was long, and they kind of
add them up, it's like 82 minutes.
Turned on the afterburners, and this one was just an all-out run for Dignitas. They laced up off the bat. They kind of didn't force Lauda Mortis into that position. Vi, I believe Vi was still out there. Did they?
Yeah, Vi was available, but he decided to pick Maokai.
They went the Maokai, which, again, we said, that could kind of put him in a hole right off the bat. That's easy to gank. It's easy to stop. You take the blue, he's left out in the dark, but they got him on the red. The double buff went to Cutie Pie, and everything just escalated.
Dignitas saw the really small windows in Complexity's composition, and they took full advantage of it. They realized they had a mid laner who could go bottom to force Kassadin into a bad play. They realized they had an aggressive jungler and a way of taking advantage of that. Like, everything was actually extremely calculated for these guys, and man,
two double turret dives before level 5.
Yeah.
One in mid, and then he's like, all right, let's go bottom and do it.
It was a flawless victory.
Super crazy. So Dignitas running that double mid again. Worked out for him. It's time for a short break, but we'll be back with an interview with both Patoy and Crumbs from Dignitas. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, and I'm pleased to be joined by Crumbs and Patoy from Team Dignitas, who just had a really one-sided game against Complexity. You guys got to be pretty happy about that one. Like, how do you walk me through a little bit how a victory that one-sided happens?
Well, just from the picks and bans, we got the champions that we wanted to play.
Yeah.
And then, you're kind of wondering, oh, why did we put Scar bot lane? Well, he said he could handle a long lane, so we wanted to prove him wrong, see like, all right, let's see if you can actually handle it. And then we wanted him to go against Tarek Kog'Maw, but they lane swapped it, so the game just kind of snowballed a little, and especially after having their Shen send their resources top and not be able to kill Elise.
Okay.
And after that, the game kind of snowballed in our favor.
All right, so you talked about the picks and bans a little bit, and I know, Patoy, you picked Zyra, even though you've been so reliant on Alistar so far in the season. Like, you guys do seem to have like a large amount of champions that each of you can play. For you, at least, it's Alistar and Zyra. Why would you pick Zyra over Alistar in this situation?
I picked Zyra because they had, I think it was Tarek and Shen that they picked first rotation when I was picking. And those two are obviously good at diving, so I picked anti-dive champion. And because we had planned the 1v2 ahead of time. So Zyra's a little bit better at controlling the jungle because I can scout over the wraiths with my seeds. And I just feel comfortable on Zyra, and my team's comfortable with it, so I picked that.
Oh man, you guys were just so on point really that entire game, and it does feel a little bit like you're just stepping it up every single game. Like at the start of the season, you lost your first 2 games. Now you've won 9 in a row, and every game almost seems to be a little bit more one-sided. Do you feel like you're gaining that kind of momentum?
Yeah, but we're not really focused on the fact that we are on a 9-win streak. Like, we haven't even discussed that as a team yet, and I don't think we ever will. We're not kind of riding a wave of, oh, we're winning these many games. We're just going as we're playing it, taking each game just as seriously as the last one.
Yeah.
And you can't ride a winning streak of, say, going undefeated since you already lost in the beginning of the season. So that pressure that I feel Curse was feeling from just going completely undefeated is not on us as much as it's on them.
Yeah, so after a win like that over Complexity, you're kind of talking earlier, you're still living with Complexity. How does that feel? Were you worried about that during the game?
Well, I mean, I have to go back on the same shuttle with all of them, me and Cutie Pie, and we're good friends.
Yeah.
And when the game time comes, it's just completely different scenario. But I think it's not going to be awkward at all. We're just going to have a good laugh about it and then go to dinner and pretty much it. But that's just pretty much it. It's our job, right?
For sure. Are you and Cutie Pie sharing a room in the Complexity house?
Absolutely not. No.
Absolutely not.
No.
All right, and just trying to catch up on your guys' housing situation. You do have the house. You're moving in like after Super Week, right?
Correct.
All right, so that's probably quite a relief. Have you been, what's been up with you, Patoy? Have you been staying hotel or?
I've been staying at my girlfriend's house because my house is like 2 hours away and hers is only about like hour drive here, so it's a lot easier that way. And then I'll move in a few days to the new house.
Nice. So this is now 4-0 on Super Week for you guys, and you haven't been talking about momentum and that much, and you say you don't really take it into account, but like 4-0 on Super Week is an extremely impressive thing. Is that something you prepared extra hard for in this week, or is like, I know we asked you this last week, you're like, no, we're going to take it like any other week. Is that the case?
I mean, honestly, I'm pretty sure we played even less for the Super Week than any other because we took 2 days break instead.
Right.
And then we had some internet problems going into the practice, so we had a lot of lags and a lot of pauses just scrimming. So I'm pretty sure that we scrimmed way less for this week than any other, so I guess we got lucky, I suppose, or maybe we took advantage of the practice that we had, but it's not like we just took it like any other week, to be honest.
Yeah, so I know you guys have been getting along really well. When I asked Kiwi Kid yesterday, he like couldn't stop smiling about I'm a Cutie Pie. My best/worst memory of I'm a Cutie Pie was when we were on a plane to Korea and he sat beside me and like his hair was over the wall on me like the entire time. Do you have like a favorite I'm a Cutie Pie story that's safe for the broadcast?
Favorite I'm a Cutie Pie.
There's too many. There's
the
most recent one maybe, like before the game.
When we were in Korea, we had to live in an extremely small room.
Yeah.
When our gaming room was pretty much the size of where we are right now, for 5 people, and we sat there for 30 days. And nobody cleaned it out. So you can imagine the hair that accumulated. Like, he wouldn't even go to my area. There was no ventilation. For some reason, I'd wake up and there'd be his hairs on my chair. Like, I guess that's a bad memory. I don't really know.
It's still a good story for that one. Yeah. Well, thank you guys for the awesome interview. I mean, congratulations on your other win. You guys have been absolutely crushing it. I'm sure all the Dignitas fans are super happy about how well you guys are doing now. So if only you guys can continue. It'll be great for them. Congratulations. Good luck in the rest of it. And I'm going to send it over to Freak at the teleprompter. Show us the big plays.
All right.
Thanks, Jat. I'm here, and we got a quick clip from the game we just saw, of course, Complexity versus Dignitas. And what I kind of want to point out here is a lot of it's because they're ahead in gold, but also the fight mechanics of getting caught in a 2 versus 3. So this is a kind of late game tower dive. It's going to be a 3-on-2 with Cutie Pie and Crumbs getting caught out. Let's start the clip off and watch what happens. Basically, it's an initiation on Crumbs. He gets stunned, locked up against the wall, and he's forced to flash over. And then here comes Loud Mortis, and they engage. Let's pause right here, because a perfectly timed cleanse just got Cutie Pie able to run down. Of course, he's still got the friends coming down. They've burned their crowd control into Crumbs. But basically, Cutie Pie, he's just trying to build a gap, basically, between him and his opponents. He's very fast. He's on Draven. He's got lifesteal, a completed Bloodthirster. He's got a lot of damage. So his goal is just to build a gap, toss out, stand aside, and then go for the attack damage. So let's resume it and watch Cutie Pie. Runs down, gets knocked up a little bit. There's the stand aside. Actually whips the ultimate, but then it's now time for free basic attacks. We can pause one more time because now Patoya has shown up. They've bought time, right? Crumbs took all the damage. He flashed the wall. He's a tanky man. Cutie Pie was just running away, not taking damage either, and it allowed the third member of Dignitas to show up to this fight. So now Cutie Pie, he's on lifesteal mode. Notice that he's at basically 1/4 health right now. He's low on health, but the thing is he's got a Bloodthirster. He's going to be full up by the time the fight ends, and no one even dies. Let's resume it up. Of course, the root happens on a Nick Woot, and look at the damage onto MIA. The damage on Loud Mortis, crit after crit. He's going to get chunked down, flash taken down inside the base. Of course, Nick Woot at this point's exhausted and dropped as well. And Cutie Pie just keeps getting his health higher and higher up. He's now above half health. It's a complete team fight wash. A great battle for Dignitas. Now, the other one I want to bring out was from TSM versus Vulcun. And this is two kills to 0, right? The very start of the game. This is one of these those almost game-winning dragon fights. Of course, TSM won the game in the end. But what I want to sort of point out is Vulcan's team composition. Now, they don't have any wards here, right? Vulcun, they've got a very little amount of visibility. It's just off of Alistair, right? This is TSM's pink ward, so they know there's very little vision here. They can kind of see they start a dragon, there's a ward up there, but there's nothing else for these guys. So the patience from Muffin will allow him to spot out the team, right? Crowd control them with a pulverize, and that will actually allow Final Spark and True Shot Barrage to come in and start the fight. So let's start the battle off and watch Muffin Cutie's play here, right? He actually waits around, waits for his teams to get into range, and they layer it. There's the pulverize, there's the damage out, but Smithy comes in, and we'll pause right here, because now they've completely started the fight off on the wrong foot. Zuna's going to duel KX. Look at the health bars. Zuna's full. KX is down below half because of that initiation, so that's a very easy duel in the bottom half. They've already sent Odd One packing. He's already flashed over the wall. They've already killed Xpecial. And, you know, the teleport from Dyrus will be a little bit helpful, but they've already started out so well that it doesn't matter. Let's play it out. Watch Zuna versus KX. It's an easy fight down here. He picks up that kill cleanly. Some good damage from Reginald, some good damage onto Smithy, yeah, sure. But here comes Dyrus, and he goes for ManCloud. He's still safe, though. Now, right here is another really important point. We'll pause. The team calls, let's go in on Reginald. He's down to half health. He's against the wall. No mana, low health. They're all going to die for him, right? Zuna's already dodged Kog'Maw. He's fallen off right there. No big worry. Reginald's going to get forced away, and it's going to mean that it's Dyrus versus 3. Even with full health, half mana, his ult, ghost, everything, it doesn't matter because the 3 versus 1 is so hard. So they're going to focus Reginald. They'll completely push him out of the fight. And then Dyrus will not be able to 1 versus 3 because you just simply can't do it. Let's resume the clip, watch what happens. Reginald, right, forced up, ManCloud go for something, he gets flinged, doesn't even matter, right? Dyrus tries to get some damage, but ManCloud gets a great shield. They put the Ignite on, Dyrus is forced to run away. There's no way TSM can turn that fight around. Beautiful initiation, just an exactly perfect team fight for Vulcun. They did everything right in that battle. Correct target prioritization, correct micromanagement, getting away from poison, getting out from fling, choosing the right targets, a really good play. So, those are kind of the team fight mechanics you expect from teams like this in LCS, and I just kind of wanted to highlight some of those moves for you guys. Back to you at the desk.
Okay, everyone, earlier in the show, we asked you, which player would you build an all-star team around? And you answered this. Zion Spartan. This guy has so much potential, as does all of GGU. Would love to see them start pulling off some upsets. I can see that.
And Zion Spartan's had a tough season of having to move around back and forth in lanes, but he's very young. He's just finished high school / still is in high school. I know he's 18, so if you're looking at the future of League of Legends, that's a great way to start.
Right on. And the next one, Shiki under 7. Totally Saint Vicious. He is at the moment the best of North America for that early aggression and the impact it has on all of the games.
Yeah, and when he joined Curse, it really changed the style of that team. He does does call a lot of things. He is a more mature presence in that. He's one of the oldest North American pro gamers, so his jungling style and command and communication that he brings to a team is actually pretty good.
He is. You called him out on that.
Yeah.
In the interview.
He's an oldie.
Nice guy, Jan. Coming up, I thought it said Chowster. CSTR says, Patoy, every All-Star team needs a godlike support. And actually, his Alistar has been showing just that.
And I think he's close to top, if not the top in the KDA in North America. And he's very, very present of it. Like every time after games, like, man, that double kill better help my KDA. I want to be on the top of it. But he's
you ask him and he's like, I had to die for Scara. I don't mind. Right?
Secretly, though.
Back and forth there. Cutie Pie definitely has it. So great responses, everyone. We'd love to hear more. We're at LOL Esports, and the hashtag is LCS. We still have 2 matches to go today, but remember, there's even more North American LCS action tomorrow, starting at 5 p.m. Pacific, 2 a.m. Central European time, with Team Solo Mid versus Curse. Now, don't go anywhere. Our 3rd match of the day is right around the corner. It's Good Game University versus Marn. Stick around.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. David Freak Turley here, along with Sam, Kobe24, Hartman Kensler, a man with only barely more ELO than syllables in his name. That actually sounded like an insult. I'm sorry. Never mind. We're going to move on.
I was the first caster to Diamond. Thank you very much.
It's time for our third match of the day, Good Game University versus Marn. Now, GGU completely struck out yesterday, but Marn had 2 really impressive wins.
They looked so good yesterday, especially Heartbeat with that quadra kill at the end versus TSM. And Mega Zero in these one-on-one matchups has been cleaning up with Renekton. He actually tweeted last night, I saw, he's thinking about retiring Renekton because he's pretty sure everyone will ban it against him now.
It's like needly hot shot from season 1. Just like, nope, you're not allowed this champion anymore for the rest of the season.
But the last time these guys played, he got the triple kill for the first blood, and they snowballed that and just won the entire game.
Yeah, the last match that these guys played, really, basically every lane won for Good Game University, or sorry, every lane won for Team Marn. And yeah, like Mega came in for the triple. Wow, I can't talk today. The triple kill first blood at like 25 minutes in. They took a long time to get their game started, but they did finally get the victory. I mean, GGU was Marn's first win of the season. Like, that's kind of rough.
Yeah, and 25 minutes before that first blood. It took a while, but they got it.
It was interesting. It was a slow game because both these teams were characterized as being very, very fast ones. Now, you know, the unfortunate thing for Good Game University, we've talked about it a lot, is lineup stumbles. You know, GGU's had a few of these. And you know, they've got some mainstays still there on that roster, though. You see them on the screen there. Zion Spartan is back in the top lane. You've still got Nintendo in the jungle. And the bottom lane of Don't Mash Me and Bloodwater, they're still there. And Mash Me, I think more than anyone, has been reliable. He's been doing incredibly impressively. You saw his game against CLG back in the first couple of weeks, and he was like 9-1, or like he had a really good KDA on Graves, like against CLG, who's again an amazing team, and he was putting up numbers. I think for their credit, they should rely on him a little bit more. Now again, we talked about GGU's stumbles a little bit, but can they show Marn who's boss? Let's take a look.
Yeah, it's not going to be a fun week going into week 4. We had so much momentum coming into week 3, but
we didn't change the thing,
took a giant 180 on us.
Complexity taking over full control of the base here, Kobe, and it doesn't look good for GGU.
Now we really have to pick it back up and swing it back in the right direction.
I feel like we've been practicing a lot of different things lately, so anything we do should do fairly well against them.
And definitely, that's not going to happen again, us losing. We're definitely going to show Marn why we're a team to be feared. Because when I'm back in top lane, I can definitely carry my team to victory.
So they said definitely able to carry the team through that. Both Zion and Mash Me, very confident.
Not gonna happen again, us losing.
It's like Cutie Pie with turrets. Like, they're not going down. Why? They're not going down. All right. I trust him. Anyway, guys, let's check out our lineups. On the blue side, it is Good Game University. Zion Spartan in the top lane, Nintendo X in the jungle, Jinte, that sub in the mid lane, Don't Mash Me in Bloodwater, AD carry, and support.
On the red side, we have Mega Zero up top, Claky D is the jungler, Echo in mid, Heartbeat on AD, and Atomic end supporting.
This is going to be a fun match overall, really. We talked kind of a lot about Marn's setup for their games yesterday, basically. Kind of what they were doing, how they're going to win their games, and it was, hey, get back to the 2-on-2 and the 1-on-1 lanes, because basically they never seemed to win their own 2-on-1s like very hard. Whereas Mega Zero always really got shut down. We see, like, Mega Zero was like the guy to like watch for on Wednesday, and he had to match up against Hotshot GG and Dyrus, and he was very successful here. Now Zion Spartan said, now that I'm back in top lane, a little bit of chest bumping, it's all on me. We're in a champion select. Let's see what these guys pick for each other.
Yeah, both of the top laners really confident in their 1-versus-1 abilities. So we'll see if any team decides to switch it up for a 2-versus-1.
Well, already the respect bans are coming in fast and furious. Renekton, the very first ban of the series. Mega Zero, you got to retire that champion. And of course, Kale being banned against blue team is kind of the standard here. But the Rumble ban against Zion Spartan is, I think, really important here for Marn.
Yeah, so the 2 I see right now are Shinshao and Jarvan still up. Usually against Claky D, Jarvan's like a perma ban. They let it through one time.
TSM did it, and they lost.
And they paid for it. So this is tricky here. Actually, they don't have first pick, so maybe they'll first pick it, or...
I mean, we'll see. I mean, there's really some interesting picks and bans here. Echo actually had run Twisted Fate in their win against GGU. They've actually banned it out themselves. This is at least getting dropped out. You expect the Jarvan to come through. I know most teams have prioritized Xin Zhao over Jarvan in general, but he's, you know, a guy. Also, interestingly enough, Shen also has not been banned.
Yeah. Hey, maybe they'll pick 2 Shens.
You could always pick 2 of them. We're going to see what these guys go for here. Marn looking at their, I mean, they do have 2 picks available. If they click at the same time, just maybe. Interesting. Ooh, I was going to say, if they put the Akali in there, we did see Mega play it against Dyrus. and it's one of those favored champions for
Just
Zion Spartan.
Quick little tease there, show you the art, and then they go over to Darius.
I think that's actually, no, he's helping. See, it's not players teasing us. They are showing us the depth of art in League of Legends. Look at all these portraits that exist in case you're not scrolling. Here's a portrait. Here's a portrait.
Turns out it was foreshadowing. He locks it in, and it is going to be the Jarvan as well.
Like a good novelist foreshadowing. All right, so yeah, there we go. Akali and Jarvan in there. And that's the same 2 picks they grabbed against TSM.
So looking good for them already. Those comfort picks, we talk about it over and over, especially with the younger teams. They just perform so much better when they have those champions that they've put all their time on. It kind of makes sense.
Yeah, and it does make sense, exactly, because the more experienced teams, they've got so much more time. Excuse me, GGU looking, excuse me again, sorry, for their 2nd and 3rd picks here. We normally see Elise in the jungle for Nintendude. And actually, speaking of him, I normally tout him as a very, very good jungler. He tends to have a lot of impact for his team, but recently, in watching his games, he tends to like stop farming halfway through the game. Like, he has a lot of impact, he ganks really, really well, and then you just look at the score 25 minutes in, and you just see like half the minion kills on one side or the other. And now they're looking at their last 2 picks. Ooh, it's going to be Fizz and Alistair. Fizz is a scary pick for Zion Spartan.
Yeah, Fizz actually drew a few bans with Zion Spartan. All the solo queue players that play with him know that he's really dangerous on that, and they don't want another assassin on top of Elise to deal with. But going back to Nintendo, like you're talking about, yeah, he's been a little bit rocky lately. It all kind of started with that jungle Leona, I think.
Yeah.
He really focuses on. I actually asked him about that, and like, why wouldn't you use a Mumu? It's kind of a similar champion kit.
Yeah.
And he was like, he really focuses on snowballing the lanes hard. He wants to do early tower dives, and with Leona's lower cooldowns, he likes that better for constant ganks. So it matches his playstyle you're talking about, where it's less farm, more ganks. He's a very gank-heavy jungler, and it just happens that if those aren't successful, then you end up looking a little worse. But if they are successful, then your lanes just look amazingly strong.
And that, of course, makes a lot of sense. St. Vicious, I believe, tweeted about that pick and was like, why is he picking Leona? Leona can't 1v1, and right now all the picks seem to be about junglers who can fight heads-up one-on-one very, very well. And again, prioritizing those ganks. Now, Marn, with their next 2 picks, have grabbed themselves
couple of pretty ladies.
Couple of pretty ladies, actually. It's a very female team so far. And it's Lux in the mid lane and Sona on support. They're still actually keeping their AD carry. Mashme immediately locking in Twitch, and this team has a bunch of assassins and a Twitch trying to shred people out.
We always hear about Don't Mashme's Twitch.
Yeah.
He's like, I barely ever lose on Twitch, only 3 games or something like that. And it's obvious he's going to go for that again. But the Orianna lock-in was a little surprising to me after that Lux. That's really a very skill shot based mid lane. It all depends on who's going to be able to land those. I'm really happy that we're seeing so much Lux now, because it just makes the games really exciting when you know that at any point one person on the other team could just get 100% to 0.
And just imagine, I mean, that Lux versus Xerath game. I'm glad I didn't cast that, because I'm glad I didn't do camera for that.
Yeah, the camera work.
I would have missed all the kills. Oh man, it would have been bad. Last pick coming in here for Marn. They got 15 seconds to choose their AD carry, unless they're doing something really strange and not picking one. Devil would be pleased if that were the case, but we'll see what they end up picking for. 7 seconds to go. I mean, they clearly know what lane they're against. It's Alistair, Twitch, and once again, that comfort pick. I mean, we talked about it over and over, but Tristana looks to be the grab here for Team Marn. So that is a Sona Tristana bottom lane.
So they've gone away from that Tarek Urgot that they used really early and in the qualifiers that got them here, and it feels like this is his new champion. He's like, okay, I'm done with Urgot. That's old news. Yeah. Every single time that Tristana's available, I'm going to grab Tristana again and again. Yeah. I do like that last time he varied up his build at least.
Yes.
He didn't rush the same old Blade of the Ruined King because we saw he actually used that against a shield-heavy team and the healing of AP Tryndamere when they fought Curse, and they just got destroyed.
Yeah, so we just went for the default carry build. So what do these lineups look like to you guys, or to you, I should say specifically? What are these teams going for here?
I mean, obviously, whenever you have Twitch, you're trying to protect that Twitch, so the ball's going to be good. He's going to want to use, like when Link was playing Orianna, he said he built more tanky and because he wanted to use utility a lot more than damage. So I'm expect Jinte to do a similar thing. He wants the utility to try and protect Twitch. Same thing with Alistar. Like I always say, he's the best bodyguard in the game.
Yeah. And then, of course, Marn, of course, they've got Jarvan and Akali who can dive in, but they've got this sort of backline here with Lux, Sona, and Tristana. You know, we'll kind of see how that pans out. To talk about this game, you're seeing Marn on your screen. They had a very good last half of yesterday. Well, they dropped to Curse. They did take wins over Counterlogic Gaming and Team Solo Mid. They're sitting here at, I believe, 5th place in the standings. Very actually close behind CLG, I think, in win-loss ratio at this point. I think this one will put them at 500.
Yeah, and those are 2 really big names just to take down.
Right.
It's like you frame that and put that up against your up your wall because TSM and CLG are like the oldest teams in all of competitive.
Yeah, I want that trophy case, right? It's like, oh, you know, I got like most improved in swimming, and then I got like an MVP baseball and trophy. And you just write on a piece of paper, I beat CLG and TSM on land. And you're like, yeah, okay, I'll give you that one. Anyway, guys, we are into the game, of course, as you can tell. Good Game University on the blue team. Marn up on red, and they are leaving their bases.
That is definitely a good start to the game. All good strategies start with leaving your base.
Good. Good for them. Good for them. And let's see where these guys go, of course. GGU. Flag toss going to spot them out a little bit. Not too much has happened just yet. Marn, of course, waiting around on their right-hand side.
So we got 1 early defensive ward out so far. The rest are being held onto. The longer you can hold on to those, the better, because both of these junglers, like I said, are very early gankers, except for the last showing that Marn had, actually. Claky went farm heavy and actually bought a lot of pink wards to counter ward instead of doing the early jungle. Look at Nintendo. Scar was actually complaining about this yesterday. If you turn into a spider, the little babies, if you're right next to a wall, they'll walk all the way around that wall and give you vision of the entire inside of the jungle. So neat little trick there on Elise for new Elise players. You can get some extra vision at the very beginning of the game.
It's a pretty cool move. And the thing is, like, you said Scar complained about it. I mean, you've got guys like Jarvan.
Because he's not playing it.
Oh, of course, yeah. He doesn't play Elise. That's actually up to his teammates to do that. But basically, like, you look at people like Karthus who can queue brushes and Jarvan can throw flags. Like, brush checking is not unheard of, right? It's not like it's an Elite-specific thing. So I think it's a kind of a fun thing here. Anyway, we're seeing the Wolves being started out here. Zion Spartan getting some help from Jinte. Mega Zero getting help from Echo. So both these top laners are really being given basically leashes on the jungle to get some extra experience. Actually, every side lane is grabbing XP here, and the junglers are left to fend for themselves until they start the buffs.
Yeah, this is pretty common nowadays. All 3 of the mini jungle camps being taken simultaneously at the beginning of the match. Either you're taking one of those camps or you're trying to stop your opponents from taking it so that they don't get the advantage. And that also means that the early ganks from junglers have been more prevalent. But Mega Zero, we can see again, starting with the red pot, even though he's not on Renekton, he's always ready to fight, especially against other assassins that are melee, like Fizz over here for Zion's
Yeah, that just tends to be the new trend. Like, everyone's just buying that, especially on these melee guys. And the thing is, he's fighting up against Fizz, who has a healing debuff. The Elixir heal bypasses healing debuff because it's plus health.
Yeah, it's not a heal. It's just like more maximum life. Boom.
Yeah, so he'll get the health from that. Nintendo, really early jungle clears here. Had used his smite on red buff. He's going to have to DPS the blue himself. You see Jinte up in the mid lane, up against Echo. 8-8 right now. They're in an equal matchup. The top lane, actually, 12-5. Zion Spartan is well ahead here.
Yeah, and he got the level 2 slightly before Mega Zero, so that was a huge benefit to him. You can see he's level 3 right now to Mega Zero's level 2. And there's actually no wards up top yet either, which was kind of surprising to me because I just talked about the early ganking of both of these teams, and especially Claky D on Jarvan. He could make his way up there pretty quickly.
Yeah, and it's like at least, and we've actually seen Fizz do this. He can dodge the flag toss.
He's
knock up
great.
With E.
His ability is literally called Playful Trickster. Like, he's all about just playing around with you and trolling you.
Actually, I think the comment that Riv made from The Office a little while ago was he like watched a Fizz team fight and was like, guys, I thought I have a great idea for a Flash game. Fizz Olympics. Because he like pole vaults, like he jumps around, he's got a little like he does so many acrobatic activities just moving around the battlefield that I feel like you can make a pretty good mini game around just Fizz being just dexterous.
I like the idea of those, you know how the police, when you're trying to get on the police force or something, they have the bad guy things jump out and the old lady ones jump out?
Yeah.
So we have something where you're like on Murder Bridge.
Which one's the bad guy?
With Ash, and there's Teemo, of course. He's always the bad guy.
What?
So you shoot the Teemos, and then you let Draven go away.
Why would you do that? Why would you shoot Teemo?
I'm sorry.
Besides, wouldn't he be standing still for 3 seconds and be invisible?
General consensus. No,
general consensus.
They have to pop out.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Okay, he's moved. Okay. That's a good point.
Awesome. We get back into this game.
All right, yeah, Mash with a random DC. Got himself back up in here. Zion Spartan. Again, we're seeing these guys in the top lane. Now we're seeing the bottom lane. And I actually wanted to bring up this one as well, that right now, although a lot of it's because they're pushing the lane, that Heartbeat is winning in minion kills 17-10. This is one of the things that Tristana does. it's, you know, is the explosive shot just allows him to push lanes so quickly.
Yeah, it actually forces him. It's not just allowing
sure.
him to, so you have to. So it's a kind of predictable play style, but yeah, though he's winning in minions, GGU has 3 biscuits on their team. I'm going to have to give the advantage over to them.
Well, you saw in the pregame video for Dignitas versus Complexity that PewDiePie said, well, maybe they won't feed me very much, and I'll be in bad shape. GGU took a lesson there and said, we're going to make sure we bring in some extra food to this game.
So that really just tells that all 3 of these champions went at least halfway into the utility tree. As we see Nintendo making a good use of the repel, but he does miss Cocoon, so that's going to be a failed gank for them.
All right, no moves made just yet. Of course, he is standing on top of a ward. No, there is a pink ward here for Bloodwater, but he's not going to use it in that brush, so Nintendo just going to get spotted. Walks his way out. The minions, though, have been tied back up. There we go. A fight between Mega Zero and Zion Spartan. Zion not even taking any damage, and Mega low on energy will not go for a fight just yet.
Mega playing it very defensively, immediately throws down the Shroud instead of trying to counter with damage.
Yeah, he's just kind of on the back heel. You can see him 9 minions down right now. I gotta say, you know, Zion Spartan, he said, when I'm back in top lane, I'm gonna do well. Right now, he is. Clickety's looking at the bottom lane. They've got a vision ward down there. They will not see him coming in.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't come through the lane, they have that single lane ward over here, but there's not much he can get bottom, so he can get a flash maybe. I mean, you're not gonna...
I mean, he pink warded it. Like, he's planning on ganking that. He was expecting there to be a ward that he would clear, but there's no vision. The bottom lane is actually pushing out, though. GGU are going to counter push this automatically because their wave is so much larger. If they don't back right now, Jarvan will get behind them.
A bit of patience pays off, and he's going to get in position.
All right, let's see what they go for. It's going to be a stealth from Mashme. The knockback from Bloodwater keeps Clickety from going anywhere. And look at the counterattack. He gets completely pushed out of that one. Not even a summoner spell burn for GGU. Great reactions there.
So I was thinking the only thing they could get would be a flash, but they don't even get that. And also, Claky gets chunked down a huge amount, so he's going to have to go back to his jungle and lick his wounds. If he defends this middle turret with that low life, they might even try and do an they won't do an early dive. Jinte has no mana.
Yeah, but Nintendo made a really good move there because he actually went and stole away most of that Wraith camp that you saw a second ago. He saw Clicky D at the bottom half of the map and said, I can steal that away, no problem.
I love that aspect of being a jungler. That's one of my favorite parts about it, is that it's a lot like a poker game where you have to react to the information as you get it. You're really playing, ooh, another missed ult. I have to say, people ban out Fizz against Zion, but in the LCS, his record for hitting those ults is pretty dismal.
That's unfortunate for him. We'll see if he ends up landing one. I mean, I guess he was expecting Mega to still be in the cloud, and he just wasn't there anymore. Things getting last hit. We're going to check back up at this top lane. Now only a 7 minion difference, so it's closing up, actually. Despite that early lead from Zion Spartan, the gap is getting smaller. However, he's going to make his way back to buy. Clickety walks right by a ward, knows he's not going to get a gank out of this one. Turns right around.
So at least this time around, Claky's not sticking around and standing on the wards. We've seen that backfire many times and him get counter-ganked and then get behind early. He hasn't had any successful ganks, but at least he hasn't paid for it with his life. Atomic gets CC'd.
Oh, wow, the double sensor there has to flash away, but the repel is right on top of him. It's going to be enough damage. Yeah, almost. Smash me one more attack. That's going to be first blood. And there we go. Nice pickup there for GGU.
The worst person for Marn to get that first blood is Don't Mash Me. Now the early advantage for Twitch can snowball very easily. They are also pressuring this turret. So even though we haven't seen the switch into the 2 versus 1 lanes, they might try and get this one down quickly.
Yeah, I mean, they've got some good damage on it. They're running a little bit low on minions, but have a reinforcement wave coming in right now. They are staying around. Some very good damage here. Turret down below half. They are sending Jarvan down to support this, a 2-on-3 potentially. And it's still taking more and more damage. Heartbeat's there. Clicky D is there. Nope. GG will back off.
All right. A good amount of damage, though. Now Zion taking an ignite.
Yeah, Mega Zero's actually burning a lot there. He's going to ult in. Will he go for that one? He will! Oh, the Playful Trickster! Mega flashes for it. He lands the basic attack. Just enough mobility there for him. Nice escape. And the Shark just came up for Zion Spartan.
Both of those solo top laners really wanted to go 1 versus 1. They had enough of these 2 versus 1 lanes. As we see a push scan. Nope.
Yeah, nice attempt there. Really smart choice by Atomic End to come back, say we have no vision, and warded the brush, the first thing he even did right there. Mega did burn his red elixir on that dive, but heck, even at level 6, the consumables worked out quite nicely. Let's see what we got going on in this bottom lane. Equal fight right now.
I'd be interested to see if Elise actually upgrades into the Spirit of the Spectral Wraith, the new an improved Spirit of the Spectral Wraith, because he actually added on the reduction to the smite timer, which is really good. You actually get a lot more gold if you also use the mastery that increases, you get 10 gold when you use it.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice bit of little flitter reduction right there. We're seeing Zion Spartan now himself in the top lane, farming it out once more. 50 to 53 though, the extra kill there for Mega Zero gives him a Bilgewater Cutlass instead of a Sheen. A bit of a lead for him.
Still, everyone's holding onto those biscuits. Usually that's an early game sustain before, so you don't have to go back. But they're keeping it in their pockets so they can stack up that regen for maybe the critical fight or something.
They're saving it for a rainy day, I think. They're not hungry just yet. Of course, we cater lunch for all these guys here at the LCS studio. So maybe 30 minutes into the game to get. I mean, last game we saw was an hour long, right? Vulcun versus TSM. At that point, you start to get hungry. So
Nintendude is level 6, and he's coming up to the top lane for a lane gank here, though. Can they prey on Mega Zero's aggressive?
Ooh. He's trying to jump away. Of course, nice damage from Zion Spartan. There's a shark. He's going to land it onto Mega Zero. He holds back around, trying to dodge. He just simply is not able to. Nintendo picks up that kill. Great one.
They, like I just said, both those top laners want to keep on fighting. So as long as you introduce a new party over there, then they're going to be able to get an easy gank. And since he used his flash for that kill, pays for it with his life. Claky tries to defend the tower.
Well, and that's going to be probably difficult for him. Nintendo is going to go in. He's going to knock up Zion Spartan. Thing is, they've not pulled turret aggro. There it is. And Zion just jumps into the air, drops turret aggro himself. Nintendo is going to make his way out. Really nice dive, GG.
Both of these champions can reset tower aggro, so that's a great dive combo there. I was really worried for Claky, and it seems rightly so. Jintei taking a good amount of harass there as the middle as well.
And that was, just really, really cool because you saw Jarvan knock them into the air. Right, he CC'd them, which is normally like, oh yeah, they pulled turret aggro, knocked them up, make them take more damage. The turret was still hitting minions at that point because they had reset the aggro so well. Echo up against Jintei in the mid lane, level 9, 95 minions. Actually, the mid lane, ironically enough, has been pretty much untouched here. These guys are holding off pretty equally on both sides. It's been the side lanes that have been really getting all the aggression.
I like how Nintendo gets the top lane the kill to even it out, and he immediately returns bottom so that they can try and shove it and get the turret, except he doesn't want to shove it, so just kidding.
No, they're going to let these guys just square off 2-on-2. Marn had just recalled down to the bottom lane. We mentioned the Tristana builds. He's just picked up a Bilgewater Cutlass himself.
I would really like them to grab that early tower and get the map control so that the rest of them can start roaming, because Twitch is so good at roaming. He's probably one of the best AD carries at it. Because of that stealth, he can sneak up behind you, and nobody expects an AD carry to come out and gank you in your lane this early in the game.
Yeah, Twitch is basically the Spanish Inquisition.
+1. That's a gold star for that one.
Thank you. That's my second gold star from you. You are very kind with those.
They do have the dragon pink warded up here, so it looks like we're going to have a 5-man free dragon. There's no teleport on Viz, so they wouldn't want to contest it.
No, and they just spotted that Nintendo ran to the top lane as well. He was actually looking for another gank onto Mega, but he got him pulled down. This dragon, there's no way they contest this. I mean, unless Orianna somehow gets a miraculous steal. Nope, good smite there by Claky D. And I want to actually pull out a random aside about Claky D. So he got a really good smite steal in his very first game of the day against Curse. And the players in there, like TSM and CLG, were chilling, like talking about it, and they're like, dude, Claky D probably has the best mechanics of literally any player in LCS. Like more than you, Doublelift, more than everybody. Because the reflexes you need to play fighting games competitively are so tasking that it's like Claky D will out micromanage anybody, any of the players here.
So you're talking up the smite steals now.
Yeah,
we're going to have to see it.
It's either Caster's Curse and they're going to lose Baron on a steal, or Claky D will be legendary. He's like the next Cyanide.
One or the other. We do have Zion coming bottom now. So since they lost the dragon already, they want to now get that global gold back somewhere. And it looks like they're finally going to get that turret, or at least push for it, like I was talking about in bottom.
Well, they put some. Oh, wow, there's the jump in there. Heartbeat take it. He actually flashes and catches Atomic End with the slow, which is going to let Zion Spartan actually go in. There's a Sonic Crescendo. Zion getting dropped dangerously low. Look at the pressure from Heartbeat. He picks up the kill just off a crowd control chain. Holy crap.
Yeah, that's amazing burst from Tristana. That's why he likes that champion so much. He said he loves the early laning phase and the late game. It's just that mid game. If you can bypass that mid game somehow, then that's his favorite champion in the world.
Well, the thing is, he actually is maxing explosive shot here, and one of the most recent buff we gave to Tristan was actually increasing the level up damage on explosive shot. So rank 4 of that was doing 230 damage, dropping healing by half, and it just dealt enough damage to get the kill.
Yeah, before that change, everyone would complain that she didn't have a mid game or an early game because every other AD carry has an auto attack reset or some sort of like a buckshot from Graves to trade early, and Tristan didn't really have that ability. Now with explosive shot buff, she can trade early as well.
Yeah, everyone used to just like max rocket jump, but it put him at so much risk that you'd get counter ganked.
That's why she's known as the all-in AD carry.
Has to.
From the history, yeah.
Yeah. All right, so now we see Nintendo looking for a lane gank in this top lane. It worked last time against Mega Zero.
He has his flash this time, and he may have learned his lesson from being too aggressive. Doesn't want to extend very far. He even pinged his own tower, or one of his teammates did.
Guys, I'm here. I'm just letting you know.
I'm going to go ahead and defend this.
And the thing is, Zion has a pink ward in his inventory because he knows.
That's why he pinged it. It's at 1 hit from dying.
And the Ganon minion is doing some damage there. It is alive for now, but a stray breeze would knock that over. I mean, there was one. Basically, they're about to lose at Jenga. There was like 1 block left. The next move made will make that turret die. And sure enough, it is going to go down. Mega will not defend that structure. That's going to blow up. A minion has destroyed a red turret. That's going to be number 2 here for Good Game University. They are 2-0 in turrets 14 minutes in.
Klakey comes down bottom through a lane ward, so they know that he is here right now. Don't Mash Me and Blood or Water are going to play defensively until the rest of their team arrives if they want to pull off a counter gank and catch Klakey once again, standing in the bushes, already seen out by wards.
They've got to guess in this, though. While they saw him come down, they don't know how long it's been, if he's recalled or gone back to base just yet. They know he came down, but they don't know if he's stayed.
At this level, you just have to assume he's still there.
That's fair, and we'll see what happens. Of course, they clear out this minion wave. The next wave is going to reset. They pinged that there might have been a green ward in that brush, actually. Martin just pinged that, and look at that. GGU are sitting so far back, and Klakey D is being so patient. They do know he's still there.
Yeah, you just have to assume he's still there. They can go over, drop a ward. Looks like Bloodwater will face check it.
Hey, pops the ult from that one. He actually used the cask from Twitch. I think what he did was he tried to apply poison. Expunge would light up if there's a nearby poison target to use it on. Yeah. Because it didn't apply to Klakey D because he was farther back. He didn't know he was there, and you saw Bloodwater face check.
Yep, didn't hit him with it because he was in the wrong position. Now we have Elise returning back up. So that was a big standoff, but the only outcome from that was that we blew Alistar's ultimate. That's it.
At least it's a cooldown, but... All right, let's see what these lanes have reset. 21,000 apiece, basically. Zion Spartan up against Mega Zero. Mega Zero not much energy on himself, but he's level 11. Nice little juke there from Zion. Is going to be enough damage. Pops the ult. Look at the burst damage. Mega Zero so incredibly low. Flash, ult goes in, and Mega picks it up in the duel once again. And that is a great fight there between these assassins.
Yeah, plus the pink ward was used to try and get the kill because Zion thought he had that. So not only is he out a kill, but he's out an extra pink ward.
That's going to be a harsh place to be. See this bottom lane reset a little bit. That turret, of course, still dead. GGU picked that one up earlier. Mash Me fighting up against Heartbeat. Very, very similar scores right here. 1 minion and 0 kills separate them. So they are neck and neck.
Love these mid lane wards in the lane because like we talked about so much before, there's a little fog of war on the side here by the river.
Yeah.
Is where a lot of mid laners can hide to throw those CCs. Klakey takes a lot of damage from Nintendo.
Nintendo got a really, really good stun on him, still putting the damage output there. Here comes Orianna. He's going to flash, but here comes the repel. Is it going to be enough? Another shield comes back in. The Q comes in. Is it going to be one more shot? He EQs away with no health left. Klakey D lives.
Klakey D, and that's why it's his favorite champion. So mobile right there. He's got the dashes to get out. Very, very lucky as well, though.
Well, at least it made him survive. And the thing is, even the Lux shield timing came out. He got actually both blocks there. But here comes the pressure onto the mid turret. Nintendo looks for a stun, will not quite land it. Mega Zero is here to defend the structure. So that's not going to go down. But still, we are at 2-0 for Good Game University, looking for their first win in a very long time against Marn, who are on a bit of a streak right now. And these guys are basically tied.
Yeah, since the gold is basically tied, I have to give the advantage over to GGU. Don't Mash Me is about to finish his Infinity Edge, and Heartbeat again went with the Blade of the Ruin King build, so it is going to allow them easier dragons like this, but if it's a full-on team fight, the crits from Infinity Edge are going to be doing a lot more.
And of course, that's going to be a interesting situation when that does come out. The item not yet completed, so Marn is starting up on Dragon. They're going to initiate onto Don't Mash Me. A lot of damage coming in. The Oriole is beautiful, but Atom again picks up Jinte. Where's the next damage coming from? It's Zion Spartan trying to run from Heartbeat. Nintendude up behind Tristana. He's actually going to run away. There's a whole bunch of kills picked up right there. Double kill for Akali, and that's a 4 for 0. GGU did not win that fight by the slightest.
Way too much burst right there from Marn. They had no chance. GGU had no chance over there for returning it. That's a free Dragon, and now they have a commanding lead. That gold, the even gold at the beginning of that fight was very mistelling.
Yeah, because you just saw amazing mechanics right there, and I thought with so many assassins on that roster, Fizz and Elise, who can get supported by Orianna, they could jump in onto Mega Zero, or maybe even jump in on a Heartbeat. They just could not.
I actually, after that fight, I think I'm a fan of Heartbeat's build. I changed my mind. I like the burst, because not only does Tristana have the rocket jump plus ultimate plus explosive shot, but if you add the active of Blade of the Ruined King onto that, you could see what it did to Don't Mash Me there. It doesn't matter now that Mash Me has his Infinity Edge. If he's going to get 100% like that at the beginning of the fight, he won't have enough time to auto attack enough to make that difference up.
All right, so it seems like it's up to Bloodwater, that Alistair bodyguard, the big burly Minotaur. See if that can happen. Good Game University regrouping now in the mid lane, 5 strong. Marn is coming down to defend this. GG with a lot of damage. Lutzolt comes down, swipes out some of the minions. Mega Zero is here as well. And it looks like the Stinger Akali presence is enough. Nope, they're okay, a little bit more damage than the turret, but they do back off.
Heartbeat's actually bottom too, so when they see him bottom, they'll probably shove in one more time and grab this.
Yeah, right now it seems to be the case, of course, with Heartbeat gone. Still, again, 5 mid for Good Game University. And I gotta say, even though they are losing on kills, they are definitely winning that turret game, which is so incredibly valuable. This third turret's going to go down. It's going to unlock a little bit of the jungle.
Achievement unlocked. All outer turrets are destroyed.
50 gamer points. Let's do this. All right, Marn regrouping in their side of the jungle. The Golem buff has respawned. Echo is there to pick this one up. Looks like that's going to go to him pretty successfully. Scumbag Heartbeat not going to steal that one away.
Not so Scumbag after all. The blue buff's so important. Every time we see a Lux, you love to see them just keep constantly throwing out their skill shots to try and randomly land one of those bindings so they can do a full combo. And if you have the blue buff, it just makes you feel so much better about throwing them out on cooldown because you have so much mana regen and you're able to do it so much quicker.
Yeah, and actually I want to point out, because you mentioned potential You mentioned potential Orianna builds at the beginning of the game, and it seems though actually that Jinte is going for a bit of a carry build.
He's going damage.
He doesn't needlessly large rod there, so that's interesting. Here we go. Oh, the turret pressure now actually here for Marn. They're going to pick up their second turret themselves. Look at the immediately running away. Sona pops E, tries to get them running away, but the rest of GGU are coming by. Are they going to get up? There's, ooh, what a good ult from Heartbeat. The dissonance came in, the headbutt, not enough.
Yeah, the Tristana jump has actually a pretty big cast time as far as jumps go. That's why a lot of people complain about her jump, because a lot of stuff that you throw at her will still connect and it ends up in a weird way. A good choice there to use the ult first. They both knock each other back, and then he still has another gap closer to get away.
Alrighty, and of course, with all the pressure on different sides of the map, Marn with a great split push. Mega Zero picked up the top turret, so suddenly the turret score went from 2-1 to 3-3 in just the last minute right here. Marn is now going to be holding up this mid lane. Claky D is going to farm that out. Echo and Heartbeat going to get the rest of that farm. I want to kind of recap
so many big items. I just have to say.
No, go for it, go for it.
The Hextech Gunblade plus the Death Cap. That is a huge power boost for Marn right there, but the team-oriented Locket over there on the jungler for Elise means that they will have a good answer, shielding up everybody. Hopefully Don't Mash Me won't get bursted with all the shields they have to offer.
Okay, we'll see if that pans out quite well for them. We can see sort of individual performance-wise, you kind of mentioned all the big items, and even though you're seeing 133 to 136 minions for the top lane, you look at an incomplete Lich Bane versus, as you just mentioned, that Gunblade for Akali kills meaning a whole heck of a lot. Mash Me does have his Infinity Edge. That was completed a little while ago. Starting up on new items himself. Just kind of looking around. I mean, all I can really say is, you know, you mentioned the big ticket items. Those are the guys who are pulling the weight here for Marn and are ahead of the competition.
So with Dragon coming up in a little bit less than 2 minutes, the next team fight is going to be really fun to watch because it seems like everybody has just thrown that League of Warmogs mentality out the window. everyone building damage here. We see Death Caps, we see Blade of the Ruin. Oh, that's a nice
the
ult.
initiation from Mashby. He's going to jump right onto Echo. Look at the damage up, but is it going to be enough? He flashes away. Oh, yes, they get Echo right off the bat. Mega Zero in trouble. He's going to flash the wall. Zion Spartan shows up. He puts the Ignite. There's the E. He's going to jump over to Jintei. The exhaust, though, going to keep him from doing anything. Jintei lives, and that is a 2 for 0. The Twitch Orion initiation. Awesome.
I remember a few months ago watching a CLG scrim where they actually tried to do that. Double lift was the Twitch, I believe it was CLG, and he stealthed in there and they got everyone with the Orianna ult, but then he would get blown up. Though Mash Me did a great job. He flashed over that wall. They initiated that right next to a wall, so after the Orianna shockwave hit, he could flash over it and continue firing. So that was just perfectly played by them. Just a little tweak on the CLG strategy that they abandoned.
That was
because Double Lift died. They abandoned
awesome.
any strategy where Double Lift dies.
And I feel like if Jungle Kale weren't banned, I think they would have run it on Nintendo so that they could have Ori-ulted and then been like, hit Twitch, psych, and then just been even trollier. But
that would be awesome. The rat in a ball with a ball.
Whoa.
Ballception.
If he was a hamster, it'd be even funnier. Give him a hamster wheel or something. Anyway, you can see these guys actually grouping back up towards their original lanes, basically. You can see Mega Zero farming from the top. Flaky D, who was camping bottom most of the time, has come to take the farm. It's like a late game lane tax. You know, he ganked for Heartbeat so many times that he's like, look, at 25 minutes, dibs.
My favorite part about Jarvan in a lane is that his passive, every time he hits a new target, you get to hear that satisfying chunk.
Jarvan, so manly. Chunks things. Flaky D, Echo,
There's
Atomic
the Dragon. All right, so this is going to be that exciting team fight I was talking about, and it's really going to depend on the CC because, like I said, not a lot of health being built here, so whoever gets caught with the CC first can get 100% bursted.
They're going to flash in on Jintei. Jintei flashes away. Zion Spartan getting caught up by Mega Zero. Mega Zero's going to keep chasing him down. Gets a shark onto him. Up in the top right-hand side, Big Z. Flaky D getting chunked down. Jintei up in there. Mashme's actually safe right now. The spray and pray going off. Heartbeat getting destroyed right now, having to run away. Atomic N gets done. Now it's Echo in the front lines. He's going to have to retreat as well. It's actually a 2 for 2 because of how much work was done by the Akali. A double kill for him. Mashme's going to find Echo. Nintendo finds the stun as well. Mashme going for the damage up, but it's going to be Nintendo jumping in there. Echo might fall, but here comes Mega Zero, and they jump in on Mashme. They jump in on Bloodwater. Double kill for Tristana. Nintendo is there, finds one for himself. Now it's a 2-on-1, and the jungler for GGU is running away.
Okay, so that was Mega Zero going on to Zion Spartan, and it was basically the two top laners at the back of Dragon, 1 versus 1, heads up. Mega Zero crushed Zion Spartan. He did way more damage, was able to take him out of the fight early and rejoin, but at the same time, the rest of Marn in the 4-on-4 with the other side of GGU lost. And so even though Mega Zero won his 1-on-1, the rest of Marn were on retreat, and he wasn't able to come back quite in time. He does pick up the extra 2 kills. Heartbeat not being afraid this time, jumping in with both of those resets. And thank you for the replay because that's a lot of stuff that happened. I pretty much said every step though. Okay, so here, Mega Zero, there we go. That's the initiator I'm talking about. He scares Zion Spartan out of the fight, and they just battle for a while, going 1 versus 1. Meanwhile, the 4-on-4 down here is lost by the rest of Marn. You see the laser hit, but it was pretty good, and now Heartbeat's all the way out of it. Atomic gets CC'd up, so GGU are feeling pretty good right now, but on the bottom, you can't see right now, Akali, after finishing up Fizz, went and got Orianna. So now there are 2 main players out, and he's able to come in. Mega Zero right there, finishing off the main target. Don't mash me, as Heartbeat jumps in for the kill secure and the double hop to get that kill. Nintendo finishing up Echo means that it wasn't a huge win since it was a 4-4-3. Yes.
Yeah, and actually the funny thing too was you saw bodyguard Bloodwater actually basically stop Akali twice. He headbutted the first dash, he pulverized the second dash, but
there's too many answers.
Yeah, you mentioned Fearless Heartbeat just jumped on top of Twitch and made that kill happen. So again, very interesting fight. We can see the lanes resetting once more. Marn did get the Dragon off of that one, as you guys might have seen. 3-3 in turrets, though. Only +3 in kills. This game is still very, very close. And we're going to see what happens. Of course, Gugum University did not have a very good week so far. They're close in this game that they could turn their fates around.
I feel like the little initiate with the Twitch with the ball was kind of a gimmick, and since Marn have seen it now, it'd be very dangerous to try and pull that again. You can't do that in a full-on 5-on-5 team fight because you're putting Twitch right in the middle. You can only really do that when you're trying to catch someone out with this team comp. Like you said, maybe if they had Kale to back it up, they could initiate a 5-on-5 with that, but as it is, he'll just get exploded.
I'm trying to think about it, because like I want it to work again because it was so awesome and cheesy. Like Mashme went both Ghost and Flash. So like with the Ghost, I feel like he's actually going to be able to stealth into those even more and find even more of those engagements.
That's why it has to be a catch, though.
Well,
because
yeah. No, it has to be a catch, you're right. I mean, his Flash at least is up, so they have the potential to look for it, I guess. Yeah, we'll see if Marn can react to that one, of course. Bloodwater with an Oracles, sweeping out a lot of wards, so even if Marn wanted to pink to like look for the Twitch initiates, the wards are constantly getting swept out by the support of Bloodwater's Alistair, so... of course, Mashme now in this bottom lane has picked up a Phantom Dancer for himself, so he's now got 2 big-ticket items. We'll see how that pans out for him. Echo in the mid lane trying to farm out. Heartbeat, Clicky D taking some as well. Of course, we've seen Mega Zero be a huge terror. He's now picked up a Zhonya's Hourglass as well, so he's allowed to be even more fearless on that Ninja.
The Oracle's pickup is actually good for 2 reasons, because they do have stealth over there. You can see Mega Zero when he tries to go Shroud. Atomic's got it. He can see Twitch when he comes in invisible. So both teams really actually would make great use of Oracles. They both have them. So everyone with such low health bars means that, again, whoever gets in the bad spot first is probably going to be bursted.
It's going to be a scary situation. Mashme goes in for a slow, lands a little bit there. Zion Spartan's in the front, goes for the Shark. He lands it onto Echo. This could be the initiation. Pops Barry. He's going to jump right in. Actually jumps back as well. 4-on-4. Clicky D pops his ult and doesn't get to do much with it. They're all going to group right back up. Sorry, 5-on-5. No major kills have happened, but a couple of ults are on cooldown.
As long as they still have that Sona crescendo, the team fight for Marn is just fine. Oh, the laser!
Oh, wow, the burst on Mash. Megazero picks that one up, and that's going to start things out at a 5 versus 4. Jinte, Bloodwater running away. Light Binding does land. Will they go in on the tanky Alistair? Not too terribly much, but his ult is now on cooldown and is now timed out. Zion Spartan gets caught. Will they dive in? Yes, Mega Zero will. Look at the burst on him. That's 1 kill picked up. Mega, he pops Zhonya's. Will live for now. Tristana jumps in. Bloodwater, 1 more attack. That's a kill picked up. Is Heartbeat going to be fearless this time? No. He's going to not dive into the base. Same thing from against TSM, but a 3 for 0. Great pickup for Marn.
Look at Mega Zero's life. He's fearless. I really like that no one built health since there's assassins on both teams. And this is just like the best game for assassins because every single target they can burst down. You saw Lux was able to catch someone out, get him low. She wasn't able to finish him off, but Mega Zero doesn't hesitate at all, dives right in there, able to take out Domashme at the beginning of that fight. And once you have no Twitch, there's really not going to be an answer from GGU, and so they're able to pull out with that.
And I'm trying to think about back to the TSM Vulcun game where they were fighting against a Lux with a long-range hyper carry as their AD. And it was like they basically waited until Chaos got to 7-item Cogpilot to turn things around and said, yeah, you've got to wait till you get the magic resist, you get the Negatron Cloak, you upgrade it to Quicksilver Sash, and from there you'll be a little bit more immune to this Lux damage. But for now, definitely GGU are in a very rough situation for themselves.
Still no giant spells on the field over here. And I just have to say, that makes me like Heartbeat's build even more, because he went with the bursty build, getting that active with Blade of the Ruined King first. When everyone has such low HP, it's not quite as effective for the passive.
Yeah.
But when they're 100%ing someone, having that just that extra active for that little, even 150 damage does kind of make sense. Now he's got crit with his Infinity Edge too, so he's got plenty of answers. If someone does start building HP, then he'll be able to take advantage of that early blade he built.
He's definitely rounded out his build quite nicely. He's about 1,700 gold up on Don't Mash Me, so a free Zeal and a little bit more for that one. You can see the rundown of the gold right there. 3 members of Team Marn have over 10,000 gold, one of them cresting 12k. On the other side for Good Game University, only 2 at 10,000, the other at 8,000. They're the top laner, so you're seeing a number of gold deficits. Red Team immediately eviscerates Dragon. They are still completely in control. Marn are having a good game so far.
Yeah, and basically Marn is just, their team is just wait for Lux to catch somebody, and then they have everyone can follow up with that. We have Tristana, even their AD carry could jump all in with that. We have Mega Zero and Claky. They will not hesitate to dive on anyone who gets caught out. So it's really going to be on Bloodwater with that Alistar to get a good headbutt pulverize on whoever the target they're diving is. If he can defend that target for even a few seconds in this game with everyone building damage means everything.
And we'll see if that ends up being the case. Clicky D having to get away from that one. Zion Spartan's going to pop the ult. Flash used to get away. So certainly GGU is still very fearsome. The team having to run away from the initiation there. Not too many summoner spells burned on GGU's side. Just 1 ultimate cooldown, really. See what they're looking for. The red buff has respawned. Mashme's going to pick that one up for himself. Looks for a bit of damage. Isn't going to find... Well, we'll see what he finds in the team fight ultimately. GGU. You're gonna see what they want to wait for. Looking for, I guess, Zonia's Hourglass next up on Zion Spartan. They've got some more items finished up on Jinte. He's now got actually the Leandri's Torment. So they are still scaling up through this game.
Yeah, and I really like this Oracle's buy on Mega Zero. Even before Sona's Oracle has run out, he wants to be able to kill Twitch 100%. He doesn't want any delay. If there's something that happens where Twitch gets his stealth off, he still wants to be able to follow up with that. So having an Oracle's on your main diving champion is a huge boon for them right now.
And of course, Martin right now are just starting up on Baron Nashor. They have wards with this already. Guggenheim University does not know for certain, but they are going to check this one out. Elise is leading the charge. Baron down below half health, getting dangerously low. Claky D, I said he could outsmite anyone. Is it going to be the case? He does pick that one up. Nintendo going to get chunked pretty low. Bloodwater down below half. Heartbeat in the background. Who's going to go down first? It's going to be Jinte, but it's going to be a quick trade as Claky D has gone down. Zion Spartan in the back. Heartbeat looking for a chase down. Only Zion Spartan and Bloodwater are alive. Looks like that Fizz is going to survive this battle, but it was a 3-for-1.
Really nice Baron right there, and you have to say the speed they can do it, that Blade of the Ruin King. I keep coming back to it because Cutie Pie for a while there was saying, yeah, it's the best, and everyone thought he was trolling. Maybe he was trolling. Heartbeat seems to be the only one rushing that item so far.
No, and at least it's working for his team.
Maybe we'll see a lot in solo queue now.
We may, of course. It is getting popular a little bit. It's actually kind of funny because this is going to get brought to solo queue. AP Turn was brought from solo queue.
Yeah, see, even the pros will take a few tips from solo queue.
And there we go. Zion Spartan going to look to try to defend this next. Oh my gosh, Chunk below half health. His Zonius is off. Oh, and the Lux ult takes that one perfectly timed. It's going to be the second Nexus turret. That is going to be Marn taking up another win here in the LCS over Guggenheim University.
3-game streak right there for Marn. Not too shabby.
No, they're doing absolutely excellently. Yeah, I mean, Marn, I don't know. It was a very good game. You can see them.
Do it again.
The guns, that's like the second time I've seen actually that from Claky D. He like is cosplaying Misfortune after every game he plays. The pink Marn shirts, I thought they brought them in only for Valentine's Day, but apparently wanted to bring it back for the last day of February.
Maybe we should have the Team Marn do the halftime cosplay dance for us.
Yes. Oh, that'd be so good.
All we need is some music. That'll work out, right, guys? We got that interview lounge over there. Seems like a perfect setting.
Put some mood lighting, just have kind of dance. It could be like the Marn Harlem Shake. It starts with an interview.
Harlem Shake's actually dead. Sorry.
No, it'll start with an interview. Be like, Mega Zero, how'd that game feel? And then you just hear the beat drop, and suddenly they're all there dancing with their, like, I don't know.
It's dead.
It's a little off topic. Anyway, you can, of course, see Guggenheim University shaking hands with them on your screen. They put up a good fight. Unfortunately for them, Marn just did overpower that. It's a really good play overall by Marn. If you want to take us through a replay of that Dragon fight, we'd love to hear it. The first Dragon fight, we got to replay. Let's check it out.
All right, so this is the very first one where it pretty much turned the game, and we see Don't Mash Me, obviously the focus. They land 3 ults onto him. Claky gets the Cataclysm. Sona follows up with that Crescendo, and the laser come across. After that, it's pretty much just they clean up everything. Like we said, if they're able to burst down that Twitch at the very beginning of the fight, it doesn't matter if you have an Infinity Edge. You're dead. You can't stab anyone with it.
DPS goes to 0 when your health does. It's a good lesson. Fed AD carry, kill him first. Anyway, coming up next, we're going to speak to Claky D from Team Marn. And after that, it's going to be our last match of the day with Counter Logic Gaming taking on Curse. We'll be right back with more of our live coverage in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. We are joined Flaky D from Team Marn, the jungler. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
How you doing?
I'm doing great.
So, what was your preparation for today's game?
Last night we went home and we just did our research. We played GGU before. We're kind of familiar with their playstyle and their picks. So we just did what we did best and just banned their stuff and picked our stuff.
Cool. So, what was your like actual game plan? You did your basic research. You knew what you're going to go for. What would you sum up as like your plan for that game?
After picks and bans were done, we knew we had a stronger team comp. As far as team fights go, they had a better kind of like a ganking thing with like Twitch Ori, like they had invis and stuff. So we wanted to delay it out to the point where we could defend against stuff like that, where we got in oracles and we would have vision of Twitch and just force objectives because our team fight's so much stronger.
Cool.
So speaking of your stronger champion picks there, I noticed Heartbeat really comfortable on Tristana, but he seems to be the only player building that Blade of the Ruin King first. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm personally not a fan of Blade of the Ruin King, but he's the AD player. He thinks he's really strong, so I'm gonna let him, do him.
Has he said it's because he likes to go all in with the burst with the active, or is it just he likes the passive and
I think he thinks it does a lot of damage, and the active on it is really good in a lot of different situations. You can use it for extra burst. You can use it to kite. Like if say Xin Zhao on the other team is a jungler and he just ease onto you, if you hit him with the Blade of the Ruin King, you leech his movement speed and he won't be able to get a knock up on you. And on somebody as slippery as Triss, so it's really hard to kill her when she has a Blade of the Ruin King and that active.
It's a good argument, even though you don't agree with him.
Yeah, that's fair. So I actually want to talk to you about your kind of favorite champion, Jarvan. What made him your favorite champion, first of all?
I don't know. I played him a long time ago, like a very long time ago. I played in IPL 4, I think it was, and I was playing Jarvan back then. And I don't really play him in solo queue. I just think he's a really good competitive character. So I always played him in tournaments, and now he's like, I don't know, everybody's playing him. I'm not gonna say I'm the one that started it. I know Koreans play Jarvan, right? But I just think he's super, super strong. His kit is amazing. Sometimes ult's a little buggy, but other than that, I think he's super strong.
Why isn't anyone target banning it away from you? It seems you'll pick it every single time.
I have a pretty strong jungler pool. I play they banned Vi that game. They were worried about Vi over Jarvan. Maybe because Vi's ultimate is guaranteed. But yeah, there's normally one jungler banned against me. I'm actually surprised not more people are banning Jarvan since I'm so comfortable on him. But I still also have like 3 or 4 more really strong junglers that I'm comfortable on.
So is it a waste of time to ban you out? Or if teams want to beat you, what should they ban?
I would ban Jarvan against myself.
Okay.
You're not giving away any secrets. Don't worry. Everybody knows that. So in that game, a lot of people were building damage. Pretty much both sides were building all full-out damage, and you guys were looking for those 100% bursts. Is your team over the fad of the health stacking and the Warmogs and all that?
I've always disliked health stacking. Even when I play junglers, I like to play junglers that can deal damage, that can build damage. Especially if I get ahead early on a jungler, I'll always build a damage item. Like on Jarvan or Vi or whatever, I'll build like a Brutalizer before I get my Locket. I always like going damage over mass health. It's just more fun that way for me. And I think the way the game is right now, that having more damage on more champions is a lot stronger when you get to a team fighting phase. Because if you have like 3 tanks and only 2 damage dealers, if your damage dealers die, like what can your tanks do? So there's a lot of people that can dive backlines now, and if your backline dies and you only have tanks, you can't do anything anymore.
Yeah, so I want to actually shift focus to the whole of Team Marn and your performance in LCS so far. I believe with that win, you guys are up to 4-4 in the standings.
Yes.
You guys just won 3 in a row. Are you ready to take on Dignitas tomorrow?
I'm actually pretty scared of Dignitas, to be honest. I think Dignitas is really strong. Yesterday, they showed that they are probably the best team. They dethroned Curse. Unfortunately, they beat my little brother today.
Yeah.
That was kind of sad to watch. I feel for him. He was really upset. But I still think Dignitas is really strong, and I'm going to do a lot of research and hopefully play our best and maybe win.
All right. So you've already taken down 2 of the really big names in League of Legends, the CLG and TSM, and you said Dignitas is maybe the strongest. Where would you put the other 3, Curse and TSM and CLG?
It's really hard to say right now. I always thought, even from the beginning of LCS, that Dignitas was the strongest team in North America. They had a pretty rough start, but now they're showing with the win streak that they had and dethroning Curse that they could be the best. But as far as the top 4 teams go, I think they're all really strong. and in any given game, any one of those teams could beat the other one. So it's really hard to say right now who's like the actual order of what every team is.
All right, well, and we'll see if you guys can actually crack into that as well. You're like right there into the top 4. We'll see if Marn can make it. Clicky D, thank you very much for the interview. Good luck, of course, tomorrow and the rest of the season. Now, guys, it's time for CLG versus Curse. We just talked about him a second ago. It's going to be their first rematch since Curse's massive Week 1 victory. Both these teams are out for blood. Let's take a look.
I'm not too surprised. Curse started off so well. Versus CLG, we had a really good start with our 19-3 game.
Curse finds the win they wanted over Counter Logic.
You can't argue with results. They're doing really well right now.
We know what they play. We know their play styles.
We can do as much research as possible, but the thing is they can always pick something else because they play so many different champions.
I would very much enjoy, slaughtering them and not just, because it's CLG and bad blood or whatever.
We can use this opportunity to beat them, and then we can show how strong we really are.
I want to win. I want to smash every team as hard as humanly possible.
Smash as hard as possible. That's going to be interesting. Well, yesterday these teams gave us some pretty big role reversals, actually. CLG started out strong, but got a surprise loss there against Marn. Of course, Curse started out with, I think we've said it like 70 times, gigantic undefeated win streak, and finally gave up their first win of the season as well.
Dignitas taking that one away from them. And the last time these two teams met in Week 1, it was all about Curse. St. Vicious got that first blood really early, and they just snowballed that into a convincing victory. Then with CLG losing to Marn, Kelby in that interview, he said, their days off depend on how many games they win. So I'm sure they don't want to lose any more games. They're actually playing for vacation time right now.
Yeah, exactly. And we kind of talked about their Week 3 games. They had just lost to Vulcun in Week 3, and then their first match of Week 4, they turned it around and got a win there. And so apparently, because they lost all their vacation between Week 3 and 4, they got enough practice in to turn themselves around and came back in. Now, the loss to Marn, Kelby's been taking those days off, man. That PTO is going away. So, CLG, hopefully they're practiced enough to turn her around the rest of the season.
Yeah, I guess that works. It's a good managed strategy.
Yeah. If you want to play games in your free time, win some games when you're at work. Anyway, guys, let's take a look at our lineups. On the blue side, we have Counter Logic Gaming. Hotshot GG in the top lane, Chouster in the jungle, Link in mid, Doublelift on AD carry, and Afromu on support.
And on the red side, it's Curse. Voyboy up top, St. Vicious in the jungle, Jackie AP middle, Cop AD, and Elements on support.
Here we go. We got ourselves, of course, a lineup. They are filtering themselves into the game lobby right now. And, this is kind of an old school rivalry, right? We've talked about these sort of top 4 teams in North America. Clicky D talked about it a second ago. But, Curse CLG, they're a big-time match. And throughout all of 2012, CLG would basically always place above them. They matched in the regional finals for Season 2, and CLG won that to take 3rd place. Like, it's weird now. Suddenly we're in 2013, and, Curse is winning this matchup normally.
Yeah, Jat went off about the interplay between Dignitas and Curse and how many people were on different teams back and forth. Between CLG and Curse, that can open up some old wounds here that may still sting, because there's so many players that have been benched from CLG right now. They actually have less original members still playing than have been benched. You can make a whole team of bench players. Curse has a bunch of those. Voyboy, St. Vicious, and Elements, and all of them looking really strong now. And we saw in the early videos in the LCS, CLG said that it'd be kind of embarrassing almost to lose to the team that you bench these guys.
Yeah.
But really, if we look at the people they benched, St. Vicious and Voyboy, most recently, they benched them for the same reasons, really, because each of those players didn't mesh with Hotshot.
Yeah.
In the jungle and top laner relationship, which is a very, very close relationship.
Yeah.
They were both too aggressive for Hotshot. Like, Saint was too aggressive as a jungle for Hotshot when he was top, and then Voyboy was too aggressive as a top for Hotshot's jungle. Now that they're together on Curse, they can be aggressive
together.
And
actually, I wanted to see if Saint is also still going to be too aggressive for Hotshot. Of course, he'll be able to gank that top lane, or he might leave Void to 1v1 him. We'll see what happens, of course, in these games. We filter in the players. Got all of CLG in there. We got half a Curse in there. We'll get there pretty soon. I am curious to see how these matches play out, because, Voyboy is a guy from kind of the beginning of the season we said was the man to beat in the top lane. And I don't... Well, actually, no. Kiwi Kid did beat him one-on-one when Dignitas played Curse and killed their winning streak. But still, Voy is one of those crazy consistent top laners who always puts out a good performance. And, you know, I feel like he would beat Hotshot one-on-one.
Yeah,
you can say that.
I
You
mean,
can disagree.
they're different. They're very different styles of play. Hotshot always says, he's like, yeah, I don't play very aggressive in my lane. I don't win that often. I'm a tank player. I like to split push. He's a split push oriented and tank team oriented player. Look at this. He's also a mastermind. You can see him reading his notes right there.
Season 3 strats.docx.
Yeah, maybe they printed it out. It doesn't look as big as I thought it would be. Maybe they need to put some more work in.
Well, they knew they were blue side this game, so they only brought the blue side strategies. The purple side strategy actually is a blank document.
So
as you might know
our,
from season
our
2.
LCS format really helps out CLG because they know ahead of time which side they'll be on. That's good. Everything's predictable here. And again, it all comes back to that preparation. Like we said, these two teams definitely do not want to lose to each other. This is not only an LCS match, but it's a grudge match for both of them. This is honor and bragging rights that go along with this.
More than really any of these matchups so far. It really has, I think, the most interpersonal sort of knowledge between these two teams. The other matchup I really kind of want to bring up is that bottom lane. Because we talk about CLG's game plan overall, and it seems to always revolve around Doublelift, right? Hotshot is the tanky top laner, not the carry top laner like Voyboy is or Mega Zero, Zion Spartan, etc. He's there to support. Link, right? They grabbed him the very first game we saw CLG against TSM. They said Link is supportive. He's consistent. He keeps things from falling away. He's supportive. Because, guys, at CLG, it's the Doublelift show. It's Doublelift who carries every single game for them, basically.
Yeah, and I said that's one of the reasons why they threw away that old strategy is because any strategy that they use where Doublelift dies is not a good strategy for them. No. They rely on him to carry through that end game. Probably going to be with Vayne. He's been playing Vayne over and over. Yeah. Pretty much every time he just picks Vayne. All of yesterday. So we'll probably see that again here.
Yeah, we're in a champion select, so we'll see if that is the champion to play, the champion to pick, the champion to ban. Honestly, if I were Curse, I would ban Vayne, but maybe they are more confident than I am at dealing with that Demacian Archer. Shen being banned out, Xin Zhao banned out away from St. Vicious, TF banned away from Nijaki. CLG has always been very rapid with their bans. They always know what they want to get rid of.
Cop is so confident that he had his eyes closed. He was just relaxing, sleeping. That actually disturbs me because usually they get really, like, they hype up before the game. Yeah. Like he said, I don't get nervous. I just like to
the very first video we played at the start of LCS, like we talked about players with nerves at the start of the season, and like he's doing this like shaking his chair at the season 2 regionals, like to hype himself up before the game started.
Yeah.
And then a bunch of people made fun of him because it was right after he said, I don't get jitters at LAN tournaments, and he's like freaking flipping out before the game starts. But Hotshot GG stealing away Jarvan after a Xin Zhao ban, so Saint, I think for the first time, has to find a new jungler to play.
Oh, cry, cry, cry.
Well, that's going to be going to Chouster almost definitely. I don't think we've seen top lane or mid lane Jarvan in almost forever. If you go back far enough, actually, Dignitas ran support Jarvan. No, it was AD carry Jarvan support Leona at IEM Kiev in like February 2012.
Bruiser bottoms, Chaucer and Doublelift have long been big proponents of Bruiser bottoms. They always say, like, they don't like this AD support meta, but they always play it. They haven't actually pulled out the Bruiser bottom and used it consistently. They do it every once in a while.
Yeah.
This might be a surprise chance to do that, but it's so early to tell. It's probably going to be a jungle.
Yeah, it's pretty unlikely. There was actually one game I saw back when Chouster was support where they ran Blitz Alistar bottom lane. And actually they gave the farm to Chouster on Alistar. Of course, Doublelift famous for Blitzcrank before he ever became an AD carry. But Curse, the thing is, they actually left Kayle up. So Curse, I think, did a really good job in Champ Select. CLG stole away Jarvan, but it allowed Kayle to bypass first pick. And that's going to be Curse playing that for probably Nijaki.
Definitely a very coveted pick. Especially for the likes of Dignitas. They have 2 people who can play it, but like you said, Jackie, pretty much the sole Kayle player. St. Vicious actually jungles Kayle as well, but he hasn't done it recently, so that's probably going to be a Jackie pick right there.
Yeah.
I also like that they banned out that Xerath because he's sprung up really recently. He's been super popular, and Link really used him to great effect. His range is just so devastating. He can 100% your carry from so far away. Like we saw in that last game when Reggie was able to snipe out Zuna that one time. Like, they didn't win the game, but you saw the power there. He went to get one tower hit, and Xerath makes you pay with your life.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, if you play a non-sustaining mid laner, right? Like you saw Xerath matchup against Lux and Xerath matchup against Nidalee, and it didn't work very well. Yeah, that's going to be Vayne. No surprise right there, and Link is going to be on Lux. I think that might be the first time we've seen Link on Lux.
No surprises here from Cop either.
No.
Like we said,
Misfortune?
he likes to stick with whatever is his favorite at the time, unless it's banned out. So far, it's been Misfortune, and so he usually just picks that over and over. Thresh would be very interesting to see. I really enjoy him, and North America hasn't been the biggest fanboys of Thresh as I thought they were going to be.
Yeah, like right before Thresh came out, we said, okay, guys, in week 3, Thresh is going to be available. And everyone was like, ooh, yes, oh my gosh. And so many people were saying like it was going to be 100% pick and ban champion. And we've seen him less than I think the players expected. I know they're not clicking Thresh anymore, but like I like Thresh in this matchup because you can pull someone out of the Jarvan ultimate with the Lantern, and like that seems so convenient
The
to me.
Lantern can set up so many weird escapes as well as initiates. It's a very interesting tool. Cop trying to play with us, but he always comes back to Misfortune, his lucky lady.
And that's going to be a pretty good pick from overall. It allows him to be a bit of a lane bully. Misfortune, Alistar, a bottom lane is going to be quite strong. They've got some dive as well from Nocturne, and now it is CLG's turn to pick their last 2 champions. They need a top laner and a support. They're thinking about Blitzcrank right now, which is interesting to me. You know, that'll be a fun one. And, ooh, if they go for Lee Sin, that's going to be a different dynamic for that top and jungle lane.
So, a lot of people gave Chaucer some flack for his Lee Sin play. It was a little bit lacking earlier in the season. And even Diamond Prox has kind of let Lee Sin fall by the side of the road there because of the recent nerfs. But he's still a strong champion. He can still make amazing plays happen. Plays that no other champion can make happen because he has so many dashes, he has the utility, and they don't want to pick him because he's already jungling Jarvan.
Yeah, and they go for Lulu and Shogath there. And now that they know that Cho is top, Curse is to think what their last lane's going to be. Again, Kayle could go into the top lane. We saw Yorick mid actually from Tabs against Kayle of all things back in the European LCS qualifier. So even Yorick could go kind of anywhere. For what it's worth, Elements used to play
Elements used to play as support Yorick.
Yeah, he used to play support Yorick, but they're looking at Tryndamere
Did they forget about that, or did they just not care? Because
one of the two.
It's a really hard split push to stop. Okay, Curse used it really well last time. Voidboy actually teleported in, got the first blood as well as a double kill at a dragon fight, and then he just went out of control, building AP Tryndamere, split pushing all day, and they weren't able to rein him back in after that. So CLG is going to have to be careful. We know that if Voidboy gets any kind of little lead, then he'll just run away with this game.
I'm excited to see this matchup, though, because Hotshot was saying in the very first Curse game against Marn, he's like, yep, I can totally beat AP Tryndamere, no problem. You just pick Nidalee and you win.
He doesn't have Nidalee, though. So.
This was even the matchup that Mega Zero played. Mega Zero was on Shogath, teleport Shogath up against Voidboy. So I'm curious to see how this works out. I mean, Hotshot's a great top laner. He's like the original king of split push. This is a matchup I really hope they 1v1 here because I want to see how that plays out.
He does have teleport, though, so it might be a 2v1. Double Lift and Afromoot have been really happy with those 2v1s. Vayne getting that early farm, uncontested early farm is very important. Plus, her Condemn is a good tool when you're tower diving because you can use the tower just as another wall. And you can get a lot of that easy condemns, plenty of bonus damage and stun. So I would not be surprised at all if CLG goes for the 2v1 switch.
And if there's someone who can land an amazing Condemn on a turret, it is Double Lift. The guy actually has a YouTube video. Basically, it's from a solo queue game in Korea. It's a basically guide to Vayne, and he gets into a 1 versus 2 tower dive where he's getting dove, and he like flash tumble condemns Alistar onto a turret, and is like out of nowhere like goes 500 units and just like kills him, and it's just like the most ludicrous condemn kill ever. We'll see if he can pull out the mechanics in this game. We are into it. Blue side is going to be counter logic. Against them on the red is going to be Curse. They've got that teleport AP Tryndamere top lane. Let's see what plays out.
Again, both ADs starting with that Doran's Blade. That's been really common. There's been a few people who start with the longsword and 2 pots, but the majority are going with that Doran's Blade. You get so much sustain out of that. All you have to do is keep your pressure up in lane, and it makes so much more sense if it does turn out to be a 2v1.
Yeah.
Because you aren't going to need that sustain from those pots. You will benefit way more from the extra damage and maximum health.
And the funny thing about that is after 44 attacks, Doran's Blade gives you more total health than 2 health potions.
It's actually a big number of attacks, considering how early the action starts happening, but the extra damage on it is just
it's the number.
undeniable.
Yeah, if you get to the 44 attacks, it just becomes
there
better.
it is. I was wondering how long he would hold onto that pink ward.
I think they wanted to make sure no one was there to swipe at it just in case, but they have swept that out. So Curse have removed one of the aggressive wards away from Counter Logic Gaming. We're going to see where everyone else pans out to. Right now it is Vayne and Lulu at the bottom lane, and Curse have sent Voyboy to the bottom, so they are willingly putting him into this 2 versus 1. And CLG might be looking for a late invade. They've got Chouster in that brush as well. They may steal away blue.
This is an interesting start from Voyboy with the blue pot. I've seen plenty of Tryndamere start red pot.
Yeah.
But he wants that extra power for his heal. Once he gets cooldown reduction is so good on Tryndamere because you can spam the Q on cooldown. Oh, this is going to be a late invade on the blue, though. That will be very dangerous for him.
They've got 4 here. Of course, they put a ward down. Hotshot does have teleport in case he needs to support that fight. They're going to find Void. There's a light binding right into his face. Void, you are dead. First blood goes to Chouster, and this blue is theirs.
Yeah, exhaust for good measure there wasn't quite needed, but they definitely wanted to secure that first blood. And the best way to beat an AP Tryndamere is keep him down early, very early. If you let him get rolling, then he'll be able to clear minion waves and split push very easily. But if you keep him down very early, don't let him get to that minion line, then you will be a much happier team.
And we'll see if, of course, they can stay happy against the raging AP Tryndamere. Hotshot in the 1 versus 2 top lane right now, being shoved away. 0 minion kills on him. Cho'Gath is a pretty famous last hitter from range. We'll see if that comes up here. Elements trying to start up a buff steal, of course. Because they have 2 members up here, St. Vigil has a pretty easy time actually stealing this one away. Even Cop comes down to put some damage output, and it's basically like Rome Alistair helping St. Vicious, so they actually both steal and blue buff.
Yeah, I'm kind of... I wish that they would have put another ward, especially when they're expecting these 2 versus 1 splits. For Blue's side, the single person never really puts that defensive ward, and a lot of people have paid for it. Voyboy using his own life to pay for that one.
Now Chouster walks right by a ward. He got level 3 just off of the 3 smaller wraiths and went to look for Voyboy. Of course, Voy has already left that lane because they warded that river. But hey,
just a little too late.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he walked right by that ward, so of course that was spotted. The 3-on-1 tower dive is already here. And of course, here comes St. Vicious on the top side. He's looking for the same thing. Hotshot is going to run away. He's pretty far back. Unless Elements gets a flash pulverize, I think Hotshot will be safe here.
Yeah, Elements doesn't want to burn his flash right there, so they are probably just going to try and trade towers here. Pretty even. The first blood is the only thing right now.
Okay, there we go. CLG going to happily take that turret away. Of course, they have the first blood gold. Top turret likely to go down as well. Rupture giving Hotshot his 5th last hit of the game. Technically is above Voyboy. And there we go, that turret's theirs.
I do like Voyboy's reaction to that, though, a little bit better than Hotshot's. Hotshot's just kind of waited around while the turret died. Voyboy actually went and started killing something. He went and killed his wolves inside the jungle. In League of Legends, you always want to be accomplishing some damage.
Yeah,
either you're placing a ward or you want to be killing something.
Wow, but CLG already with an adaptation have started on the Dragon as well. Of course, they have a numbers advantage with 3 members of Curse recently in the top lane. And you're seeing Jackie come in from the side, try to put damage on the Link, but as long as Chouster can smite, and he does, that is going to be theirs. Voy's coming in, he's going to look for Aphromoo. They find a slow, a little bit of damage, light binding comes off. Voy's familiar with that. And he's going to walk right back out.
A really interesting strategy that CLG used right there. When you do, especially the very early dragons, you want to keep each team member on a different side of Dragon so that you can change aggro. With Dragon attacking the nearest enemy, all you have to do is exchange one person closer and then pull out the opposite person on the other side. And Dragon wastes time turning around and not auto-attacking, so you take a lot less damage from that Dragon. And at these level 3 and level 4 champions, that means a huge amount of life.
And of course, we're going to see what ends up panning out from this one. It has given CLG about a 1,000 gold lead. To me, that's actually pretty interesting because they got First Blood and a Dragon and are only up to 1,000 gold from Dragon here. So the First Blood has already been circumvented somehow just from last hitting. A lot of that is coming from this Tryndamere who's already at 21. We've actually seen the lanes basically swap right back out. CLG has sent their duo lane to the top, and Curse has sent theirs to the bottom.
And Link feels really confident in that lane. You can see he got the early Cage's Lucky pick, so he's probably going to build that into the Morellonomicon. Some nice cooldown on that item, and it's a really popular mid item that's been the other option if you don't need to go with the Athenes. I really have been liking it on Lux because it lets you just throw out those bindings more often. And this invade here over on the red side, Link actually going to back up Choster, and they drop a couple wards very deep into the jungle of Curse.
So what confuses me about the Morellonomicon buy, though, is he's bought 2 Fairy Charms, which build into Chalice, but not both will build into Morellonomicon. So I'm confused on the build path for him, though. We'll see where it goes, but to me that's interesting.
Yeah, it could be. He has so many options right now. It's really early to tell, but the extra mana regen is always good on him, too.
Yeah, well, right now, CLG, we've seen this before, 3 people strong in the top lane. They're putting a lot of pressure there. Chaucer actually waiting around on the wings. He actually puts down a ward and then jumps over towards the Baron Pit, because he's going to defend the mid lane instead. CLG are left alone to push down this top turret. Doublelift going for some minion farm right now. And of course, you can see the damage from Jackie and St. Vicious dropping the mid turret dangerously low. So Curse putting on a lot of pressure pretty much everywhere. Of course, the bottom lane as well, you can see Hotshot taking out quite a bit of damage. St. Vicious looking for a gank on top of that.
Chaucer and Link are rotating as well, though, so they want to defend this.
And we'll see if they can end up doing this. It's going to be a little bit late. Cop still putting in damage, and there comes Saint and Jackie from the side. So it's going to be 2 for 2 on turrets. 4 of the 6 outer turrets on the map are going to be completely removed right now. Void's going to be defending this top lane with a gigantic minion wave to farm. How well can CLG stop him?
And also, Curse they have 2 consumables right now. The blue pot for Voyboy, or 2 very expensive consumables at least, and then the red pot here for Cop. So they actually have a lot of a burst of power that they could use when this next team fight does break out. And that will give them a small stretch of mid-game team fighting potential that they can actually use at the same time.
And we'll see, of course, if they go for that one. I mean, last time we saw Curse in the team fights with AP Tryndamere, it was pretty far into the game. Basically, Void teleported into a dragon fight and got first blood. That team fight power really strong for them. Of course, resuming back into the game, we'll see how it pans out. He's talked about elixirs. Voidboy stuck on his turret in a 1 vs 2, taking quite a lot of punishment.
So it's interesting. CLG would actually like to match up Voidboy and Hotshot if Hotshot can lane against him, because Hotshot can stop Voidboy's teleport, whereas Voidboy cannot stop Hotshot's.
And of course, yeah, the ability to run around the map is going to be useful for him. And with all 4 outer turrets down, it really no longer matters which lane they're in. Jackie, of course, grabbing blue buff himself, is level 6. Seems to have a pretty good chance of that one. St. Vicious actually grabbing Berserker's Greaves early on for the attack speed. So he's going to be a little bit more fight focused here. That'll be interesting.
Yeah, he wants to be able to clear his jungler quicker. Plus, you do get sustain on Nocturne with his passive. The more auto attacks you can get off, the earlier you can get that extra 120% physical damage that will also heal you and do AoE.
All right, that'll be pretty nice right there. Jackie and Cop and Elements all in the mid lane. Void, of course, split pushing top. Shockingly, Tryndamere is split pushing the top lane right now. We'll see how much pressure he puts on the map for now.
He's actually freezing it up here. He's not
interesting
using auto attacks on those minions. He's just going for the last hits.
Okay, so I guess he's trying to farm himself to the point where he actually feels like split pushing. He is level 6 now, full Fury bar, and yeah, you're right, he's playing safely. Link and Chaucer, the pressure onto this blue buff. That's going to be Link with a bunch of mana and cooldown reduction.
The pressure on blue buff pays off, and it goes down in a
fury of light.
Fight. Yeah, there we go.
How Lux is so manly.
There we go.
Fury of light.
They actually send St. Vicious down to deal with Cho'Gath. I kind of like that because he doesn't have to walk as far to get to mid lane. He doesn't have teleport, but he could ultimate over there from about halfway through his jungle.
The difficult thing, though, is like Cop's not getting very much farm, though, because of this, because of where they're kind of splitting up the farm. I'm curious to see what happens there. Chaucer gets warded out by Nijaki. So far, so good for him, though. Still exactly 1,000 gold, the lead here for Counter Logic Gaming. Ult comes out from Misfortune. That's going to keep that turret alive very safely here. And you're seeing 75 to 65. Actually, Cop is ahead in minion kills over his compatriot, or counterpart, I should say, Doublelift.
There we go. Voidboy finally switched gears, shoved that lane a little bit up, realized that Counter Logic were shoving 2 lanes at once, and they needed to answer back with some pressure. Now, it's kind of dangerous because they don't have too many wards in this blue side for Voidboy to see any attacks coming. And he's just going to be one-on-one up here with Doublelift for the meantime.
All right, we'll see how that works. I mean, if we look back far enough, there was a game, GGU versus, I believe it was Complexity. I'll have to remember it a little time later, but basically they had Don't Mash Me sitting there bottom lane on Ezreal holding a split push forever. and just farming and farming and farming and farming the 1-win GGU had, and that actually worked out very well for the AD carry. It worked out very well for Mashme, just matching up against a split pusher. I think it was Renekton, and just farming it out. So that might not be the worst thing, honestly.
Yeah, this is definitely a game of PvE here. They're going for all the objectives, all the early towers. And you have a good advantage in a game like that when you have an AP Tryndamere, because like we said, they're so hard to catch and kill. He's also got his Ghost and his Teleport to join if he needs to immediately join a team fight. So that was a really good pickup by them. Plus they have the pseudo-global ultimate of Nocturne. Yeah, this is going to be a free... Doublelift could go no, it's not going to be free at all. They're going to definitely contest it.
They're going to walk right in front of them. They spot them right there. Headbutt Pulverize from Elements, and they're going to be the dive on a Doublelift. Are they well coordinated enough, though? He takes a bit of damage, but they're going to go back in onto Saint. He's down below half health. Oh, the kill is going to keep him alive for now. What's it going to be? There's a teleport in for Hotshot GG. Right on top of everybody. Where's the pressure going to go? Cop is alive. Down at the bottom, we see Void trying to run away. They're still diving towards Doublelift. Elements will go down. Link picks up that kill, 2 for 0 so far. Saint now taking pressure. Jackie pushing away Doublelift. Now they're, again, just being hectic everywhere. Jackie taking so much punishment. He goes down to Hotshot GG. His feast is still down. Now Cop's going to find Link. Link does not have anywhere to go, and Void picks up that kill, which is going to make it a 2 for 1, and CLG has control over Dragon.
All right, so now it's going to be a free Dragon for CLG. Voyboy does want to challenge Doublelift there. He gets a chicken on top of his head, but he has no smite, so he's not going to be able to steal this away. They just back right out. The feast from Hotshot securing that one. And that fight really started bad for Curse. They had Elements and Saint right on the Dragon. It's very early levels, so the Dragon's doing a large percentage of their health in attacks, and it was just a good answer from Counter Logic. They just came around at the perfect time.
And of course they had pinked it as well, so yeah, you said they came around at the perfect time without any vision, but they happened to walk by, and then the team fight mechanics, they just went better for CLG. We're watching Doublelift now. He's in the bottom lane at 80 minions and just trying to farm up a Storm. Again, that team just relies on him to be that late game carry, and if Doublelift can get himself some more gold, he only got assists in that fight. We've seen games where he got all 3 of this team's first kills. Well, he's gotten a couple assists. We'll see if that ends up being enough for him. Cop is still out minion farming him. We look at the top lane, and Shogath trying to build tanky while Voyboy builds for the damage. And Voyboy is winning in minions there as well. But the mid lane, look at the difference. Link is at 76, whereas Jackie is only at 46. He's at 2,600 gold. He is so broke right now. Everyone on CLG has more gold than him.
Plus, you have to remember that Cage's lucky pick has been ticking since the very early game. He picked that one up, his first item, and as well, we had the red pot on Misfortune and the blue pot on Tryndamere. The blue pot's already gone, so that advantage is out the window. It didn't win them that dragon fight. It didn't afford them really anything, and Curse is actually a little bit farther behind than this story tells.
And of course, he'd even used that early. He actually used it while split pushing the top lane. It might have even timed out before the dragon fight even started. He had chugged that, again, very, very early on. We're seeing CLG grouping towards this mid lane. Where's the pressure going to be? You see Voyboy is actually at the bottom right here, squaring off against Doublelift, which is going to be a tricky situation. I feel like Doublelift will do very, very well there. Void wards the Tri-Brush, but it's right on top of Vision Ward. We'll see if that gets swept out. Voy spins in, Doublelift pulls back, saying, yep, I should probably be a little bit afraid of you, Voy. You are a scary demon man.
And I do like Chasser actually coming down. He wants to gank Voyboy, so this is an AP Tryndamere gank. The summoners are down, but okay, he's just going to clean out the ward.
Yeah, he clears it out. Of course, Voy is going to have that spinning slash. 24-ish% cooldown reduction on him, having that Nashor's Tooth plus Masteries. Saint's going to clear out the red for himself another time. Actually, just to check on Voy, he does have 24%, yeah. So, points in offense tree.
So, like you said, Lux could go either way right now. She could go Morel and Namicon, or she could go Athene's Unholy Grail, because she does have the Chalice on top of the Cage's lucky pick. It's really up to Link what his team needs at this point. He does have the needlessly large rod as well, so his combo actually does a lot right now, and Jackie is going to have to be on point. You have to time your ultimate really well. If he's able to negate the burst from Lux's combo, then that could swing this entire thing back in Curse's favor. Even though they're down by 2k gold, if you negate a full Lux combo with a Kale ultimate, you can win that team fight easily.
And imagine if he blocks like Feast or something too. Like there's so much actual burst on the CLG team that could be blocked. That'll be a fun thing to see, that, you know, Kale has that nice utility where even if you have no farm, you've got a great ability to use. Voyboy lurking in the brushes. Hotshot does not see him, of course, and Saint is coming down. They're going to try to 2-on-1 this. They're going to wait till Saint gets in range, walking farther and farther down, and here they go, the initiation on a Hotshot. There's the ult. What kind of damage is it going to be? They're going to try to get the fear off on a Hotshot. He has been feared.
Here comes the damage up, but Rupture goes down. Not going to hit anything right here. They're still chasing on down. Hotshot below half health. He does still not have flash up. The damage still available. Chowster coming in from the side. He goes for the knockup. He's going to maybe stop them. No, Fear pulls them right back in. And now they're on a Chowster. Chowster's been forced to ultimate, and that's going to be just a kill for nothing.
Nice patience there, just waiting in the bushes, staring at his prey the whole time. Voyboy rewarded with that kill. They also get that mid turret, but Voyboy's going to recall right now to try and go defend this top one from Double Lift.
We'll see if he can, of course, do that right now because it's taking so much pressure down below half health, and that is classic Hotshot GG. He pulled 3 people to bottom lane, and Double Lift free farmed and hit a turret top.
Exactly. That's the MO of CLG.
Yeah, Hotshot died for a turret kill. Like, yes, that's a good thing to do.
Plus a whole bunch of farm on Double Lift.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's up now to 142 minions. Just like 3 minutes ago, I was like, oh yeah, he's behind Cop by like 30. Now he's up 20.
He always seems to come back in the CS department somehow.
Well, they did steal away Lizard buff though, Curse, so that does help them a bit. They're still down about 2,500 gold though. 60 minutes into the game, last game of the day. CLG looking for vengeance against Curse, and right now they're in the driver's seat of this game.
The fact that Double Lift had his Bloodthirster for that push is actually a big deal too, because he got it fully stacked from being able to farm all those minions. That's an extra 30 damage and lifesteal. He'll be able to weave in and out of this team fight with his ultimate, using the tumbles with the extra stealth very well. I love watching his Vayne play.
It's always fun to see. We'll see how much he manages to kite these guys, because he's going to fight against 2 assassins here with Voyboy and Saint both trying to dive him up. Jackie possibly giving support as well. Pay attention to that Vayne in the team fight. He's going to be the biggest damage dealer here, Double Lift. There's the light binding, does land onto Saint Vicious. They're not going to follow up onto him though. Just the pressure on the turret here. The shield's keeping Chowster and Double Lift alive, and they do get the damage. Curse will not re-engage that. 4 turrets now to 3. CLG up in structures.
So even though Curse had the advantage with teleport up on Voyboy but no teleport for Hotshot, they didn't want to fight that because the blue buff on Lux is just way too much to deal with. You can see the wave clear right there. It's just ridiculous. She can poke you at your own turret and not even take damage. They're easily able to take down that middle one.
And of course, the top lane is going to be the focus instead for Voy. If you kind of think about turret structures, yeah. Turret kills and structures going down. CLG had that one really good move where Vayne split push top and got the first inner turret down of the game. But now with both sides with no outer turrets, we'll see who can actually get into the opposing base. Hotshot, of course, just keeping the top lane alive. And Voy, just like last time, lurking in the shadows, finds Hotshot's face, just spins past him, stays safe.
So we've got another 90 seconds still on Hotshot's teleport, where we have this small window where Curse has got a global advantage, and they could force that at a dragon, but it depends on if they know. Have they timed Hotshot's teleport?
Well, I don't know. I would guess that they would, because it's going to be actually interesting, because Dragon has a similar respawn timer to teleport, and yet Hotshot must have used it again recently to put that down. So as long as they knew that he teleported somewhere, because he teleported
well, they see him walking
lane.
down, so that's not an issue anymore. They've got all 5 people at this dragon. Voyboy split pushing top, and it looks like CLG are going to be the ones to force this fight. They know that they are ahead, and they want to push it.
Yeah, that is CLG knowing that their early game is stronger. Look at that. Not even going to try. Curse will let that one go away. And it's funny to watch CLG do this, because they're a team who will happily give away dragons if they can't win the fight. But here they know they will win the fight and are saying, yep, these are all going to be ours. Please give us that gold.
Voyboy doing a good job tanking up that tower just long enough, and he's going to have to make his escape pretty soon or he's going to be caught.
Now Link is up from the from the side right there. Voyboy does have Ghost and Teleport available. He's going to take the light bunny. Oh, he goes past it actually, pops another heal. Link will no way in heck
Perfect
catch him.
Use of the Ghost right there. He waits to the last second, gets the extra speed boost to dodge the binding, and he will get the full benefit of the rest of the duration of that Ghost.
All right, he's going to walk his way right back out there. Goes actually for his double golems up at the top of the map. CLG, they are taking objectives very well. 4-3 in turrets, 3-2 in kills. Low kill game because Curse knows they're not able to engage fights right here, and they have the patience to not look for crazy dives. CLG playing the split push game. I mean, this is, like, Curse is basically playing CLG's favorite style of game here. Like, both teams have become counter logic gaming in this case, which I guess is fitting for Curse. Right? Thank you. Yeah, had the same thought. But yeah, Voy has become Hotshot GG, and we're going to see who is better at being Hotshot GG. George Georgalitis or Voyboy?
Who is the true Hotshot? We can see the control that CLG have, though, by the wards on the map. They got that Oracles, and they've been just clearing out all of Curse's vision and replacing it with their own. So they have this whole middle side of the map warded up here, even all the way down to Dragon. And Afromu's going to check out this Baron Pit just to make sure there's nothing extra in there for Curse.
Yeah, Cop actually made a Baron aggro itself, and it put one attack on Afromu.
We rorted with a bar off of Lulu's. 2
Oh.
bars.
Yeah, dude, she's a little bit lower on health now. Only at 1,300 to 1,500. So CLG have grouped up towards the mid lane. Hotshot does have teleport, but he's actually mid with the rest of the posse here. They're going to see what they can push down. Nocturne is away on the top side of the map. He will be able to ult in pretty soon if he gets a little bit closer there. Some push in from Lulu. Voyboy flanking from the bottom side. He has teleport up as well if he needs it. Hotshot is up in the front. Chowster up in the front as well. A lot of damage on this turret. Down to 2/3 health. Light Binding come out. Good push. Stuns Elements. Voy in from the side. Will he look for a fight here? Not quite. Oh, there's the chicken shout. Actually, he's going to slow down Link a little bit. But they're not going to go in for this too much. Looks like a good disengage on both sides. CLG still hungry, though. Pushing forward. Hotshot near by the side. Wards off one of the jungle exits to see if Voy comes in. Double still here to push as well.
It's funny how we have a couple people on the wings, Voyboy on the wings on this bottom side and St. Vicious up on the red side jungle. They're sort of going to have a pincer movement on CLG because they want to get to those backline targets. Link and Double Lift are all you want to pay attention to on CLG. If they can take out those 2 targets, then everything's easy from there. Really, their whole composition is around defending them. Lulu can ultimate them. Jarvan can Cataclysm, try and keep people in a certain area. Hotshot has plenty of silences and knockups ready in store.
Okay, and let's see what these guys can do about this, of course. They realize that the initiation has got to be kind of all in from Curse to have a real fight here. So many melee champions on that team required to deal damage. Boys still pushing bottom, which means CLG will go for the mid lane. And I don't think Curse has the units to stop this. Look at the burst damage coming out. Nijaki has still been silenced. He will not quite go down. The teleport coming in from Void, but the turret is already dead. Will he continue this one on? No, he cancels that one out. The blue turret has gone down. Actually, the top lane killed the turret for CLG, but they're still pushing in towards his inhibitor. This turret dropping even more in health. Elements in the front, gets hexed, gets pushed back, pops his ult. Can he find anything? Voyboy's up in the mix. There comes Saint as well. They're diving in onto Link and Double. If he's not going down, Saint forced to run away. Where's the damage going to be? And a pause in the middle of that battle. We're going to see what happens.
Okay, so right before the pause, Chowster used his Cataclysm, like I was saying, to trap everyone, and then the flag toss to get out of it himself.
Yeah.
But it was, and it looks like it's going to be pretty much enough because only Elements and Voyboy are still next to Link. Link was the main target that they jumped on there. You can see Nocturne jumping over and trying to fear him. St. Vicious already been chunked out, though. He's still burning from that Ignite and just trying to run back to his base at this moment.
Okay, and I'm just waiting for Hotshot to reconnect to the game. Unfortunately, his game crashed. We paused it up. He'll get himself back in this one. We'll resume the fight just to keep you guys updated on what is going on. Again, no one has yet died in this fight. Elements and Void just right in the front line there. You're, of course, seeing Hotshot on your screen. He's getting himself connected back in. We should only be a few seconds away. And this is going to be really the game-turning fight here, of course. The kills are close. I mean, one kill separates them. One turret separates these teams.
I'm kind of scared for Link right now. He's flashing red still. He's been flashing red for the duration of this pause, and the Lulu ult was already used on Afromu. I don't know if that was a misclick or if they just want to make sure that Double Lift's going to have that extra life for a while, because they were standing right next to each other. So he may have actually not used the champion pains and actually tried to click on the actual champion, but Link's in trouble regardless.
Absolutely. Of course, we're going to see if there's some damage output. St. Vicious asks ready. Neither of them said yes just yet. Hold on 1 second. We're still getting Hotshot back into the game. Yeah, so I don't know. How do you read this fight kind of going through? Saint's already been flashed out. Link is low. Like,
it was a great laser from the beginning from Link. He was able to land a good combo on Jackie. Jackie had to go all the way back to base. You can see he's making his way towards the front lines now, but he doesn't have his ultimate up, so he's not going to be able to save any of these low HP targets. Saint's going to have to leave this fight. He can throw maybe one Dustbringer, but if he sticks around, he's definitely in danger of Double Lift just picking up another kill.
Yeah, so it looks like the ult, ult and flash, health bar down for him. Actually looks like Windows instead actually has crashed there for Hotshot, so we might get a computer restart and get him back in. So just a minute or two for you guys. We'll get yourself back in. I don't want to harp on the fight too much because, of course, we're going to see it play out in just a little bit. I kind of want to talk about the sort of play style differences because I forget which video it was, but the teams were talking about Curse and their match against them and said, yeah, we can research Curse, and we can, you know, plan out what they've been playing and what they've been picking and how they've been doing the game. But Curse has a really deep champion roster, right? And they have a lot of different strategies they can play. They can play a very different game day to day, and you can't plan out for everything, so they're going to pull out something against you. And Curse are normally this hyper-aggressive team, right? They find kills. Saint got first blood in like 2 of his 3 first games in the very first day in the season, and he's always been hyper-aggressive. And then here, both today and in their first game yesterday on Wednesday, they played a very different strategy. They played AP Tryndamere, split push based, late kills, waited for team fights, and said, okay, Void, kind of make the calls here. He's on 172 minions, which is ludicrously high, of course, and they're playing a much more reserved game, which is just different, right? Like, Curse has these different strategies they can bring out.
Yeah, it's interesting. The Tryndamere being that last pick, it may have been an afterthought, or they may have heard that interview like you talked about. Hotshot kept saying. It wasn't an interview, actually, he was just yelling it. He was like, hey guys, I can trash this AP Tryndamere. I'm fine with Nidalee. I can beat AP Trin. And so maybe they wanted to wait until all the picks had been made so that they knew that Hotshot wouldn't pull out the Nidalee. Or they just banned it, so that'll take care of that.
Yeah, of course. And now, again, the update on the pause. Hotshot looks like he's going to be back into the game, and we're going to be going to be ready to go in just a second. They're chatting back and forth. The players are in the game. Shouster says, "K, we're ready." K going, says the Nocturne from St. Vicious, and here we go. 3, 2, 1, back into the game.
All right,
let's
see if Link can survive this.
All right, Link taking a bunch of pressure. Good ult from Lulu's going to keep him alive. Actually, Void in the mix. Pops his ult. Elements very, very low. Cop getting hit there. Void trying to run away. Will it be the damage that he needs? Cop picks up the kill onto Chouster. 1-0 in this fight, but Elements has now gone down, so 1-1. You've got to be careful about this one because everyone is dangerously low on health. Double F's going to look for something. The K ult is back up, and he's going to be able to get away. Cop, oh, he's so low. The Rupture dropping him as well. Void trying to run, dodge the light binding. CLG are alive enough, though, that this turret looks like it might just be theirs. Problem is they don't have minions. They've got to wait a little bit more. Double Lift whimsied away. 1-1.
So good news for Link. I was wrong. His ult was actually being Aphromu's ult was being cast as they paused it, and it wasn't on Double Up already. It was mid-cast. So that was a really good turn of events for them, and that's why they just won that fight. So congrats.
Yeah, so the 1-for-1.
Those mid-fight pauses.
Interesting, yeah, but they did manage to mechanic them out quite well. Of course, the champions that died were the all-in divers there, Jarvan the 4th and Alistair. Really not surprising guys to go down in fights, but certainly is going to hurt their KDA in the endgame stats. Neither of them are quite Patol here. Of course, he would have just baited his team and never died. St. Vicious with a bit of a jungle steal, stealing stuff away. Double Lift, though, on red buff's going to be nice for him, tumbling away, getting rid of stuff there. Void, of course, still split pushing at the bottom. There's a robot for Double Lift. Void just had pushed that mini wave down. Thing is, Double's going to get that farm for free if he wants it. We'll see where they go. Of course, Teleport up for Hotshot, not up for Voidboy.
Yeah, and Baron is up too. So if Voidboy is split pushing bottom without Teleport, it would take him a very long time to get over there if CLG wanted to force a fight. So he wisely returns to the river. He's going to join up back with the rest of his team.
Okay, let's see what these guys are up to next. Of course, Dragon only in 25 seconds here, which might just be the next important objective. 24 minutes in is a little early for Baron, but we've seen sooner. So it's always a possibility these teams have to be aware of. You've seen CLG with 2 wards around the Baron pit. I don't actually see any for Curse myself, unless there's one overwall. They do actually have one inside the Baron pit, so both teams are watching out for that. CLG, though, they are all right around Dragon right now. 4 coming down from the mid lane. Hotshot about to push in from the bottom, and there we go. They started it right on time. CLG are going to look for this Dragon, and Curse are not really in range to stop them.
After the Dragon, CLG are actually in a good position to do a tower dive. Hotshot has 217 armor. He's built purely armor this game. He's not afraid of the magic damage from Curse because it's really just a hybrid Kale. Because although Tryndamere is building AP, he deals physical damage.
Yeah, until he builds a Lichbane.
It's still all physical damage. Actually, Lichbane, the procs,
they're magic now. We changed it in Season 3.
Oh.
Yeah, so that did get changed. Otherwise, yeah, if it was Season 2, that would still be physical damage.
So right now, as the field stands, he's got a perfect build for tanking turrets as well as the rest of Curse.
And you can just see the heal on Void by putting him basically back to full. He's able to take and tank a bit of poke and then heal himself back up. Of course, Void doesn't have any really long-range damage tools, so he's got to actually fully commit to deal any damage to CLG. They're waiting on this siege. Link waiting in the brush.
It doesn't look like Voboy's even going to go for the Lich Bane anytime soon. He's got an needlessly large rod. He wants to finish his death cap first. So that magic damage is a long ways off.
He's got a weird mix of items, though, because he has one of everything. Like, 2 of those build into Lich Bane, 2 of them build into Death Cap, 2 of them build into Void Staff, 2 of them build into Zhonya's or...
Void Staff would be a terrible buy.
Okay, Void Staff
AP
would be stupid.
Tryndamere.
Sorry, I didn't even... I meant to say Zhonya's or Deathfire Grasp, which also suck for him. But, like, he can build, like, any one of those 3 major AP items right now. See what he ends up going for. Of course, Voyboy is still in the front line. He's going to take a bit of damage there. Get ready. Oh, he gets stunned up against the wall. Here comes the initiation from Saint Vicious going in on a double lift. Double lift disengages very successfully. Link's going to take a whole bunch of damage, and that Lux will be the first to go down. Saint and Void in the mix. Void gets, he gets double ulted. That's not good for him at all. The Feast whiffs, though, does not get any damage done. Now Jackie is here to deal damage. Double lift on the chase. Chouster on the chase knocks Jackie into the air. That KO taking so much damage, stunned up against the wall. Here comes the burst. Jackie's still not quite dead just yet. One more attack. Hotshot picks that one up, and that's going to be, again, 1-for-1 in this fight. The mid laners this time going down.
So Curse there actually the ones to initiate, even though they are severely behind in gold right now. CLG going to get rewarded with a tower kill after that, and the top lane was shoved the entire time, so that did a lot of work on this inhibitor turret.
Oh man, that is not a good thing, of course. CLG pulling, well, not a good thing for Curse, I should say. It's a great thing for CLG. They are pulling ahead in this game overall. They're making a lot of great plays. They can't protect Link, but they're protecting Double Lift, which matters so much more for them. 222 minion kills on him. 1, 0, and 3, his kill score. And the thing about that last fight, though, is Curse, it feels like they haven't played AP Trend as a team very much because I think Nijaki ulted during Voyboy's ult. And that is a really harsh place to be. Now we're going to see ourselves in this mid lane. CLG, once again, a lot of wards coming out. Aframu does have an Oracles. Of course, they only last a few minutes, so he might have bought a new one. He did just buy a new one. And they are now sweeping out the rest of this Baron pit. They're not going to go for the push just yet. They might just be baiting it out.
Yeah, so Curse are going to have plenty of time to talk that over. Like you said, you don't want to stack up those invulnerabilities. I did just check. Tryndamere had his Undying Rage on, plus the KO ultimates. Sad face. Q, Q, Q. He's doing a good job, though, getting back to his split-pushing roots. He's got his teleport up, so he'll be able to get a little bit of damage to down bottom, but he'll probably have to join soon. Because like I said, Hotshot, so much armor, he can dive turrets really easily.
And just exactly that is what had happened. Caught forced to burn flash, elements pushed away as well. Look at the damage from Double Lift, just happily pushing him away. The turret does go down. Voya still split pushing, but CLG are going to take the first inhibitor down to this mid lane against Curse. And that is apparently how you beat a giant split pusher. It's a 7 million armored Cho'Gath diving things. Hotshot's going to teleport to the bottom lane, though, to defend against Voyboy. He will do so successfully. The minions are going to go down, and they've only lost 1 inner turret for an inhibitor.
Curse are definitely pressed right now. They don't have any tangible advantages. They can't get much. If they went to force a Baron right now, they would just be caught inside the Baron pit, pay for that with their lives, plus throw the rest of this game. So Voyboy just going to recall. He still has his teleport. They can still sort of split push on the side. He's a very slippery Tryndamere. He's AP Tryndamere. He can still get away over walls. He can still, as long as he wards up, they should be all right.
And of course, Void with 1,400 gold, actually. He's going to choose to recall one more time. We'll see what he picks up. It's going to be a Death Cap picked up. So there we go. Another ability power spike for him. More heals, more spinning slash damage. We'll see if that helps him a lot.
He also has Home Guard now, so if he actually ports back to base and then teleports from there, he could come out extremely quickly, and that's always fun to see.
And it's going to be fun. We'll see if that ends up panning out for him well. Of course, he's going to be on push duty more often than not. CLG going for the Vision War. They land the Binding on a Saint Vicious. They're not going to follow up for damage very much. Of course, Jackie has heals, keeping himself alive with that. He's going for what looks like the Zhonya's Hourglass next up. He's already got the Seeker's Arm Guard. The Natural's Tooth, of course, already completed a while ago, so the attack speed and damage is there. It looks like Jackie wants to be a little bit more defensive. Hotshot actually going to be picking up red buff for himself and not taking that to double lift. See if that ends up being a mistake or a great move later on when they fight. CLG again, waiting around the Dragon Pit, or sorry, the Baron Pit. They're going to push up this top lane. The Dragon is up in 30 seconds. We'll see if that ends up being the focus instead.
Yeah, they're taking plenty of time, and with so much history between these teams, neither of them wants to throw. CLG lost the last one, so they definitely want to redeem themselves and show that they really have what it takes to take down Curse again.
No, right now they are showing that pretty well so far. They're winning, but not decisively so. Again, the first time Curse played against CLG, it was a very brutal game, but this time it is CLG playing their standard methodical gameplay. They're building incremental advantages, a very clever blue buff invade, very clever team fight so far. Voyboy, again, knocking at the front door, and CLG has to respond to this one. They don't have a push available for themselves. Boy's at half health. Can he dodge the rupture? Hotshot GG is going to look for it. Spin's about to come back up. It's going to be able to let him escape. Here he goes for the rupture. The red buff actually slowing him down enough to land that. Now Voy's gonna have a hard time actually running away from this one. Look at this. And Randuin's Omen is available for Cho'Gath. He could slow him down even more with that. The problem is Voy has gigantic heals. He is Tryndamere. Hotshot, I think he's pretty much out healing your damage.
This is just going to be a boring walk back to the base here. He's got plenty of cooldown reduction. Like I said, you can spam your Q on cooldown for ridiculous heals when you're AP Tryndamere because of the AP ratio on his Q. You don't even need to wait to get Fury to use your Q to heal because he has so much AP that is going to heal enough from that just off the base. Meanwhile, Curse took that opportunity while they were just beating on each other to clear out the wards in Baron. And so now CLG are going to re-sweep. They're taking their turn, cleaning out the wards. And it's really just who wants to paint the Baron pit. Is it going to be the blue or is it going to be the nice pink?
Well, we'll end up seeing, of course. There's two fun things about this. So first of all, I actually wanted to point out that Voy is actually maxing his heal last. He's only got 3 points in the queue now. He actually maxed Mocking Shout second after spinning Slash. But also, it's kind of interesting in Season 3, basically playing the ward dance actually makes teams richer because you pretty much put wards down from a Ruby Sightstone.
Oh, Sankets!
Oh, Sin's going to get found out by a ward. He's going to try to spell shield some of it, but a lot of burst going on to him. They're just fully chasing him down. Lux does not quite land all her damage. They're going to turn back on a Chowster. He's forced to ult away. It is a 4-on-4, of course, both teleporters available at the bottom lane, but they're just going to sit here and dueling it out. Hotshot still bullying Voy, though. First does disengage properly, though.
Yeah, so the broken part about Tryndamere is the ratio of the AP. That's why he doesn't even have to level up the skill. It's just anytime you have a heal with that high of a ratio, it's probably going to get nerfed. Hint, hint, next patch.
And here we go, the teleport in top lane from Hotshot. They've already taken one turret down. They're on to their second inhibitor right now. Voy forced to teleport in. Where's he going to come in from? He's got a rupture coming down. No, the inhibitor is going to be all theirs all the time. And there's the re-engage. They go in. Who are they going to find? Link down to half health. They've got the fear. It's going to get broken, actually. They're going to re-engage Elements down to half health. Voy still in the front, but getting kind of pushed around. Exhaust on a double lift. Saint taking more damage. He's going to go down. Link taking a bunch of punishment, but knocked up into the air by Chowster. They're going to move towards the back line. It's Nijaki taking punishment, knocked into the wall by Double Lift. He's going to flash away. Double won't find that kill, but Voy is still taking damage. Where's he going to find? He's been sheeped again. He's still trying to find Link. Actually pops his ult as well. No, he actually just goes down. Actually, the ult had already timed out. And now CLG with 3 kills for nothing are going to push for the base.
Yeah, they got 2 inhibitors down right there. And even though it's a super long fight due to the dual invulnerabilities on Curse, that is going to be CLG pushing on the Nexus turrets for the win.
There we go. One turret is going to go down. I don't think that there's going to be enough pressure just from Cop and Nijaki. Of course, bullet time still down for a couple more seconds. Now onto the Nexus. CLG looking for vengeance, and they found it against Curse, bringing themselves another victory here in Week 4 of the LCS.
Congratulations to CLG. They even it up. So the next one will be the tiebreaker, I guess, between these two old rivals.
They are 1-1 so far, and Curse coming into Week 4 looked quite untouchable. They got a bunch of wins to start Super Wednesday, but they fell to Dignitas and they fell to CLG. And CLG, I mean, that is interesting for me because they lost to underdogs and are now beating heavy favorites. Like, they have the most up and down match history I've ever seen.
I think that is a really good sign for North American League of Legends. We have the underdog Marn, the last team to get in. They came in from the online qualifiers and they take out CLG. CLG then takes out the top team, Curse.
Yeah.
Literally. We can have the bottom team beating out the top teams here.
And of course, at the beginning of Wednesday, Curse beat Marn.
So there you go. We've got a nice little circle going on.
Got a cool little thing going on right there. Of course, we've got more matches coming in throughout the week. But dang, that was quite a fun game overall. I really, really enjoyed that one. After the break, we're going to talk to Afromoo and Double Lift from CLG. Then we'll take a look at the standings after Thursday. We'll be right back. Hey everybody, welcome back to the show. David Freak Turley here, joined by the bottom lane duo from Counterlogic Gaming, Doublelift and Aframu. So first of all, congratulations on your win against Curse. Did you guys think you were going to win that one?
Yeah,
100%. 100%? 100%. All right, you guys looked a little shaky in the first one. What did you change between game one and in this game here? Like way back in like the first couple of weeks. It was a rocky game.
I don't even remember that game, actually. I just know we got owned.
Okay.
But this time we were much more prepared. We actually spent hours and hours last night just talking about this game.
Cool. It seems to work for you guys. I actually want to bring out something a little off topic. You guys got some new fashion accessories going on. You had some jokes about it off camera. I want to know. Give me the deal with the glasses. It sounds like a lame question, but like you guys had something to say.
That's the synergy right there.
It's the synergy.
Bot lane synergy.
Bot lane synergy with glasses. Sorry.
It's beautiful.
It is beautiful. Thank you. Anyway, just wanted to bring the one up. So, talk to me about your Vayne play. You've been locking in Vayne the entire week so far. Best AD carry, or what's the deal?
Yeah, I am the best AD carry, but I play a lot of Vayne, and like it's mainly because everyone's the way our team works is we have 2 threats instead of the normal 3.
Okay.
Because top lane is generally a tank, so you need an AD carry that's mobile and can fend for herself, and that's Vayne. Like you just kite backwards against all these people who are trying to zerg you.
Cool. And
Draven's the best.
Sorry?
Draven's the best.
Draven's the best. So why aren't you playing
That's a
Draven if
lie.
he's the best?
That's a lie.
Why don't you like Draven?
PewDiePie knows where it's at, dude. What are you doing?
Please. No, Draven sucks. I think Draven sucks, and PewDiePie is a fool for picking Draven every game.
All right. Well, I'm going to look forward to your rematch against Dignitas then. Hopefully you can show him who's boss. Aframu, how do you feel about the bottom lane then? You're playing with Vayne all the time. A lot of people call her kind of a weak laner. How do you deal with that as a support? Or are they just wrong?
They're wrong. It's hard at first. I play aggressive AD carries when I used to play AD carry.
Yeah.
And then coming to CLG, Doublelift plays all these hybrid carries. It's like, I want to be aggressive, man. What's going on? Come here. But no, I had to adjust my play and play more passive at the start and be more selective about when to poke. You know, that's really important to make sure Vayne scales well in the late game and not get shut down the lane.
So how's that transition going? Was it rocky at first? Are you still learning how to play the lane?
It was definitely rocky. I definitely had to pick up supports that I didn't really play before, like Alistar. I never really played them until I picked them up like 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
And then Lulu and Sona, when normally I play Leona, Taric, aggressive supports really.
Yeah.
So
it seems like you're doing really well on a new roster.
Better now, yeah.
Good. I'm hoping to hear, of course, more good things from you guys. 6-4 in the LCS. Really great job. Hopefully you guys can keep the winning streak alive. I know you've had some interesting wins, right? Like the win against Curse, the loss to Marn. You guys going to keep the wins going?
Most definitely. 24-4.
All right. Let's hope you guys can keep that one rocking. Again, really great job from you guys. Thank you so much for the interview. Hope you guys can keep it up in the LCS. I want to toss it over to Jat to break down some of the plays from today's games.
Thanks, Freakin'. This is the clip I really wanted to show. This was the start of our 3rd game of the day, the big fight that really started turning it. This was Marn versus Good Game University. And before we start this clip, we can actually just point out how everyone in Good Game University is grouped up a little bit. All the damage dealers, specifically Don't Mash Me and Jinte, are down here. And this is the initiation potential of Marn that we're really going to get to see. We're going to watch Claky D jump in on Jarvan. Echo's going to follow everything up with Lux, and then Mega Zero, who's just lost in the fray of all of Marn's army, is going to be diving in after this one. So if we can roll this clip at half speed, you can see how devastating the initiation was onto Twitch and Orianna. They get the knockup, they get the Cataclysm, they get the laser, and then Mega Zero just flies in and finishes it off. Now if we can actually just back this up and watch the other side of the fight. How did it break out? Like, how did Marn initiate so hard without leaving themselves vulnerable? So let's pay attention to something entirely different. Zion Spartan is over here on the score screen and also on the side of the map. He's just about to come in the frame. Heartbeat needs to protect himself from the Fizz that's coming in from the flank because his entire team is about to abandon him. So how do Heartbeat and Atomic N avoid Zion Spartan? Because it's essentially one hard initiation versus another dive. So if we can actually watch this side of the fight, paying attention to here if we can roll this clip right now. So you can see Zion Spartan gets in late. The Orianna actually hits just right, but they all flash away from the fish that comes in through. So Zion Spartan is actually late to the fight, and that was the reason Marn cleaned up the fight. It was really 2 tails of the battle for Marn. They took the dragon from here, and they really moved on to the rest of the game. So for Marn in that game, and in this entire streak of Super Week, that's the 3rd game in a row they've won. They're back to 500. They're now contending with some of the top teams in North America due to plays like that. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Jat. Now let's see where we stand after today's standings. Of course, you just mentioned Marn. We're going to see where the rest of it comes through. Dignitas 9-2 right here. first place. Curse 8-2. TSM at 7-3 in third. CLG 6-4 right behind them. Marn on their tails at 4-4. Vulcun just behind them at 4-8. Unfortunately, though, Complexity and GGU only one win on each of them.
Pretty good week, I have to say. I'm happy because I casted Marn in the qualifiers, and they had these explosive wins, and we hadn't seen that yet. Now, we get everything on Super Week.
Yeah, we got all the explosive games on Super Week, and of course, we had our Super Wednesday, but it's going to be Europe's turn. Yep, coming up, it's Super Freitag in Germany. That day is going to feature 8 straight games, and it kicks off with Gambit versus Dragonborns. Now, Dragonborns had a big upset win against SK on week 2. Can they do it again against the Russians?
And remember, you can watch every one of these matches on lolesports.com. The action begins at 11 a.m. Central European Time, 2 a.m. Pacific Standard.
And of course, there's still our regular matches back here in Los Angeles on Friday. Starting off, TSM takes on Curse for the first time this season. After that, Complexity battles against CLG.
Then, Marn looks to continue their streak of upsets against our new top team, Dignitas. And finally, Vulcun wants their win back from their Week 2 loss against GGU.
So Friday's North American Games kicks off at 5 p.m. Pacific, 2 a.m. Central European Time. I'm Freak. For Riv, Jat, Kobe24, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching.
Look at the burst damage. Mega Zero so incredibly low. Flash ult goes in, and Mega picks it up in the duel once again.
Do it again.
That's
it! That's it! Let's fight!
We win 3v3 at this point. Let's go.